Alex Jones's connection to Los Angeles is by far the most pointed example of cognitive dissonance within the pre-existing paradigm of the InfoWars audience. Recently, Jones made a tour through Los Angeles, specifically an appearance on Logan Paul's show. What many fail to realize is this interview was set up via the Comedy Store clique, specifically Joe Rogan, who has always talked highly of Logan, and Brendan Schaub, Rogan's pawn, is a neighbor of Logan Paul and has also appeared on his podcast. At the moment, we see the Los Angeles crowd is actively gatekeeping and discrediting the so-called conspiracies by mixing them with comedy, so they're merely perceived as entertainment, as demonstrated by the Tinfoil Hat podcast and comedy shows, which Alex Jones has also participated in. The connection to the Comedy Store is an often overlooked and ignored example, but is indeed a crucial one. Alex Jones and Joe Rogan have been friends since 1998. To many, this appears to be their only connection, just friends. But the connections run much deeper than just friends. This is a network that tells the true story of the origin of both Alex Jones and Joe Rogan and the new alt media empire they've built. Many people are unaware of the fact that comedians have been assets of different intelligence services and corporations many times throughout history. I want to give you an example of a very brief rundown of a couple different comedians and their applications outside of comedy. Dick Gregory, a comedian, was the pawn that shared the notorious Zapruder film with the public via the late-night TV show Good Night America, hosted by Geraldo Rivera. Late-night TV shows were used in multiple applications as well. In modern times, the podcasts, such as Joe Rogan, have stepped into their previous role. As many of you know, the Zapruder film is deceptive, as well as the man who filmed it, Abraham Zapruder. All it took was a comedian to inject the controlled narrative into the public consciousness, and boom, they controlled the narrative. Very simple. The last example I want to share with you of a comedian that was used to create a narrative within the public consciousness is Bill Hicks. Shortly before he died, in 1993, he was used by the John Birch Society, which is synonymous with military intelligence, to share their narrative on the Waco siege. Bill was the one who shared the footage of the Bradley tank shooting fire into the compound with the public, creating an entirely new narrative on the Waco siege, where the government agencies were the aggressors in the situation. I feel it's also worth mentioning, in regards to Bill, around the same time period, he got a show via Channel 4 in England. The idea of his show is essentially the same exact concept as Joe Rogan's podcast, to have interesting guests on to talk about a wide variety of subjects. He was meant to become a cyber shaman. His first scheduled guests included people such as Noam Chomsky and Terence McKenna. He was debating between taking this Channel 4 show or starting his own show via public access TV as a new Rush Limbaugh type character, the work of right-wing top Israeli to talk about a wide variety of subjects. He was meant to become a cyber shaman. His first scheduled guests included people such as Noam Chomsky and Terence McKenna. He was debating between taking this Channel 4 show or starting his own show via public access TV as a new Rush Limbaugh type character, the work of right-wing top Israeli propagandist Alex Jones, including a number of documentaries like Endgame, Blueprint for Global Enslavement, and New World Order, as well as his book, The Answer to 1984 is 1776.
Seem to be having some loading difficulties here, but let me just stop to say those are the films I grew up on in many ways. In my mid-teen years, that's when I pretty much discovered or even considered embarking on any type of I would say journey towards a greater truth, so to speak. Yeah, good to see you guys and gals. The Disinformation Company, abbreviated as Disinfo, is the distributor of, quote, AJ's Endgame, Terror Storm, NWO. Supposedly there was DisinfoCon, a 12-hour event. I'm guessing that wasn't the actual name. But Richard Metzger, Marilyn Manson, who actually Marilyn Manson went to school down here in South Florida, on South Florida rather. and I think went to the same school my mom went to, actually, which is the same one that Johnny Depp went to, which is the same one of my high school teachers went to. Anyway, underground filmmaker Kenneth Anger, painter Joel Coleman, Douglas Rushkoff. I don't know who these people are. Oh, Robert Anton Wilson. Okay, Todd Brendan Fahey. Yeah, I don't know some of those names, but anyway, let's continue.
Were distributed.
R.I.P. I think Matthew North, I think is who we're listening to.
And published by Satanist Crowleyite Richard Metzger's Disinformation Company, a company that connects techno-pagans and transhumanists. Here, we begin to see the deeper connections between Joe Rogan and Alex Jones. Alex and Joe are both connected to the Disinformation Company. Take note of the name. They tell you exactly what they're doing in the name. Matt Staggs, listed as a key person at the Disinformation Company and former host of the Disinformation Podcast, is Joe Rogan's talent booker. According to Joe, it's a three-man show over at JRE. Staggs is allowed to book whatever guest he wants for whatever corporate agenda he wishes to push, as demonstrated by this clip.
I sent poor Jamie. I told your booking manager Matt Staggs. I said, send these images to Jamie and don't tell him any contacts. And be like, what the hell is this podcast going to be on? But
they lost their nose.
Joe obviously had no say in booking this guest, although I do believe Rogan chooses some guests to appear on the podcast. Many are dictated by the former disinformation asset, Matt Staggs. Much more on the Disinformation Company later. First, I want to cover Alex Jones's network name, InfoWars. What is information warfare? The notion of information warfare covers a wide spectrum of psychological operations, from the classic Air Force concept of attacking enemy computer systems in conjunction with electronic warfare to controlling information via television and radio, all the way to memes and many concepts in between. The U.S. adaptation of information warfare originates from the future Soviet warfare theories, or revolution in military affairs, which also covers a wide spectrum of warfare, including information warfare. According to the well-respected PI who exposed the Promise software scandal, Carol Marshall, aka Sherry Seymour, claims that the work of Major General Paul Valley and Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino in the early 1980s spawned the entire revolution in military affairs within the United States and its asymmetric approach to warfare, viewing new media as potential mind war operatives. In a follow-up U.S. Air Force Academy study via Air Force Space Command, we learn why warfare must become, quote, multi-dimensional. The spectrum of conflict, as portrayed in most readings, is single-dimensioned, linear, and continuous. It must be most readings is single dimension.
My apologies for the tech issue, the loading. I don't know what's going on tonight. Usually it's been good lately, but not sure.
Linear and continuous. It must be replaced by a multi-dimensional model, perhaps even nonlinear and discontinuous. Topological mathematicians would call it a manifold, hence the name conflict manifold.
Again, this guy, if you're not familiar with Michael Aquino, definitely somebody interesting to look into. Pretty dark stuff there. Very dark. Straight, what was he, a colonel? Or let me see. Sorry, a major, whatever. Colonel, major. Major Michael Aquino, also supposedly the founder of the Church of Satan. Or is it the Temple of Set, rather? Sorry. But there's a picture of him with the founder of the Church of Satan, Antonio LaVey, who they say, there's the whole thing. Zena LaVey, his wife, is Taylor Swift. That's a conversation for another time, possibly. Definitely.
Its primary characteristic is multidimensionality. This is synonymous with the idea of nonlinear warfare coming out of Russia. Aquino was deeply involved in what has been called the Revolution in Military Affairs, RMA, the future Soviet warfare theories. the introduction of the most kooky, quote, third wave New Age ideas into military long range planning, which introduced such notions as information warfare and cyber warfare into the Pentagon's lexicon. In the early 1980s, at the same time, Heidi and Alvin Toffler were spinning their Tavistock third wave utopian claptrap to some top Air Force brass. Aquino and another U.S. Army colonel at the time, Paul Vallely, were co-authoring an article for Military Review. Mind War was one of the papers created in the early 80s by Michael Aquino and Paul Vallely that spawned the application of future Soviet warfare theories into the Pentagon. Mind War, in conjunction with information warfare, is exactly what Alex Jones's operation is. Its core structure is the idea of weaponizing truth with an information warfare operation via radio and TV. The use of subliminals and all around controlling the stream of conspiracy culture information.
We have the zeitgeist. If you wanted to use an allegory, InfoWars has pulled the sword Excalibur. Others can't pull it. We pulled it. Trump pulled it. You pulled it. But if you don't use Excalibur, it's worthless. I am using Excalibur. Doesn't mean I'm perfect. Doesn't mean I'm not going to make mistakes or stumble or fall. Or at the end of this, not make it myself. But the new republic, the rebirth will be launched. That's what it's all about. All right. Boy, you know, Scott Adams, CNN is losing the mind war. I have some smart advisors, but I do what I think I should do. They've begged me not to tell you this. But I will, because my weapon is the truth. Even people I've hired over the years who are great folks who went to normal school for this go, well, let's use subliminal to help people. And I've got to constantly say, well, that's a second long. It's not completely subliminal, but get it out of there. You know, I don't want to go there because we're so inculcated with subliminally. And now you see, look at that. That's InfoWars. Wow. Look at that subliminal devil behavior. Then they'll say,
Mind War, according to Lieutenant Colonel Aquino, was inspired by studies carried out at the Esalen Institute, which was Soviet-dominated as well, and the origin of much of the New Age culture, which ties in perfectly with the disinformation company agenda. Endgame, an Alex Jones film published and distributed by the disinformation company, is a title borrowed from the previously mentioned Major General Paul Vallely, who is also a staunch Christian Zionist associated with the John Birch Society, who have been gatekeeping the conspiracy culture, weaponizing truth, and excluding Israel at all costs since the 1950s. Major General Vallely is a supporter of the Jerusalem Summit organization, which is all about relocating and resettling Palestinians. It is an advocate for their mission statement, which is, quote, that one of the objectives of Israel's divinely inspired rebirth is to make it the center of the new unity of all nations, which will lead to an era of peace and prosperity foretold by the prophets, which is the whole supreme court of mankind, Israel dictating the world from Jerusalem idea, which is the real New World Order. Revolution in military affairs was included in the notorious Project for the New American Century document and was certainly ramped up post 9/11. As this clip demonstrates, Alex Jones believes it will be a new American century, which really means a new Israeli-dominated American century.
It's a sellout to China. The globalists bet everything on China. It's not going to be the Chinese century. It's going to be the new American century. It's going to be the new American century.
I want to get into some information about the main man who first introduced the future Soviet warfare theories, revolution in military affairs, and coined the term InfoWars. It is worth covering Aquino's bio because he's certainly one of the most interesting and deceptive military men of modern times, in my opinion. It is also very interesting to see the Zionist Christian, which typically dominates the military, crossover with the Satanist occultism dynamic between Michael Aquino and Paul Valley, working together side by side to introduce radical new Soviet ideas into the Pentagon. After a year with the 1st Squadron, 17th Cavalry, 82nd Airborne Division, Michael Aquino completed the PSYOP officer course at the John F. Kennedy Special Warfare School at Fort Bragg, in which he was among select students cross-trained with Concurrent Special Forces officer course. During 1968 to 1970, he was assigned to the 6th PSYOP Battalion, 4th Group in Vietnam. As HA Command and Control Team Leader, he was responsible for both tactical teams in combat operations and audio-visual teams in civil operations and Revolutionary Department Support Program, and he flew numerous PSYOP air support missions throughout Corps Tactical Zone with both U.S. Air Force and Army aviation. In 1972, he joined the 306th PSYOP Battalion, USAR, at Fort MacArthur, California, and for the next 7 years, he served as research analysis, team leader, operations officer, and finally executive officer in the 306th, whose members range from eccentric Hollywood personalities to LAPD officers. He oversaw highly classified basic PSYOP studies for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, PSYOP support for the training of units such as the 12th Special Forces, and use of the 306th atmospheric World War II era bunkers for space combat scenes in the original Battlestar Galactica television series. In 1976, he was selected for Foreign Area Officer Career Program, completed that qualification at the Special Warfare Center and Central Intelligence Agency during the next 3 years, and participated in NATO REFORGER exercise as a Western Europe specialist. In 1976, he also completed the remaining course requirements for Special Forces, and he was awarded that tab upon its creation in 1984. From 1979 to 1981, he served as the FA team leader for headquarters, 7th PSYOP Group in San Francisco, during which time he became combat commander, collaborated on the predecessor concept paper to this Mind War book. Returning to active duty in 1981, he was transferred to Civil Affairs Branch, completed its advanced course at the Special Warfare and Distinguished Graduate, and received that rare primary skill identifier of Political Military Affairs Officer, 48G. In this capacity, he was sent to the State Department Foreign Services Institute and the Defense Intelligence Agency for attaché qualifications, completed the Military Intelligence Officer Advanced course at Fort Hanucha. In 1986, he was reassigned to military intelligence branch. In 1986 to 1987, he was the sole USAR officer selected to attend the Industrial College of the National Defense University. During that year, he worked with U.S. Information Agency representative at the National War College on PSYOP ethics paper, which is also a predecessor to mind work. In 1990, he was the Army's first officers to be certified in Joint Space Intelligence by the U.S. Air Force. He was assigned to a J-2 HQ U.S. Space Command, where in Section X, out of the Cheyenne Mountain NORAD complex, he was involved with those files until he retired from the active USAR in 1994. Since the Army had waited until that exact date of his final U.S. retirement in 2006 to create the PSYOP branch, it graciously transferred him posthumously to Gray and Green in 2011. He has retained his original affiliation with the 1st Special Forces Regiment out of respect for that unique honor. American decorations include Bronze Star, Meteorist Service Air Medal, 3 Army Commendation Medals, 2 Air Force Reserve Attachment Medals, Parachutist Badge, Special Forces Tab, and U.S. Air Force Space and Missile Badge. Vietnamese decorations include Gallantry Cross, Psychological Warfare Medal, and Air Services Medal. Academically, he received the PhD in Political Sciences from the University of California in 1980 and the MPA in National Resources Management from George Washington University in 1987. He taught as an adjunct professor of political science at Golden Gate University from 1980 to 86. Professionally, he is a member of the Special Forces, PSYOP, Civil Affairs, Foreign Intelligence Officer, Air and Space Missile Defense Associations. After the conclusion of his U.S. government service, the Constitution permitted him to be recognized by Scotland's Lord Linden, King of Arms, as the current Baron of Regé. Lieutenant Colonel Aquino's occult bio is equally as important, given how the Disinformation Company ties in with the same exact occult networks. In 1969, Aquino joined Anton LaVey's Church of Satan and rose rapidly through the group's ranks after meeting LaVey in San Francisco. In 1970, while he was serving with the U.S. military during the Vietnam War, Aquino was stationed in South Vietnam, where he authored a tract entitled Diablicon. In this tract, teachings about the creation of the world, God, and humanity are presented. As in the dualistic idea that Satan complements God, the character of Lucifer is presented as bringing insight to human society, a perspective that was inherited from the depiction of Lucifer in John Milton's 17th century epic poem, Paradise Lost. By 1971, Aquino was ranked as Magister of Caverns of the 4th degree within the group's hierarchy, was the editor of the publication The Cloven Hoof, and sat on the governing council of 9. In 1973, he rose to the previously unattained rank of Magister of Temple of the 4th degree. According to the scholars, Aquino had become LaVey's right-hand man. He nevertheless developed concerns about the Church of Satan, feeling that it had attracted many, quote, fad followers, egomaniacs, and assorted oddballs whose primary interest in becoming Satanists was their flash to membership cards at cocktail parties. When in 1975, LaVey abolished the system of regional groups, or grottos, and declared that in the future, all degrees would be given in exchange for financial or other contributions to the church, Aquino was disenfranchised. He resigned from the organization on June 10, 1975. While LaVey seemed to have a pragmatic, practical view of the degrees of the satanic priesthood, intending them to reflect the social role of degree holder within the organization. Aquino and his supporters viewed the priesthood as being spiritual, sacred, and irrevocable. Having departed the church, Aquino embarked on a ritual intent on asking Satan for advice what to do next. According to his account, at midsummer 1975, Satan appeared to him and revealed that he wanted to be known by his true name, Set, which had been the name used by worshippers in ancient Egypt. Aquino produced a religious text, the Book of the Coming Forth by Night, which he alleged has been revealed to him by Set through a process of automatic writing. The book proclaimed Aquino to be a magus of the new aeon of Set, and the heir to LaVey's, quote, infernal mandate. Aquino's book, Coming Forth by Night, makes reference to the Book of the Law, produced by the occultist Aleister Crowley in 1904, which provided the basis for Crowley's religion, Thelema. Aquino presented himself as being as much of Crowley's heir as LaVey's, and Aquino's work would engage with Crowley's writings and beliefs far greater than the extent of LaVey ever did. In establishing the temple, Aquino was joined by other ex-members of LaVey's church, and soon Setian groups or pylons were established in various parts of the United States. The structure of the temple was largely based on those of the ceremonial magical orders of the late 19th century, such as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and Ordo Templi Orientis. Aquino's association with the Church of Satan and Anton LaVey, who's really Jewish, his real name is Howard Staton Levy, is an extremely important connection, especially given how this culture ties in exactly with the disinformation company. The Church of Satan is really a Jewish front for Jewish mysticism. When the Satanic Bible was released, LaVey shared it with Asaph Dayan, son of Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan, who proclaimed it perfectly suited for the conditions in Israel. This gives a whole new insight to the concept of the synagogue of Satan. It's also worth mentioning LaVey's Jewish-based Satanic cult is way more influential in Hollywood than you would ever imagine. Think of it in terms of Scientology, which is also rooted in Thelema, which Joe Rogan is also associated with. It's a way to rope the Goy and Shiksa actresses and actors into the cult while utilizing mind control and abuse. Joe Rogan has attended Anton LaVey's grandson's satanic wedding. Rogan's view of religion and his philosophy of life is essentially one of a Satanist, regardless of if he publicly declares it or not. Back to the dubious disinformation company. Richard Metzger was the host of the TV show Disinformation. The Disinformation Company and its website disinfo.com, featuring the tagline, "Everything you know is wrong," that focused on current affairs titles and seeks to expose alleged conspiracy theories, occultism, politics, news oddities, and purported disinformation. Metzger admits that from an early age, he identified himself as a, quote, warlock, and that through a careful study of Kenneth Anger's work, through his influence, in part, I continue to move forward, combining my career ambitions of working in film, television, and publishing my private magical interests. Anger, the notorious producer of Crowley-inspired underground films, was the key figure around which swirled the network of Laurel Canyon musicians, occultists, and members of the Manson family and the Church of Satan. Ultimately, Metzger considers the Disinformation Company to be a, quote, magic business, and explains, magic, defined by Aleister Crowley as the art and science of causing change in conformity with will, has always been the vital core of all the projects we undertake at the Disinformation Company. Whether via our website, publishing activities, or our TV series, the idea of being able to influence reality in some beneficial way is what drives our activities. I've always considered the Disinformation Company and our various activities to constitute a very complex spell. Aleister Crowley was an open child molester. He promoted child molestation as one of the most potent forms of magic. Crowley's
Allegedly, folks, allegedly. This guy is forgetting his safety words. And again, do we have proof of this? Okay, maybe, sure. But are we just going to pretend like we know for sure that those pictures are... All right, I'm not going to bullshit you, folks. It's gonna be hard for me to bullshit you on this one. But again, I did come up on all these films, man. I'll never forget. I must have been 15, so well over half my life ago. Right towards the middle half of, I guess, what would be my life so far up to this point. Anyway, yeah, these films definitely had a huge impact on me. You know, Endgame, Obama Deception, New World Order, all these films. And looking back, it's really interesting to... I want to rewatch them to really see and pick apart where the obvious hillery is, so to speak. Let's hear this again.
Way is what drives our activities. I've always considered the Disinformation Company and our various activities to constitute a very complex spell. Aleister Crowley was an open child molester. He promoted child molestation as one of the most potent forms of magic.
Again, allegedly.
Crowley's satanic thelema occultism is rooted in Jewish mysticism. It is the origin for most modern occultists and is also extremely prevalent in Hollywood. In addition to Alex Jones, the Disinformation Company has also been responsible for a number of apparently established critical or conspiracy-inclined documentaries, such as Outfox Rupert Murdoch's War on Journalism, Uncovered the Whole Truth About the Iraq War, Bush Family...
Oh, come on now. I'm going to do that? Bear with me, folks.
Fortunes, The Best Democracy Money Can Buy, Walmart, The High Cost of Low Price, Iraq for Sale, The War Profiteers, Slacker Uprising, a movie of Michael Moore's tour through colleges in swing states during the 2004 election, as well as 9/11 Press for Truth, 9/11 Mysteries, and 9/11 Mysteries. Disinformation, also known as Disinfo Nation, was a television show hosted by Metzger, which aired for 2 seasons on Channel 4's late night or later programming block in the UK. Channel 4 is synonymous with the disinformation company and is another important connection. Channel 4 is what John Ronson worked with when producing films that featured both Joe Rogan and Alex Jones, usually regarding conspiracy theories, that Ronson would turn into a joke or, quote, debunk. The event that launched Alex Jones's career was when he, quote unquote, snuck into Bohemian Grove. Jones was with Ronson when he did this. They both made 2 separate films on the club, featuring each other in the films. Rogan and Jones are still connected to Ronson to this day. One of Joe Rogan's favorite topics to bring up in relation to Alex Jones is Bohemian Grove. Coincidence? I think not. The 16 30-minute Metzger disinformation episodes were produced for Channel 4, were then cut down to 4 one-hour specials intended for the Sci-Fi Channel in America. Remember, Joe Rogan also had a show for Sci-Fi entitled Joe Rogan Questions Everything, where Joe also made fun of or debunked quote-unquote conspiracy theories. This is a show where we get the famous,
I'll tell the government right now, tell you right now if you're listening, NSA, CIA, I'm available. Okay, if you show me all the real wreckage, I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother.
Quote. So are we beginning to see how these networks operate, dominating and guiding the mainstream conspiracy culture? To see incidents? Joe Rogan in Grove that launched Alex Jones's career was when he, quote unquote, snuck into Bohemian Grove. Jones was with Ronson when he did this. They both made 2 separate films on the club, featuring each other in the films. Rogan and Jones are still connected to Ronson to this day. One of Joe Rogan's favorite topics to bring up in relation to Alex
Come on, man. Seriously?
Jones
I'm
is
gonna
Bohemian
rewatch
Grove.
this. Let it
Coincidence?
sink in.
I think not. The 16 30-minute Metzger disinformation episodes were produced for Channel 4, were then cut down to 4 one-hour specials intended for the Sci-Fi Channel in America. Remember, Joe Rogan also had a show for Sci-Fi entitled Joe Rogan Questions Everything, where Joe also made fun of or debunked quote-unquote conspiracy theories. This is a show where we get the famous,
I'll tell the government right now, tell you right now if you're listening, NSA, CIA, I'm available. Okay, if you show me all the real wreckage, I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories.
Right. Even with the loading, I mean, you get it. You get the point.
I'll lie to my mother. I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end
All right.
of
Just
time.
laugh.
I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother.
quote. So are we beginning to see how these networks operate, dominating and guiding the mainstream conspiracy culture? Metzger's show never aired due to controversial content. Those 4 episodes have been subsequently released on a DVD with a second bonus disc presenting the highlights of DisinfoCon, a 12-hour event held in 2000 featuring Metzger and a host of occult celebrities, including Marilyn Manson, Kenneth Anger, painter Joel Coleman.
Come on, really, man? It's fucking laughable, dude. It's laughable. You know, I haven't had this issue in I don't even know how long. When's
Douglas
the last time I've had
Rushkoff,
this issue?
Mike Petsky.
Seriously, when's the last time I've had this issue, guys? Tell me right now. How long has it been since I've had an internet issue like this?
Grant Morrison, Robert Anton Wilson, Todd Brennan, Fay, and many others. The bizarre irony is that disinformation seems to produce just that, disinformation. A telling example is Metzger's interview on Disinformation Nation of Ted Gunderson, a former FBI agent who is known for his investigations of a secret, widespread network of groups in the U.S. who kidnap children and subject them to satanic ritual abuse and human sacrifice. However, Metzger's, quote, documentary is obviously a mockumentary in the Discordian style of humor and playing both sides, typical of Robert Anton Wilson. Gunderson's focus has been on the abuse within the CIA and military establishment, and he mentions that Southern California is a pivotal area of satanic cult activity. However, although Metzger's documentary claims to be a, quote, quote, deep uncovering look at the, quote, shadowy figures in Satanism today, he juxtaposed Gunderson's comments by reporting on a pitiful group of Blumpkin Satanist wannabes. Metzger's video recalls a similar piece of disinformation produced by Britain's Channel 4 in 1992 titled Beyond Belief, which purported to provide evidence of satanic ritual abuse, SRA. The show was hosted by Andrew Boyd, an active opponent of SRA and author of Blasphemous Rumors, a book on the topic. Beyond Belief featured reference to both law enforcement agencies and the opinions of medical experts, as well as an interview with the now debunked cult survivor, Jennifer, who claimed to have been part of a group which made the video. Footage included obscene rituals involving hooded men having ritual symbols carved into his flesh, a naked woman tied in rope, and an apparent abortion on other restrained and possibly drugged women. Another scene shows a young teenage girl tied up and involved in a...
I'm sorry, does that guy not look like the guy from what show is that? Man, what am I thinking of? Like Law and Order or something? The skinny cop? Is that who I'm thinking of? From SVU? Or one of those? Alright. I'm in my imagination, I'm sorry.
and possibly drugged.
Shout out to the Baphomet, totally innocent symbol. So when people throw it up and behind them on panels, don't just because they're gay Satanists doesn't mean they have bad intentions, right? Yeah. Anyway,
Women. Another
I'm joking. It's a bit non-bit. I totally am disgusted and bored by it.
scene shows a young teenage girl tied up and involved in a violent sexual act. These sequences are interposed with shots of explicit sex, human skulls, and satanic symbols. However, the footage turned out to have been that of an earlier experimental film created slightly less than a decade earlier by Genesis P. Ordbridge, Three Temples of...
And let me be fair, since it's loading anyway. Ted Gunderson is one I wonder about, and this is a very interesting picture, wouldn't you say, right here? As I'm just rewinding it to see the horns. I didn't even notice that. I was just rewinding it, not even for that point. So that's fucking interesting. But yeah, anyone who's been in the FBI or the CIA or any of these three letters, I'm gonna, you know what I mean? I mean, my discernment, call it what you will, lack of a better term, my discernment tells me if they've been in a three-letter agency, I should probably be extra wary of what they have to say, extra skeptical, extra scrutinizing of every word that comes out of their mouth. So
created slightly less than a decade earlier by Genesis P. Ordbridge, Three Temples of Sideshow.
Again, there's Mr. Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan, allegedly, who, again, some people claim and theorize Zena LaVey, his wife, is actually now playing the role of Taylor Swift, or they transferred her consciousness into a synthetic. All those type of theories are out there. I'm not saying I believe that. I don't know what is going on, folks, but yeah, we're almost done here.
Youth, founded by Genesis P. Ordbridge, who are the forefront of Three
I
Temples.
think this website's no longer up, SatanNet, but I'd have to double check.
Of Sidechick Youth.
Welcome to the new updated version of the Satanic Something. More updates will be happening within the next few weeks, I'm guessing. Keep checking back regularly. Yeah, I don't think this site is up anymore.
Founded by Genesis
Remember years and years ago, looking at this site.
P. Ordbridge, who are the forefront of techno-paganism that underlies the philosophy of transhumanism. TOPY are an offshoot of the Illuminates of Thantaros, a society devoted to the practice of chaos magic.
Syndicate of the 5 Points.
Lies the philosophy of
the Syndicate of the 5 Points. Satanic Coven. I could try to look that up and see if it's still in.
Transhumanism. TOPY are an offshoot of the Illuminates of Thantaros, a society devoted to the practice of chaos magic, to which belongs Robert Anton Wilson, Timothy
Leary,
William S. Burroughs, who is a friend of...
Again, some say he's not really probably going to go into Esalen Institute too much here, but that is a topic I definitely want to look more into. And if this is indeed Mr. Matthew North, then I'll know much easier where to find where to find those documentaries. So it's interesting. He's got this swirl ring on here too. I don't know a great deal about Mr. Robert Anton Wilson, other than that I've gleaned a lot of wisdom from some of the things he's had to say, but I've gleaned a lot of wisdom from a lot of people who I question, including even Mr. Crowley. and Mr. Manly P. Hall. So, Mr. Jordan Maxwell, who's seemingly done the secret handshake with Zechariah Sitchin, for one. Let's continue. I'm not going to go off on a diet.
Robert Anton Wilson, Timothy Leary, William S. Burroughs, who was a friend of P. Ordridge. Additionally,
oh, I know why I paused it. And this guy looks eerily like Lovecraft. This guy looks like a spitting image of H.P. Lovecraft almost. But this Esalen Institute is supposedly where Alan Watts, Joe Rogan, even Terrence McKenna, Timothy Leary, and many others, possibly Alex Jones, some might theorize and say, came out of this Esalen Institute. But he's not really going to touch on that here, I don't think, in this video. Anyway.
Timothy Leary, William S. Burroughs, who was a friend of P. Ordridge. Additionally, the footage itself had been practically funded during the 1980s by Channel 4, used previously as part of a program on experimental British cinema, as an element of various performances by associated bands, including P. Ordridge experimental band Side Chick TV. In 2003, Metzger put together the Book of Lies, named after Alice.
Book of Lies, named like the book that Crowley wrote. But as you see here, some of the, I guess, code signers were people included in the book. You got Timothy Leary right there, Anton LaVey, Terrence McKenna, Robert Anton Wilson, and more. Written by Richard Metzger. Disinformation Guide to Magic and the Occult. Makes you wonder, well, who are the people putting this disinformation guide together? Are there any lies in here as well that only those who wrote the book are aware of? I don't know. I haven't read it, so.
Mr. Crowley's book
Definitely is a book to check out, clearly.
Of the same name, subtitled The Disinformation Guide to Magic and the Occult. The book is an anthology of occultism that features almost the entire pantheon of its modern-day exponents, from Discordians, techno-pagans, to transhumanists. They include Robert Anton Wilson, Terrence McKenna, Hakeem Bey, Gary Lockman, Mike Pesky, Genesis P. Ordridge, Phil Hine, Eric Davis, Daniel Pinchbeck, Tracy Tywin, and T. Allen Green.
Technical difficulties, folks. Very frustrating. My apologies. This video is almost over anyway, and then going to get onto the
Greenfield, according to the book's description. The disinformation.
We're going to get onto the GM Skeeters and what was the other thing? The iPad Go 2 being re-uploaded to YouTube in the Year of the Dragon again, like when it was originally uploaded.
Genesis P. Ordridge, Phil Hine, Eric Davis, Daniel Pinchbeck, Tracy Tywin, and T. Allen Greenfield, according to the book's description. The disinformation's, quote, wicked warlock Richard Metzger gathers an unprecedented cabal of modern occultists, magicians, and forward thinkers in this large format disinformation guide, just as Russ Kick's guide focusing on the secrets and lies of the mainstream media, government, and other establishment institutions rethought would have.
Is this real life, brothers and sisters? Gee willikers.
Political science book could look like, and whom it would be
all right, I'm going to have to
appeal to. Book of Lies redefines occult anthologies, packaging, and presenting a huge array of magical essays for a pop culture audience. The book features Leary and Crowley, an excerpt from...
Okay, so I've never even seen this. This is amazing. So this is Leary literally doing the Crowley pose. That is fascinating. Confessions of a Dope Fiend? Let me see. I gotta move this. Of a Hope Fiend. Interesting. Confessions of a Hope Fiend. Okay then. Very interesting imagery. Never seen this.
Robert Anton Wilson's Cosmic Trigger features...
What does this tell you about the psychedelic movement? I mean, this is one of the forefront men of the psychedelic movement. So very interesting thoughts to consider, food for thought, rather.
And Crowley, an excerpt from Robert Anton Wilson's Cosmic Trigger and Tryptamine Hallucinogenics and Consciousness by Terence McKenna. The book features several articles on Aleister Crowley, as well as the first ever biblical graphical essay on Majoro Cameron and Richard Metzger's The Lying of Liber, Jack Parsons' Antichrist Superstar. Peter Lambert Wilson, aka Hakim Bey, the founder of the Moorish Orthodox Church, contributed multiple articles to Disinformation. Hakim Bey has also received criticism for writing for the North American Man-Boy Love Association, aka NAMBLA, a pedophile advocacy organization in the U.S. that works to abolish age consent laws. Bey was also associated with fellow NAMBLA supporter Harry Hay, who is considered the founder of the gay liberation movement. He's also the founder of the Machine Society, the first sustained gay rights groups in the United States. Hay was also a practitioner of Crowley's sex magic and was also a member of the Epigay Lodge in Los Angeles under W.T. Smith, where he was hired to play the organ for the OTO's Gnostic Mass.
What's interesting about the NAMBLA episode of South Park, if you haven't seen it, definitely go back and watch it, because it just is amazing how they put these people in positions to affect the masses, the minds of the masses, and manifest the reality that they're trying to bring about, right? And these shows like Family Guy, like South Park, that often seem like they're haha, funny, mockery and or rather parody, are often really mockery and in your face, kind of showing you what's going on, manufacturing consent on a mass level through the entertainment, and therefore the people not essentially doing anything, watching it, accepting it, and therefore manifesting that in the future. And that's why you see a lot of times when these films so-called predictively program and drop little breadcrumbs, a lot of times those things are actually being manifested on a collective conscious level. So a lot of times they're going to come about regardless, and they're showing you the optics, which is why I refer to it as pre-programming, because it's usually not predicting anything. It's preempting, if anything. Maybe call it preemptive programming would be more accurate. Just pre-programming for short is appropriate.
Abolish age consent laws. Bey was also associated with fellow NAMBLA supporter Harry Hay, who is considered the founder of the gay liberation movement. He's also the founder of the Machine Society, the first sustained gay rights groups in
the Machine Lives Society? Sir, do you mean this one over here with the wow, wasn't I just talking about, interesting, a gay Satanist with Baphomet statues behind them? Let me stop. All right, anyway. I tried to get Rant over here. We'll see if we can get Rant over here. But yeah, they got a full panel, and Hank's busy giving them the lowdown on the latest medical updates. All right, let's go.
In the United States. Hay was also a practitioner of Crowley's sex magic and was also a member of the Epigay Lodge in Los Angeles under W.T. Smith, where he was hired to play the organ for the OTO's Gnostic Mass. There are many more occultist connections to the Disinformation Company. I could go on for another hour listing these, but I want to keep this video somewhat short and wrap it up with a little segment on libertarianism, which also ties in with these same occult networks, as we see demonstrated by Alex Jones's connection to the Disinformation Company. Alex Jones shares a belief with the Satanist libertarianism, which is effectively its founding on the satanic tent of do what thou wilt. Ultimately, however, the libertarian movement in the United States is a front for the CIA and World Bank through its promotion of the economic theories of Mount Perlin Society, which is associated with the occult tradition of synarchy. MK agent Timothy Leary was also a libertarian and supported the candidacy of Ron Paul for president in 1988 as the leader of the Libertarian Party. A floppy disk was sent out as an invitation to a Ron Paul fundraiser hosted by Timothy Leary at his home in Benedict Canyon, which included the following message from Leary. Thank you for joining me today in support of Ron Paul and the Libertarian Party. As we enter these closing years of the roaring 20th century, we're going to see personal computers enhance Thank you for joining me today in support of Ron Paul and the Libertarian Party. As we enter these closing years of the roaring 20th century, we're going to see personal computers enhance our lives in ways we can scarcely imagine. Fellow cyberpunk Chuck Hamill has helped me assemble a collection of bits and bytes that you may enjoy, if you're wise. Digitize. Alex Jones admires the theories of Murray Rothbard, a student of one of the leading members of Mount Perlin, Ludwig von Mises, who also supported the clergy plan via a grant from the Rockefeller Foundation. Rothbard was also a co-founder of Charles Koch Foundation in 1979 with one of the infamous Koch brothers, Charles, chairman on the board and executive officer of the conglomerate Koch Industries. David Koch ran as a Libertarian vice president candidate in 1980. In 1976, Charles Koch Foundation changed its name to the Cato Institute, which serves as a libertarian think tank headquartered in Washington, D.C. According to the 2011 Go to Think Tank Index report, Think Tanks and Civil Societies Program, University of Pennsylvania, Cato is number 14 in the top 30 worldwide think tanks and number 6 in the top 50 United States think tanks. Cato also operates libertarianism.org, which features, among others, the writings of Rothbard, Robert Anton Wilson, won the Prometheus Hall of Fame Award, designed to honor classic libertarian fiction. Todd Brandon Fay, who is a guest at DisinfoCon, had been featured in the pages of right-wing, quote, conspiracy sites like Ron Paul's associates, LouRockwell.com, as well as Patriotist.com and LibertyForum.org. A longtime writer of the Ether Zone, in or about 1989, Fay was introduced to LSD and ended up infiltrating a group surrounding Captain Al Hubbard, the so-called Johnny Appleseed of LSD, who closely worked with Aldous Huxley in MK Ultra. Fay became best known for Wisdom's Maw,
Wait a
the
minute.
acid novel.
Are you saying I was muted that whole time? Was I muted? Everything I was just saying? You gotta be fucking kidding me, right? You actually have to be like joking me, right? That's amazing.
A fictionization of the CIA's MK Ultra acid tests
Incredible, dude.
And their influence on the 60s counterculture. The book got rave reviews in the Village Voice, High Times, and a number of underground magazines, and gained the attention of cyberpunk personalities like Grateful Dead lyricist John Perry Barlow and Are You Serious, who is associated with Metzger. Fay boasts of having read the John Burke Society, Gary Allen's None Dare Call It a Conspiracy book under the influence of LSD, and then he joined the John Burke Society, though he continued to use psychedelic drugs. Fay had worked as a spy for the Defense Intelligence Agency's Chief General Daniel O. Graham, and served as an aide to the CIA agent Theodore L. Ted Hume's Division of Slavic Languages, who had worked with William F. Buckley in Japan against North Korea and China. Fay had also worked with Major General John K. Singlove, an ex-OSS officer and head of the notorious Phoenix program in Vietnam, which Aquino was also associated with, which Alex Jones has had John K. Singleup on his show multiple times. Fay worked with Singleup within the World Anti-Communist League, a CIA front with ties to the John Birch Society through the Western Goals Foundation. Western Goals was a private intelligence dissemination network active on the right wing in the United States. Western Goals was also associated with Reinhard Gehlen, with whom they shared a connection with the Order of the Knights of Malta. Western Goals was finally wound up in 1986 with the Tower Commission revealed that it had been part of the Iran-Contra funding network. Oliver North identified the Western Goals founder, John Singleup, as its liaison to the White House. Singleup, along with John Birch Society members like J. Peter Grace, were also members of the Council for National Policy, which has been endorsed by Alex Jones. It was mainly through the backing of the CMP that the John Birch Society's rabid opposition to the so-called communist conspiracy, which they always left the Jewish element out of this conspiracy, assisted in the rise of the popularity of Ron Paul and the Tea Party, who spearheaded the cause of libertarian ideals. Although the John Birch Society attributed the root of such a conspiracy to the CFR, the early leadership of CMP was comprised of members of the
Can you
CFR,
hear me, bro?
including Peter Grace. The CMP was described by the New York Times as a little-known group of a few hundred of the most powerful conservatives in the country, who met 3 times a year behind closed doors in undisclosed locations for a confidential conference. Now, I have done a lot of work on the John Birch Society, and I have some notes typed up on a scribed document that I will link in the description. I strongly suggest that you check this out, along with my other videos on the subject. CFR member Jesse Helms was also a key figure in founding the CMP. A 33-degree Mason, Helms played a role in the development of the Christian right, and also was a founding member of the Moral Majority in 1979. Helms
Yeah,
was
can you hear me, Neil? Can you hear me, bro?
Hold on, man.
as well as Pat Buchanan
Some
and
fucking
who also were
You can't wait till it's over. It's almost over. It's like another minute.
yeah, my bad.
and also was a founding member of the Moral Majority in 1979. Helms was close with Billy Graham, as well as Pat Buchanan and Jerry Falwell, who also were members of the CMP. Among CMP founding members were Senator Trent Lott, former U.S. Attorneys Generals Ed Massey, John Ashcroft, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, a philanthropist Elsie Prince, mother of Eric Prince, and the founder of Blackwater USA. Again, I stress you check out my document, which lists all the CMP connections to Trump. There are numerous connections through the Trump administration. Thank you for listening. Please like and share this video. I believe this is crucial information, and you guys have a good one.
All right, give me a minute here.
Elsie Prince, mother of Eric Prince, and the founder of
Give me a second here.
Blackwater USA. Again, I stress you check out my document, which lists all the CMP connections to Trump. There are numerous connections through the Trump administration. Thank you for listening. Please like and share this video. I believe this is crucial information, and you
Yeah, it's
guys
been buffering, but
Yeah, I see. All right,
that.
give me a minute here.
there's something wrong with StreamYard. I got an alert when I went on here that said there's something wrong with the servers and that is it difficult to get in.
Well, they've stopped allowing certain comments to show on my side, or let me not theorize here. There are certain comments that aren't showing any. There aren't any more comments in the chat since. Let me see what the last comment was. Yeah, all these comments haven't shown. So let's catch up on them this way. Or actually, this was the last one I saw here from 25 minutes ago. So yeah, 26 minutes ago. Yeah, no, not directed and produced by Monty. Not that I know of. Shout out to, I think, Matthew, if I'm not mistaken, North, RIP, who put out a lot of good work and then left this realm under mysterious circumstances. Let's just say that.
I got that fucking strike removed there.
Okay. Well, you got one away, and I got a new one of a different type now. So, allegedly, now PP has 2 + 1 copyright. So I emailed the guy who hit me with it because, again, I was given he has given in the past permission for people to use his content and recognizes that it's promotional when people do it, which, yeah, that makes sense. I would say the same exact thing. Same thing that a lot of people would say and do say from my experience. I have had people tell me they didn't want their content restreamed, but those times are very few and far between. So again, I usually tag the people in the descriptions if it's appropriate. But shout out to Emilios, Mimi, Patrick, Chris.
Yeah, I was thinking we should do it maybe tomorrow or the next day. Not tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow's Friday.
Today
soon.
is
We should
Thursday,
deal with
but
the
yeah.
fucking tomorrow's Friday. So I was saying we should deal with an emotional mind control fucking stream. Or we'll stream it properly. Like, you know what, I kind of did it randomly the other time. But yeah, I'll appear and then we'll play some fucking shit.
We got Chris in the building. Good to see you, sir. You know your what do you call your avatar is not there, Mr. Cage.
I know there's something wrong with streamer. I don't want to allow me to put an avatar.
You know your try to upload. Try to hit the 3 key. Try to upload one. You know the 3 You know how to add a photo, man, right? Just try to add a photo. Terrence McKenna said that he likes to use DMT to worship the machine.
No, I know. Obviously, I know how to. It's just not loading. There's something when I went on here, like I said, streamer that thing saying there's something wrong with their server. Depending where you are, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, 434 is a great channel. You don't need a link. Just look up 434. Oh, he dropped the link anyway. There you go. Disinfo Matt Staggs still works for Joe Rogan on getting guests for his podcast. That's fact. Interesting.
There you go. Now it's working.
Is that Cage up there? Okay, I can't read his name.
Yeah. It's Cage. What's up, man?
Yeah, I would put an Ethernet cable if this laptop was suitable, but my other laptop is, but I don't use that anymore. You got to mute up, Chris, when you got a feedback because you must be playing it on a browser. When did I have dead air? Oh yeah, when I was muted because I fucking am always unmuting myself and then somehow being muted again. It's fascinating. So, I spent many years listening to McKenna. He was myself included. He was associated influence with the scum, but he always had his heart intact, so they killed him. That's highly likely. I've heard the same. Anything's possible. I wouldn't doubt it.
Hey, Mimi, you should behave yourself, okay? Sean's trying here, you know? Sean's trying here.
Yeah, he didn't worship them. He didn't worship the machine elves, Chris, to my knowledge, but they were a fascination to him. And I can't say I experienced them to my knowledge using DMT and mushrooms, but I can say that I have entertained the thought forms of those creatures, if you will. And maybe they have tickled my ear before, let's just say, but I'm not sure. I don't know if I'd attribute it to machine elves or not.
Yeah, maybe you saw something in another form, you know?
Knights of Malta is General Aquino. Probably Enochian language. Good to see you, Choosy Heretics. Choose Carnation Revolution now. It's been quite a while, sir. Have you seen the 2.5-minute video from the Order of Malta channel regarding 81st Grandmaster of Order of Malta, John Dunlap? He specialized in immigration law.
That'd be interesting to look, that Order of Malta. Is that a long video, Heretic?
Regarding 8th. Here, I'll just...
Maybe you can highlight that or something, huh?
Yeah, let's see here.
Oh, nice.
I found if you want some content to play, I have some good shit here as well. Mind control. I'll put it on the
Mind
private.
control to Major Tom. What did you think of that video?
I only got a little bit of the end of it. Oh yeah. I gotta
So this is
rewatch it.
John Dunlap, 81st Grandmaster of the Order of Malta. Been elected Prince and 81st Grandmaster of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta. Yeah, we'll check this out. This is a short one.
Okay.
Or they have Canadian flags over there, it looks like.
I don't think those are Canadian, sir. But
The
they
one on
all
the
do
left
look...
kind of looks like it.
They sure all do look a lot alike with their
It actually does look like a Templar. It looks more like a Templar, I think.
Papal, Templar, nobility crosses and what have you. Knights of Malta refuses to cooperate with Vatican for investigation of the order 7 years ago. News? Is this a play on Ashkenazi? News. Interesting. Here, we'll check this one out too. They're all short, so we'll check out a few videos from the Order of Malta's official channel.
Hey, Sean, where's
which I
Quantum
haven't seen
Epic at?
in quite a long
Where's
time.
Quantum Epic at? Is he or she in here?
She was earlier. She might still be.
Oh, okay. Good.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Shout out to 16 at an hour 6. Let's.
She's the one that
continue
started
here.
this dork stuff, Sean. Calling people dorks and stuff.
Well, it's gonna happen, sir. People are gonna call me a dork, and I'm okay with that. Conspiratard, some might say. I'm okay with that as well. Anyway.
Yeah. People that question things are retarded, right, Sean?
Right.
Gotcha.
Shouldn't question, folks. It's dangerous.
Never question anything. How dare you?
It's very dangerous,
Grandmaster of
folks.
the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, after being...
Yeah, if you guys can not ask any questions in the chat too, just be extremely as safe as possible. That would be appreciated. We're trying to keep this channel safe. All right? So I can set it to set for children after the stream's done uploading. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Your internet's fucked.
John Dunlap
God damn it.
is the Prince and 81st Grandmaster of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, after being
My
elected on
stepfather's from
Wednesday
is
by the
Maltese.
Council Complete of State, which
Yeah,
met
he
in
was,
Rome in the Magistral Villa. John Dunlap was elected with an absolute majority of votes on the basis of a binding list of candidates indicated by the chapter of professed. There were 99 voters from 18 different countries. Lieutenant of the Grandmaster at the moment of his election, John Dunlap, a 66-year-old Canadian, is the first professor
See, I
knight from the
told you
Americas
something
to
about
be
the
elected
fucking
as head of
Canadians.
the Order of Malta. Dunlap was
Canadians
sworn
are
in at
running the
6:30 p.m.
Malta
on
shit.
Wednesday in the presence of Cardinal Silvano Maria Tomasi, the Pope's special delegate in the Church of St. Mary on the Aventine, thus entering into the fullness of his powers.
Io, Fra John Timothy Dunlap, solemnemente prometto e giuro
I, Fra John Timothy Dunlap, solemnly promise and swear on this most holy word of the court and on the holy gospels of God to observe the Constitution, codes, rules, and laudable customs of our order, and to conscientiously support the activities of the order. So help me God.
il pericolo dell'anima mia.
Fra John Dunlap is a member of the New York State Bar and of the Ontario Bar Association in Canada. Fra John Dunlap approached the
Ontario.
Order of Malta and found his religious vocation in the mid-1980s during his volunteer work with patients suffering from AIDS and other diseases at the Cardinal Cook Medical Center in Harlem, New York. He has volunteered in that hospital every week for the past 30 years. Fra John Dunlap communicated his election to Pope Francis with a letter written in his own hand.
I accept this assignment with a profound spirit of
All right, so
service.
it's a little like order. It's like fucking Columbus or something. So there's Columbus fucking knight people.
This is the Order of Malta, dude. This is the very similar to the Knights of Malta.
It's like Des Moines or Delamoy, whatever they're fucking called.
All right, let's finish, Kate.
And with the solemn promise of constant commitment, said Fra John Dunlap, 66, Canadian, soon after being elected Prince
Why are they all
81st
Canadian?
Grandmaster.
I don't know, Cage. Maybe because Canadians are all in on it, maybe? Is that what you're trying to put forth? Are you in on it too, sir?
Bro, Canada is bigger. It's one of the largest land masses. And it's so sparsely populated. It's like the best place to hide shit and deal with. It's where most of the MK Ultra shit was fucking studied here and everything. You can hide so much shit over here. For example, it's like we have less of a population of California. You know, land mass is way bigger than the entire United States. You know, it's like a good place to fucking test shit out in and hide stuff. That's what they do.
Shout out to Crow Broka. New name. It's always great to see a new name. What's good, my lovely hemorrhoids? Good to see you, sir, and or ma'am. We're just finishing a couple videos, and hopefully Cage will allow that to happen. And let's continue.
Of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, Fra John Dunlap, was the first professed knight from overseas to be elected as head of the Order of Malta. His speech was a reminder of the new challenges that the organization, founded in Jerusalem in the 11th century, has to face. On the day of his election, Fra John Dunlap added, "United in the awareness of our mission, tuitio fidei et obsequium pauperum, bearing witness to the faith, helping the poor, I am sure that this experience will create a very special bond between us, and this will help us in our endeavor to do our best." The Grand Master was elected by the Council Complete of State, which convened in the Magisterial Villa, one of the two institutional headquarters of the Order of Malta in Rome. The Council's choice was made on the basis of a triad, indicated by the chapter of the professed. There were 99 voters from 18 different countries. Voices and Reflection of the World, just like the Order of Malta, is an organization that operates mainly in the field of medical and social assistance and humanitarian interventions, and is present in over 120 countries. There are 13,500 members and 95,000 volunteers, supported by approximately 52,000 doctors, nurses, and paramedics. The Grand Master is the head of this network of relationships and commitments. His duties are governed by a new constitution, which for the first time has opened up the opportunity of being elected to everyone, including those who are not of noble rank and with a relatively short-term assignment, such as 10 years in office. The Grand Master
Come on now.
must
Oh, there you
devote
go.
himself.
That's what you like to see, folks. That's what you like to see. Totally not weird. Kiss him right on the neck. Let's
Yeah,
go.
why does it have to fucking pause right on this weird ass shit, man? God damn it,
Yeah.
these people are.
Gosh darn
Again,
it.
it's just kind of this Gnostic kind of like Christian esotericism.
Hey, I'm kind of slow, Cage. What's the purpose of these Knights of Malta folks?
You're fucking idiots, man. They're just like
Yes, I am.
lackeys and shit.
Just tell me in simple terms, please.
They're
Okay?
part of a network.
They make me feel
used
pretty
to
dumb
control certain.
sometimes.
They're part of a network?
Yeah, satanic network, really. A mind control network.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, let's not get into theories here, sir. All right? These are theories, folks. We're just watching some videos, all right, of our brethren. All right.
Right.
That's outlandish. That's crazy, right? Like
Apparently
I say,
it's not a load.
I follow the medical information. I listen to the experts and conform to whatever I'm
Up the
told. So,
opportunity of being elected to everyone.
There we go. Good Lord. No, not really. Okay. It's just a tease. I
you
like
want me to
the
fucking
red
play
garb.
the shit for you or something? I'm gonna be
Again,
off
black and all black and red. What does
Yeah.
that remind you of?
Yeah, there's
Right.
no.
We were just talking
Well, yeah,
about
then you wouldn't be able to
Michael
control it.
Aquino.
You know?
We were just talking about Michael Aquino and Mr. Anton LaVey, and here you go again with the black and red. So.
Has opened up the opportunity of being elected to everyone, including those who are not of noble rank and with a
Dude, what is the deal here, dude?
We're having
relatively
major connection
short-term
issues.
assignment, such as 10 years in office. The Grand Master must devote himself fully to the growth of the Order's work and be himself a good example of authentic Christian life for all church members.
Wow.
They're occultists, bro.
So last one here, the Council Complete of State elected the new Grand Master of the Order of Malta.
Well, look what
And the
Don
last
said,
one we watched
Sean.
was Fra. I don't know what Fra is short for. John Dunlap, 81st Grand Master of the Order of Malta, and the one before that, Ansa Fra John Dunlap. I don't know what these are short for. What they're what do you call it?
Seems to me to be an offshoot of Masonry.
Wow.
I bet they're all Blue Lodge Masons, all of them.
Did you Choosy Heretics claims that
to think
the Knights of Malta founded the IMF? You believe that? That's a major, heavy-hitting financial institution.
All right, let's finish this one off.
With a solemn ceremony, the swearing in of Fra John Dunlap, newly elected Prince and 81st Grand Master of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, took place in Rome in the splendid setting of the Villa Magistrale. Canadian, 66 years old, he's the first professed knight from the Americas to be elected to the top of the order. He will remain in office for 10 years.
Why is the Canadian running that shit?
Fra John Dunlap communicated his election to Pope Francis before taking the oath in the hands of Cardinal Silvano Maria Tomasi in the Church of Santa Maria in Aventino. Born in Ottawa in 1957, he graduated in law. His approach to the Order of Malta began in New York in the mid-1980s. Admitted to the order in 1996, he made his solemn vows as a professed knight in 2008. In 2009, he was elected a member of the Sovereign Council for 5 years. Since June 2022, he has been at the top of the order as Lieutenant of the Grand Master.
Unreal.
That's Masonry, bro. That's all it is.
Dude, this is not Masonry. Masonry is owned by... Who do you think created Masonry?
It's something called a concordant body.
Masonry is an offshoot of...
The Grand Master, who is the head of the order, is entitled to sovereign prerogatives and honors, as well as the title of Most Eminent Highness. He must devote himself fully to increasing the works of the order and be an example of authentic Christian life for all members.
What is this voice? That was worse than AI. That was fascinatingly terrible. Yeah, so
wow.
Again, if anything, Masonry is an offshoot of Jesuitism, and Jesuitism, one could say.
From my research, how it works is they have something called a Blue Lodge, right? It's pretty much a filtering system, kind of like a shell company, where they all have to go from there, and then you can go to something called the Scottish Rite, where you get the 33rd degree, and then you also have something called the Cryptic Council, or the Royal Arch, where they go into Knights of Malta, they go into Knights Templar, and all these other Christian-based ideologies within Masonry.
Tell you they're not following the Bible. That's for sure.
You don't think so?
Liars. So you said the Blue Lodge, right? Oh, the other side. That's the
following. You don't think they're following the books that they wrote for everybody?
Maybe their books, yeah, but not
their books, exactly.
Not the Bible.
So you're saying that they wrote the books, but they're not necessarily following them. Am I getting it correct?
Well, not the Bible, but maybe their books, though.
Give me a minute here. I'm trying to...
Can you hear me? I just want to know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Loud and
cool.
clear. 5x5.
That's all I wanted.
So you mentioned the Blue Lodge. The other side, that's the Red Lodge. That's still like the...
well, they do have back to the Bible thing, they do have a Masonic Bible, which is written differently than the normal Bible people get.
That makes sense.
But it's Christian based, right?
Yeah, but it's altered, so it's not legitimate.
Or maybe it's legitimate, and the one the regular public are given is altered, right? You can look at it both ways. Not everybody
Yeah,
can't
in
just
that
go to the
case,
store and buy it.
yeah, because you'd have to prove out the principles, you know, see which ones are true, which ones are false.
So that was basically the first video I had wanted to play. Those last three were inspired by Mr. Choosy Heretics there. So
Oh,
whose
okay.
comments I'm still trying to catch up on here. A little behind on the chat. Yeah, I
Choosy
saw that,
heretics.
Patrick. I watched a little bit of that. Someone's got a lot of feedback. I was watching some of that, and it was a good conversation you were having there, sir. Mr. Patrick, sir.
It's not me.
Here's a
I'm
link
muted.
if you want to hop up. Well, it's got to be Cadence or Chris then. Chris or Cadence?
But if you're done with
me.
if you're done with the
Not
malted
me.
things, you want
Well, I'll take
more
off, yeah.
more to watch. I have someone in the private. That'd be good, I think.
So as
Pretty
Mr.
relevant.
Choosy informed us here that the Knights of Malta founded the UN. The WEF is what I think he meant there, and the IMF. You name it. So again, all these three-letter agencies come from the top, which Masonry is but a branch of, right?
Stepping stone, really. It's like a filtration process within that.
Sure, a trickle down, you could say. 13,500 inducted Order of Malta has declined total roster globally, not including, quote unquote, globally, right? Not including their extensive auxiliary. And then there's Volunteer Corps. It's actually up to date, unlike some I've seen right behind City Hall next to the police station. Interesting. Yeah, I've seen up to date and out of date halls myself. So I think a lot of times the out of date, so to speak, when what seemed to be closed, run down and closed, and what do you call it? Maybe even roped off Masonic halls and other halls are the ones where certain activities go on that maybe are hard to talk about. If you catch my drift. So Knights of Malta certainly explains Mr. Gates of Hell, Mr. Faustenstein, and Mr. Elongated Mollusk, and Bezos, Zuckerberg, Bloomberg, etc., all the propped up occult gatekeepers of the private sector. Well said, sir. Knights of Malta explains Epstein and Bill Barr, and that Bill father got them started. So they claim to be a Catholic order, right? Like the Jesuits, Jews that converted to Catholicism, so they say. The Knights of Malta, but that doesn't line up with the objective definitions and logic. It's a criminal org, allegedly, some might say. Right. I'm not saying that, but not definitively. Yeah, I don't know, Mimi. Did you catch Mr. Donut's stream? I was going to potentially mirror that as well, but I did want to get to the GM Mosquitos and also the, what else did I have here? The iPad Go 2 being re-uploaded again in the DragonYear, in the Year of the Dragon, like when it was originally uploaded. They took it down. It was down for 88 days, like 88 miles. It's Trump equals 88. Could go into that whole thing. Triple nipple that Josh Green, governor of Hawaii, is Knights of Malta and leaves a Jesuit breadcrumb trail to PA. Possibly. Triple nipples, those. Yeah, there's nothing to the numbers, indeed, sir. More than likely, virtually all the governors are Order of Malta, and the halls of legislation are filled with them. I'm sorry, folks. I'm just intrigued by Mr. Choozy's comments here. Not everyone leaves comments such as these. I will explain the DOJ and the Supreme Court. Yes, indeed.
I've never seen that name.
It's been a while. I haven't seen him around in a while. It's good to see him again. But yeah, so I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Mr. Choozy, but on 7/6, on July 6th, it was 2022, I think, not last year, the year before, when Trump was 76, Clinton was 76, and it happened to be George Bush's 76th birthday. On 7/6, 2022, the Guidestones, as they called them, came to the ground. So that whole week was very, those 3 days were very jam-packed. So you had the Highland Park Bang Bang, much like the Parkland High Bang Bang at that school, which is actually very close to me. But the Highland Park Bang Bang in Chicago with Bobby Cremo, I think was his name. And yeah, then you had the Guidestones, I think the next day. Or no, it was 7-4 the Bang Bang, then 7-5 I think was the CERN ritual with the Pope going to CERN or speaking about CERN, and then you had the Guidestones event. I'll drop the link again there for you. Whoever wanted
And
to
all
come up.
this really boils down to is Kemetic or Hermetic principles, really, all these ideology and magic that they're doing, this alchemy.
Well, so we were
Anyway.
watching the 4 stages of ideological subversion, or 4 stages of subversion from Yuri Bezmenov earlier on.
Some would say the Moors brought it into Sicily, and then it went from Italy all the way down to Malta. If you look on the map, Malta is like the ball. Like, you know, Italy kind of looks like a fucking boot, and it's kicking a ball. Yeah, that's Malta. So.
Well, so what was I getting at? Oh, so essentially, what when you think about it, the 4 stages of ideological subversion, or of subversion rather, are essentially just no different than the Hegelian dialectic, which is no different really than the order out of chaos, essentially at its foundational purpose and meaning.
Order out of chaos. Hey, Sean, if you're looking for someone to play, I did put someone in the private if you want to play a bit of it. It's long, but you can skip through or whatever, skip to any point, and it'll probably have some pertinent, proper information for the audience and that.
Just scapegoats. It's just scapegoats doing gay stuff. Sarah, if you could at least not be offensive and maybe spell it Ghey, just for anyone that's possibly, and maybe the Z word too. Maybe we could put some like exclamation marks instead of eyes, and maybe for the the jewelry. You can maybe
for the
type it.
you have to be
jewelry.
sensitive with the jewelry. Okay.
Right. I'm sure you guys know. Do the thing, censor yourself if you can, please. It's for the best. It's for the greater good. So free masonry, Choosy says, is also within the Jesuit order, but it's lower bricks. It seems to work that the Knights of Malta are the immune smugglers in human cough traffic, networking through the Masons. So the thing is, what I always how I like to put it is the Masons lay the bricks, the Jesuits write the scripts, and it essentially does work that way. They write the scripts that get passed down. The Masons did lay the bricks, not so much anymore. The Masons are more of a fraternal order now, as opposed to a actual boots on the ground construction club, if you will.
Yeah, they call it
Jesuit
operative. They call it operative masonry, and then there's also what they introduced called speculative masonry.
It's the Jezzy Z conspiracy. So people just using the word Z or Zionism alone is misleading, to say the least. They could just say J's and Jezzies and be precise. Yeah. Malta is just Goy trying to be special boys. Oh, okay. Yeah. Casey's always on point. Mimi, from what I've found, for the most part, there were a couple instances where he had some issues with people that I am cool with, and I thought he was a little out of line. Mr. Joseph, shout out to Joseph Aquaviva, 2222. I don't know if you're there still, sir. And keep in mind, I don't even agree with everything that Joseph aligns with. So, as far as Jesus coming and stuff, I'm not sure. It could be anything's possible. It's serious. This order of Malta stuff. Exile the Malta. Yeah. Well, I think Mr. Don McCron would agree with you there, Mr. Choosy. And I'm not going to say whether I do or not. I'm not going to indict myself like that. But yeah, I may or may not agree 100%. 409. That's funny because I actually had 409 the other day, and then I got up and I had 402, and it's gone up 404, back down to 402, up So it's just I try not to pay attention because it's such nonsense that yeah, it is what it is, folks.
Yeah.
Keep in mind you probably will. And again, I don't get it, Mr. Choosy. I could have sworn you had that stupid wrench there, but it seems I had to give it to you again for whatever it's worth. So if you got some links ever, feel free. Try to keep them somewhat safe, quote unquote, hashtag safe, because the outside links like the Bit, Shoot, and Rumble and all that kind of stuff tends to cause issues from what I've seen. They happen to be
I
the
wonder.
top billionaires and millionaires. There's only about 1,000 billionaires in the USA, allegedly, and 3,500 of Malta have them covered. Go ahead, my fault. What were you going to say?
Oh, not well. I was just gonna say I wonder what happened to his wrench, but I mean, he must have. Maybe he's on another account.
Who's that?
The guy, the Choosy. Didn't you say he had a wrench?
Oh yeah, maybe he's on a different account. I remember him having some issues with
Yeah.
the Shilly cons in the valley. So
Oh boy.
big tech Shilly cons in the valley there. Any of the multitude of Jesuit or secret societies are claiming to be Christian, but they're not. Look at the Jesuit photo. Yeah. Well, we could ask EBT about that. I'd love to get EBT kind of poke his brain a little bit about his upbringing and Flow State as well. Actually, both Jesuit educated allegedly. Flow State admitting it was only in high school. It's only on Jesuit high school, if I remember correctly. But EBT actually going to a Jesuit college, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So I'd love to poke their brain a little bit about what they
The entire education
learned.
system is ran off the same fucking shit either way. They're all working together. There's just different names for the same thing.
Case historians of Jesuits seem to
There's collusion, bro. There's collusion.
There's a New York Times article photograph. Good eyes, sir. Yes, I do remember that. Jake, kind of reminds you of when Billy Boy had the How to Lie with Statistics book right there on the fucking counter in his videos. Kind of like when he did the GM Mosquito. You know what? I wasn't even going to play this video, but since I thought of it, and I was going to
Play the
cover
mind
topic,
control shit I put in the private, man. It's about mind
well, I'm
control.
going to first
Breaks it all down.
address the topics that are literally in the title for this stream, like the
Yeah.
GM Mosquitos. So,
That'd
let's see if we can
All right,
find.
remember the video? Put that fucking old mosquito video, the Bill Gates video they released. Remember?
Yeah, I
It's a
think
shawarma.
people have actually had issues playing that one specific video, so I'm probably going to try to play something similar, but not that one that's
You
on
can't play that
Gates'
specific
page.
one. Okay.
Yeah. So 7 years ago, 2 years ago, 6 years ago, 6 months ago. Oh, here you go. Malaria and the Gates of Hell conspiracy on a pretty mainstream page, Verify. So
I'm not
this
even
is from
fucking joking. In elementary school, I had a fucking teacher named Mr. Gates.
There it is, right there. It's
That's the
Mosquito
one.
Week.
That's the one we were talking about. Yeah. It's only like a less than a minute. That's off their YouTube channel.
So
Imagine little biological hypodermic
extremely
needles.
eerie
going into-
imagery, right? And as you can see, the thumbnail here.
Why can't you play that though? It has 483,000 views.
Well,
from
maybe
Bill
in
Gates.
parts. In parts, maybe it's all right. But so you see the Grim Reaper and stuff. It's pretty.
It's a bunch of mosquitoes creating the Grim fucking Reaper that he's.
And as you can
on
see here,
in public.
sharks are wimps compared to this beast. Learn about the world's most deadliest killer.
This
And they
nigga's
say that
evil. He's evil. Think about it. The fuck?
some might say that. I'm not saying one way or another, sir. I'm just showing this video, sir. Okay.
You guys
Calm down.
bullied him too much in high school.
It's gonna be all right.
He's
Just
going
calm down.
crazy.
I'm scared.
So as you can see, you have Mr. Archaics there with the black robe on in the distance.
Man's pissed off.
You can see your eclipse, maybe symbolism, possibly. Either way, your corona symbolism. See it how you want to see it.
You got the Grim Reaper made out of goddamn mosquitoes.
You got your probably weaponized discordant frequencies playing in the background. Oh no, that's the machine. Is that the machine lines? Is that TML? Hold on a second.
This mosquito thing.
So definitely not fear porn. Definitely not fear porn.
Yeah, right. Oh boy.
Yeah. Hashtag.
I think I got malaria just watching this. Who knows?
Yeah. So everyone's probably going to go out now and buy that overpriced toxic mosquito spray. I would probably say
No.
don't do that, but. So that's from 3 years ago.
Mosquito
Interesting, right?
week.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Shout out to Mr. Gil Bates there. Appreciate
Gil.
you, sir. Everything that you're doing for this place here. Oh, Mosquito City. There you go. Another one. Yeah, I mean, just doing great things, you know, for the world.
Play the one
in general.
below it.
And,
What can cause in a single year in excess of 10 million deaths? So like, it's the mosquitoes that we've genetically fucked with.
well, no, that's actually the one where he says, no, the other thing, actually. That right before it happened, as
Oh,
you
it's
can see, the
someone else,
video's
okay.
5 years old. And
Either
what
way, it's
happened
still something that gets
4 years
injected
ago?
into you.
Of all the things that are out there, what could cause an excess in a single?
What do you think the answer is going to be? Let's take a vote. Without saying without saying the word. What do you guys? What do you put a letter? What letter word do you think it is that he's going to say would cause an excess of 10 million deaths? What do you think it is?
Probably starts with a C.
It probably starts with a V or a C. You know
Of
the
all
thing.
the things that are out there,
Yep.
what could cause an excess in a single year of 10 million deaths?
I don't know. Tell us,
Now,
Billy.
clearly, a big war could,
Right.
and a pandemic, natural or created by bioterror.
He said that, folks. I didn't say those trigger
Bioterror.
words. I didn't say those trigger words. He said those words. So I'm not. Again, trust the experts, folks. Like this guy. Like this guy.
Right.
Hashtag trust us.
But someone needs to tie this motherfucker up, man.
The natural pandemic, the last gigantic one, was 100 years ago. We are healthier today, but the speed of travel, and therefore the speed of global spread, that works against us. But in some ways, the bioterror thing scares me the most.
Wow, if it scares him, then yeah, I mean, we definitely should be scared, right?
Takes is one small terrorism group. Those groups have used.
Definitely don't be thrown off or dissuaded by his duper's delight, as they call it. Duper's delight
He loves
is just
doing that.
It's
yeah,
a
that's
coincidence.
Duper's delight for real. Like, look at him.
Yeah,
look at how
duper's
proud
delight
he
is a
little
coincidence. It's a
smug cunt.
theory. There's no real such thing as duper's delight, guys.
Despicable.
Takes is one small terrorism group. Those groups have used things like anthrax that are non-human to human transmissible, and as yet, thank goodness, they've never been able to build or get their hands on a nuclear weapon.
Are you nervous about your own life and
No.
what could happen?
This thing will get a lot of countries before it gets the U.S., but even the U.S. has to think about its global health security.
Speaking of global health security, shout out to Centers for Health Security on YouTube that still has all the event with the 201 after it videos still up. Yeah, shout out to Center for Health Security. Good stuff.
It's a government thing to decide, okay, this is a problem. How do you move resources around? How do you allocate the scarce supplies? When an epidemic hits, governments having been prepared in advance and going through simulations, that will help them make the decisions that are only in their hands.
So of course, I wouldn't say
through
anything like
simulations.
I would never say anything like these people are clowns and it's all a show and it's meant to put you in a state of fear to extract loosh from you. But some might say that those things are true. Some might say that this is all
That's a
fear and
component
distraction.
to it, yeah.
Some might also say that even if these things were true, that if you just stay healthy and balanced and continually detox poisons that may be entering
Well, I
your
wish I
body
was.
in multiple
Yeah.
ways.
Some are
that
more
you'll
healthy
pretty
than
much be dead.
others, but hey.
Well,
Let's
it's
say
not as
it's
easy
like a
as it once
snake,
was.
right?
I'll
You
give you that
control
much.
the head,
No,
you
it's
control the
not.
body.
But I will tell you that things that are green help a lot. A lot.
Yeah.
It's kind of somewhat of a war between organic nature and everything not natural and industrialized and genetically modified and hybridized, so on and so forth. Some might say that is the case.
But the plan is working, though. That's the funny part.
It might seem that way because it is on many levels, but then it also isn't and falling
But they're
short on many
losing. They're
levels.
going to lose at the end of the day. Okay, what they want short-term rewards, right? It's like eventually they're going to get. They're going to be done either way. Everyone's going to be held accountable for playing
I
around
agree.
like that.
At some point, I mean, it has to happen. They can't get away with that forever. But
It looks like Mr. SkateRad420. This is your friend here, right? That you brought over here?
oh God. No. Please no.
Don't lower
No,
Jesus, no.
we won't we're not gonna go over there.
He randomly
But,
appears on the. Yeah, he randomly shows up sometimes.
So this is a video, a short, really quick from Verify. I'm sure
Let's
they're
get into the mind
verifiably.
control after too. I'm not gonna be on for long here.
What's that now?
The mind control after the mosquito shit. This is what it's all based on either way.
Wow, that's amazing. I almost have as many views as Bloomberg. That's fascinating. That's good stuff. All right. Hey, I mean, this is maybe the benefit of streaming at 4 a.m.
The YouTube
but anyway,
numbers.
no.
Yeah.
It's all a joke.
It's a total
but
joke.
The title of this is No, a mosquito project linked to Gil Bates is not responsible for recent malaria cases in the U.S. This is from July. 5 Americans. Wow, 5 Americans. Very, very cause for concern, folks. 5 Americans are recovering after contracting malaria from mosquitoes in Florida and Texas. Malaria is rare in the U.S. And the C to the D to the C says that they're the first cases in 2 decades. Some Twitter users claim the cases are linked to a Gil Bates-funded mosquito project. So let's see here really quick.
More than a half dozen Americans are recovering after contracting malaria from mosquitoes in Florida and Texas. Malaria is rare in the U.S., and the CDC says they're the first cases in 2 decades. Some Twitter users, including this post with more than 6 million views, claim the cases are linked to a Bill Gates-funded mosquito project. So, let's verify.
This motherfucker's using mosquitoes.
It's you know what it is. It's the theorists. It's all the theorists out there. Which some people might say at times I might resemble certain qualities of such an individual, but I try to trust the experts. And this is for safety.
What kind of a
folks,
fucking vampire is that though? Like, look, I'm gonna harness the power. It seems like some shit out of like some movie, comic book or something, where like the evil villain is gonna harness the power of mosquitoes and a little hypodermic needles going into you and shit. They could transfer. Well, like, have you ever looked into Lyme's disease and ticks and that? Apparently, those were a government experiment. People have been experimenting with this shit and using parasites and fucking bugs and shit for a long time. Very odd. No, well, what I'm saying is completely false though for YouTube, and it's insane, and it's just what I heard. Right? It's bullshit. That's not the narrative. That's a conspiracy.
Right. All right. Let's continue.
That's a conspiracy.
Right.
Shout out to Oxitec and shout out to Monsanto. Shout out to the C to the DC.
Sources are the CDC, UK biotech company Oxitec, health officials in Florida and Texas, the Florida Keys Mosquito Control District, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and
they're
the
breeding
U.S.
them in
Environmental
Florida,
Protection
where you're
Agency.
at, Pineal.
Yeah, I'm not worried about
Oxitec does a lot of
Yeah,
research
you're
on
worried about it.
mosquitoes.
I might be.
And the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation provides funding for 2 of its overseas research projects on malaria, which is exclusively spread by the Anopheles mosquito. One of Oxitec's projects not funded by the Gates Foundation involves genetically modifying a different type of mosquito, the Aedes aegypti, so it can't reproduce.
Why is it
Aedes
called
aegypti can
Egypt?
spread dengue fever, Zika, and yellow fever, but not malaria. Oxitec is currently testing whether its genetic modifications can help control the mosquito population in Florida and reduce disease. All of our sources say it's impossible for the Aedes aegypti to spread malaria. So, no, the Gates Foundation is not funding a
False, bro.
malaria mosquito.
Definitely not.
Well, there you go, folks. There you go. They're not doing it. So there you go. I mean, what more do you need? They're not doing it.
Look, it has
Please
a
say they're
check
not doing
mark
it.
with a green. It has a green check mark with it says verify. So that means it's true.
Right.
Remove chemicals from diets. That's the key to health. Well, sir, chemicals is a blanket term, but I get what you're trying to say. But here you go, folks. Rest assured, no, the Gates Foundation is not funding a malaria mosquito project. So rest assured,
It's impossible.
Yeah, all worries out the door.
Project in Florida. The research that is being done in the state uses a breed of mosquitoes that can't spread malaria and isn't being paid for by the foundation. Whether or verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Yeah, so again, some people might say that these people are all fucking clowns, and a lot of it is fear porn, meant to harvest your loose energy. I'll just loop on what I feel to be the alleged facts, in my view. Yeah, I know. Cage has got the gnosis. I agree, sir. He's quite the savant, some might say. Would you say that is true?
He's saying penile.
Yeah, penile's all right. I mean, it's pineal penile power, because when your penile is powered, your pineal's powered, and when your pineal's powered, your penile's powered. So
It all makes sense.
Well, you're gonna start erecting obelisks and shit now? What's going on?
Right.
Oh no.
A lot of time and
Oh,
effort to
no.
getting a foot in the door with Canada with Maverick Multimedia, and it was going well, and now it's getting weird again. Yeah, I think that's something that you're going to experience, sir, with
Creepy and weird.
any chance, any attempt to do what I think it seems like you're trying to do. Indeed. That's well said, Chronic. What was the one other video on that subject, and then we will move on.
What else we got here, Barney?
It is a video from Mr. Woodward TV, and this might get even more lore-y and fear pornish, but the mosquito agenda, what you need to know about Operation Big Buzz. This one's from 2 days ago, and this could be a game changer, folks. So no need to fear, though, of course. This was a U.S. military operation conducted in 1955, long time ago, that involved the release of over a few 100,000 out of 1 million. Let's see here.
Game changer.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it's been a while since I watched some Woodward TV. Deeps, if
I
you're
remember
listening,
that from a long time ago.
Yeah, it's just throwback. I was also going to do a stream kind of reviewing some of this stream here. Calling out Mr. Owen Benjamin.
Owen Benjamin. That could be interesting.
Brian from High Impact, Mark Passio, David Icke, Adam Green, Anomaly, Alex Jones, Tim Pool. But maybe at a later date. The only reason I really even clicked over there, even though I used to be a mod over there once upon a time, was because I heard my name was mentioned in the stream, but upon reviewing the stream, I didn't hear it. I did skip some parts, so I don't know if I missed it, but I heard my name was mentioned. I heard Paul and Slave's name was mentioned. So I didn't hear that in the stream, but it was over 3 hours, and I may have glossed over it. So anyway, let's check this video out, and then we'll be back with some more messages from our sponsors and our panelists, our P analysts, our pineal
What is that?
analysts.
Pfizer? Everything is sponsored by Pfizer at this point.
You know, I realized my video never went to. I uploaded a video that I took from of me reviewing the Oscars back in, about a month ago, and showing the Robert Downey Jr. first award, where he mentions the first words out of his mouth being, I'm on a beta blocker, so this is going to be a breeze. Or literally the first words out of his mouth, the first award given at the Oscars. And then the first commercial break, of course, this message is brought to you by Pfizer. This broadcast, rather, the Grammys or the Oscars, I'm sorry. And so, yeah, that video mysteriously disappeared, of course, along with some other videos on Pineal. But we carry on nonetheless. Our deadliest predator. Hashtag choose fear, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, quickly. A family member showed me this. I was camping with my dad when I was a kid, and that we're camping, and the mosquitoes were attacking me, but they would not fuck with him at all. And I'm like, hey, Dad, how come this is happening? He's like, okay. He's like, he put his arm out and let one of these mosquitoes land on him. And what he did was, he let them inject him with this shit. And what he did was he squeezed the skin around the mosquito, and the mosquito could not get out, and it just drank too much, and it exploded. As soon as you do that one time, I swear, none of these mosquitoes ever fuck with you ever again. And you can use this like teaching in anything in life. It's more of a mental thing either way.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good. I didn't realize until I was older, like what the fuck that really meant. Like, okay, wait. Yeah, they want it. Go ahead and grab it. Hopefully, we'll see what happens if you want to fucking try taking that.
I don't know what you meant here. Once you get it about the Knights of Malta and the Jesuits being a heinous political monopoly, then you're done with politics for the time being. Why for the time being, sir? You could just take the time being out, right? Out of that comment. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, it's like the life force.
Sometimes I get thrown off. Sometimes I see these avatars, these two, and I always think, not alike at all.
I agree. I don't know. I've seen both of those, and I've kind of got a little thrown off.
That's a link for you, apparently. So links are being dropped for other people, so that's good to see. I can't I always catch all these links in time, so I try to open them in other tabs. But anyway, what do you guys think? You want to get to this video? You want to choose fear?
Oh, that's a link for me. Is that what you were saying?
Apparently, according to Don Macron.
Cool. I wish I could get it. I freaking don't have my other tab open, though. Maybe I can get it later.
Or Don could click this link here, right here, and
yeah, well,
leave it in the
some
back
people
chat.
don't. Yeah. Well, he could do that. Yeah.
And if you don't want, I won't add you on. All right, good to see you, Mr. Patrick. Be well, sir. Been burning the candle.
Is he going?
Good favor and fortune to you
Take
as
care.
well,
Look
sir.
within.
Bye, Patrick.
All right, let's check it out. Choose fear again, brothers and sisters. Choose fear.
Yeah, right. Nah.
Sometimes you can see what evil is
All right, we're gonna have loading issues out the gate. That's great.
doing to
What's
us,
going on with you?
right in our face.
That's been the
And I
whole
don't
day
know
so far.
if it's because of the media, but we seem to overlook things or lack an understanding of why certain parts of the government do what they do. You know what? Let's talk about the mosquito for a brief moment so that you will be able to have a better understanding of what I'm about to relate to you all.
Or as Klaus would say in the video that I uploaded there in that great short musical, let's talk about Vax.
I think it's important to
because
understand what
some might say that these things right here are actually delivering. Let's not get into it.
Mosquitoes are before we can truly understand why they are using them. I know many of you already have enough knowledge about mosquitoes, but let's start slow. Remember, when the news comes out about these things, sometimes we rush through what's going on and suddenly move on to the next subject. And by doing so, we miss something. Anytime you want to know the truth, you can look into the past at what happened before. There is truth in history.
But this shit's made for fear porn. Like, look at the background imaging and all that.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Like, oh, it sounds so crazy. It's a fucking
I gotta go.
mosquito.
I'm gonna go
Yes.
check this channel out just to laugh, I think.
Again, a lot of it's the information mostly that I gain some value and truth from. But yeah, the presentation is a little over the top. But hey, that's what people like.
Hey.
Apparently, that's what people want. So
You can always, like you said, get information from different stuff, even if some of it's lame. So yeah.
So a mosquito belongs to the order Diptera, which is basically a fly, and the family Calicidae, the mosquito family, in other words. There are around 35 to 3,600 species, maybe more. Now, the adult mosquito has a slim, elongated body with scales extending to the wings' veins. They have lengthy, delicate legs, and the female mosquitoes have specialized mouth parts called proboscis that allow them to pierce the skin of their host and feed on blood, which is crucial for their reproduction, as blood provides essential nutrients for the development of their eggs. Sometimes that blood, of course, is contaminated with disease. The male's antennae resemble feathers. They are typically bushier than those of the female. Males and occasionally females nourish themselves with nectar and plant juices. Various mosquito species exhibit preferences and often have specific limitations when it comes to their choice of host animals. The eggs are deposited.
You want to woke up, bro. What's going on?
On the
my
water's
apologies,
surface,
Chronic. My apologies.
and later hatch into aquatic larvae, often called wrigglers.
I guess some people can't take the hint that I'm trying to completely corner the market on the only late night streamers that are really available. So, yeah, it's a hard spot out here.
Yeah,
But,
right.
Well, there's not that many others actually.
Yeah, tons of people. Well, there's a few out there. Those ones that
It surprises
stream.
me a lot. I get more numbers on these hours than.
Really?
Well, yeah, I
What,
don't
you
look at that. I think
You're
I don't
restreaming
know.
again?
Not right now. I could double what you have now, but
We could get to 4 rather than 2. No, I'm kidding.
yeah, we can get to like at least 1. All it takes is 1. But
Yes,
I don't really
true.
look at that. You could pump it, right? You could pump it. Like I have other things for like business and that. Like I'm at like 12,200 now. Like on my other shit, and I get
dang.
Yeah, I get like
Dork.
But it's not for this kind of
I didn't
information.
mean to
This
do that.
information is not for everybody.
Yeah, right. If you're gonna do that, get your ass up there on
I'm
your.
trying to see something here. All my layouts are fucked. I didn't make these layouts. What is this?
Oh my god.
What in the fuck is going on? All right, let's just continue here.
You're having a
in a
seizure,
jerky,
bro.
wriggling
You're having a
movement as they
mosquito
swim.
seizure.
Typically, larvae of most species feed on algae and organic debris. And sometimes they have this predatory behavior where they even prey on other mosquitoes. Now, mosquito pupae, known as tumblers, are active and capable of free swimming. Pupae breathe tubes on the thorax. Now, when it comes to reproduction, adults engage in mating shortly after emerging from their pupal cases, and the duration of the life cycle varies across the species. Males can mate with multiple females, but typically the females only mate once. Now, mosquitoes seem to be drawn to their host animals by factors such as moisture, lactic acid, carbon dioxide that the host breathes out, the body heat and movement. The distinct hum of a mosquito is a result of the high frequency of its wing beats. Actually, the wing beat frequency of females potentially serves as a means of recognizing their sex. So there are 3 main types of mosquito here. The Anopheles mosquitoes, belonging to the Anopheles genus, which are primary vectors of malaria caused by Plasmodium parasites. Anopheles mosquitoes have mouth parts as long as their proboscis, and their wings often have dark spots, the arrangement of which aids in the species identification. They prefer freshwater habitats for breeding, including ponds, lakes, rivers, and temporary water collections like puddles. But unlike some other mosquito species, they favor clean and still water for laying their eggs. This characteristic is what also identifies them and their breeding sites. They are primarily nocturnal feeders. Anopheles mosquitoes are most active during the night, and their tendency to bite humans and animals during sleep increases the risk of malaria transmission. You have the Culex mosquitoes. Now, these are not known to carry malaria, but they have the ability to transmit other diseases, including West Nile virus and various forms of encephalitis. One distinguishing feature of Culex mosquitoes is their preference for breeding in standing water, which can include both clean and polluted water sources. This includes stagnant ponds, ditches, and artificial containers. Unlike Anopheles mosquitoes, Culex mosquitoes are more adaptable to a range of water conditions, making them versatile in terms of breeding sites. These are the type of mosquitoes that we typically run to here in the US. Culex mosquitoes exhibit nocturnal feeding behavior with peak activity during the evening and night. They are known to bite humans and birds, and some species of Culex mosquitoes have a preference for avian host. This host flexibility contributes to their ability to transmit diseases to both humans and animals. Okay, this is how diseases can go from birds to humans. According to reports, the Culex lactator was the latest new species of mosquito to hit Florida last year. 2 years before that, it was the Aedes scapularis that invaded Florida. Now, the Aedes mosquitoes belonging to the Aedes genus are known for their global presence and significance as vectors of several arboviruses that can cause diseases in humans. One of the most well-known diseases transmitted by Aedes mosquitoes is dengue fever, but they are also responsible for transmission of Zika virus, chikungunya, and yellow fever. They have black and white stripes on their bodies and legs, and they do look more distinctive with the stripes. Unlike the other two mosquitoes, these are primarily active during the day, with peak biting activity occurring in the early morning and late afternoon. So it seems like between all of them, mosquitoes in general have all times of day and night conditions covered. But they actually prefer to lay their eggs in artificial containers with stagnant water, such as discarded tires, flower pots, water storage containers. Now, this preference for urban breeding sites contributes to their ability to thrive in human populated areas, increasing, of course, the risk of disease transmission. Now, they have a unique feeding behavior known as skip oviposition, where a single mosquito may deposit eggs in multiple containers. And this behavior enhances their adaptability to diverse environments and to help facilitate the spread of Aedes-borne diseases. Now, knowing this about mosquitoes, one would think that it only has two jobs in nature. One, to be food for birds and other things that eat insects, and two, to spread disease. And they do both of those jobs quite efficiently. They are basically living, flying, poisonous needles. There was a very interesting book that was published a few years ago. And this book, it's called The Mosquito, A Human History of Our Deadliest Predator.
Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and I would imagine Mr. Billy Boy possibly read this book at some point, very intently. I'm just guessing here, just throwing out theories.
By Timothy Weingart.
I'm sure.
And Timothy Weingart explores the impact of
Again, because what is it called? The Mosquito, A Human History of Our Deadliest Predator. What did that Billy Boy video literally
That's
say
bullshit.
in the description?
You know what humans
Verbatim,
deadliest...
it said it used that same terminology. So our deadliest predator, if I'm not
I'd
mistaken.
have to say the deadliest predator for human beings are probably the mirror, probably themselves, probably other human beings. It's all a projection.
Other human beings, exactly.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes and the diseases they carry on pivotal historical events, from ancient wars to the development of modern cultures. There are examples such as the Greco-Persian Wars, where the delivery of malaria by General Anopheles, they named the mosquito after this guy. He delivered mosquitoes in swampy terrain, which helped the Greeks' victory. The Pontine marshes influenced the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, acting as both a barrier to enemies and a source of disease. The book covers the influence of mosquito-borne diseases aiding to the spread of Christianity in Europe, with the religion gaining a reputation for healing those affected by those diseases. You see, the Crusades faced challenges as plasmodium-infected mosquitoes targeted crusaders. It goes over the impact of mosquitoes in the United States, where European explorers unintentionally introduced lethal mosquito-borne diseases to the New World, affecting indigenous populations and shaping the way colonization took place in the Americas. In fact, the book talks about how mosquito-borne diseases influenced the demand for enslaved individuals from Africa due to partial immunity. Widespread malaria delayed the Union's victory in the American Civil War, influencing Abraham Lincoln's focus on abolishing slavery through the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863. The book also gets into the topic of CRISPR technology, because that's what they use to sometimes genetically alter these mosquitoes. And it does go over the potential consequences.
Just wanted to say how it's interesting that they would bring up, Emancipation Proclamation and the topic just after we were going over all the Order of Malta Jesuit order topics.
It's funny how they brought up CRISPR, because CRISPR is used on human beings and shit. They've been offering this shit in Canada for a very long time now. Like at least since like
CRISPR-Cas9 is nothing new, sir.
CRISPR is an abbreviation. It's like gene altering. So let's say you want like your child to be born a specific gender, or be born with a specific eye color or height or IQ. Yeah, they can fucking manipulate that already.
Some might say that's true, sir.
You can search it up. Search up CRISPR. It's without an E though. It's like SR.
I've heard of that.
Of CRISPR technology.
If you want to see more on CRISPR and some pretty black-pilled optics, check out my stream on the upload Frankenfood on Pineal Power. That's a very daunting video there. Don't live in fear, though, folks. All right?
Because that's what they use to sometimes genetically alter these mosquitoes. And it does go over the potential consequences for organisms and the environment after doing such things.
If you could do it to a
now
human,
we come to the main
a
event.
mosquito would be very easy.
Operation Big Buzz. Now, this was a U.S. military operation conducted in 1955 that involved the release of over a few 100,000 out of 1 million mosquitoes that would carry yellow fever and other diseases.
Again, allegedly. I don't know
No,
if
they
I've ever
openly
seen myself.
advertise it over here.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying I've never seen what I would say was a swarm of mosquitoes. You do see a lot of gnats here on South Florida, but I think that's a pretty normal occurrence and nothing really to be worried about. That being said, I do see a lot of mosquitoes, but not necessarily in swarms, at least. So for whatever that's worth.
What do you think those little bugs are that you had on the paper the other day?
What do I think that was? I don't know. I haven't been able to identify it. I still want to send a sample to a friend who does tests.
Well, you
he asked me
should.
to send him a
Wait,
sample
you
a long time
found
ago.
them? What do they look like? If you look, can
I
you
have an
zoom in on
upload, man. I have an upload from like a year ago. Just look at another one, I think, on Pineal. Just look up the one, I think it says like DARPA insect ? Or something like that. It's a short, if I'm not mistaken. So if it's still there, if it wasn't taken down as well. But I just showed it on OTW's I think it was on his show the other morning, or was it today? It might have been the day that just passed. So not even 24 hours ago.
Either
Like 16
today
hours
or
ago.
yesterday. One of them.
Can't remember. They're all the days running into each other. But yeah,
Blends
it
together.
was. Yeah, it's like a twerking insect. It's very weird. It has a twerking anus. It's like the twerking bug. Good to see you,
What?
Joni. Drop your
Okay,
link.
well,
if you
there's
can.
something called entomology. If you can get
Although-
a clear picture, you can identify. It's probably a form of a mite, most likely. How small is it? Is it tinier than a grain of dust, like a grain of sand?
No. Maybe I'll try to cut it out of the OTW segment, and it was towards the end of a stream, and upload it as a short video. But it's kind of goofy, you know.
Wait,
It's
wait. What are you saying? They have bugs inside your house or something? Where'd you find this thing?
Yeah, it's in my house. It's always it always comes back around every so often, every like few months or.
Sounds like a mite.
It's not a mite, dude.
Mite.
All right, I know what
No.
a mite is.
Well, some sources say they were uninfected mosquitoes. The operation was designed to study
You're a
the
mite.
feasibility.
You're a fucking mite. You know that? You're a panel mite. Joni, drop your link so other people can check you out, because
We're
I know you
burrowing
have
in like a
some
termite.
issues with keeping channels and whatnot. So much love.
Of using mosquitoes
Much love, much love.
as carriers of
They're
biological
Bill
warfare.
Gates bugs, bro.
This
They
took
release
place
them
in the
into your
states of
home.
Georgia and Florida. The goal of the operation was to assess the potential for mosquitoes to be used as vectors for the spread of biological warfare agents. The U.S. military wanted to understand the capabilities of these insects to transmit diseases over a large populated area, which involved the release of Aedes aegypti mosquitoes, the striped ones. Operation Big Buzz was conducted in 2 locations, Avon Park, Florida, and Savannah, Georgia. The choice of these locations was likely influenced by the desire to study the impact of the released mosquitoes in different environmental conditions. While the mosquitoes were not carrying deadly strains of diseases, there were concerns about the unintended consequences and the lack of informed consent from the residents in the test areas, because people didn't even know what happened. After they found out about it years later, many of them suspected that the mosquitoes were infected. It was conducted secretly, and information about the operation only became public years later. This here comes from the Florida Medical Entomology Laboratory. From the University of Florida. I'm not going to read this, but the article talks about the possibility of mosquitoes being used in a bioterrorism attack, where diseases are spread intentionally. The author refers to a book by Jeffrey Lockwood.
Hey, do you think that we could hear you and this guy at the same time?
I was just talking about etymology. I know people that go study into the etymology deeply.
But what does etymology have to do with this at all?
Etymology is the study of these bugs and these different fucking mites.
Oh,
and
you're
all
saying entomology. It sounds like you're saying etymology, like the study of words.
It sounds similar. Etymology, entomology, yeah. I was just mentioning that before you even brought it up. So yeah, some people, it's because I'm in the growing industry, you know. So it's a big thing you have to learn when doing horticulture, entomology, learning how these things work and what they are, and identifying them, and you know, you can easily demystify it. You know, it's not even that complicated.
There may be color issues also. I don't know. That's been explored with mosquitoes. It certainly applies to bees are attracted to yellow, and horseflies and deer flies are attracted to blue shades. Interesting. We were just talking about the color blue phenomena with Maui earlier, actually, and whether or not there's any legitimacy to that. Sure seems to be, but anyway.
Which discusses the real threat of this happening, especially in times of low-tech terrorism. Now, Lockwood's book looks at how insects, specifically mosquitoes, have been used as weapons throughout history. The focus is on Aedes aegypti mosquitoes, which were actively used in the U.S. military's programs to test the potential of spreading diseases. And it mentions, of course, Operation Big Buzz. The passage here points out that since the 1960s, the focus has shifted from using mosquitoes to using aerosolized pathogens in defense programs. Lockwood suggests that this shift is because people are more interested in high-tech weapons.
Thank God they're making it more safe and aerosolized, much like the hydrogel, some would say. That they're turning into aerogel. So it's good that we have these people keeping us safe, folks, I must say. Very grateful.
Lockwood suggests that this shift is because people are more interested in high-tech weapons. But the author agrees with Lockwood's viewpoint. The text also mentions the economic considerations of using mosquitoes compared to aerosolized pathogens. The worrying idea is brought up that mosquitoes, particularly Aedes aegypti, could be used in multiple cities simultaneously to cause widespread fear and panic. The passage ends by mentioning a report from 1981 that calculated the theoretical cost of a mosquito attack, highlighting how such an attack could be considered less costly and more unpredictable than using aerosolized pathogens. This here is an
Oh man, you know what else I think really helps is, man, that natural tobacco. I just stopped smoking for like a whole month, but man, some natural tobacco really hits the spot.
Oh, it's different. Yeah, if ever, I have friends that grow it and you should see the seeds. The seeds are like a grain
just a
of dust.
little bit of herb with a little bit of natural tobacco, man. you know.
But
Like I
the
don't even
leaves
need
grow
to
like
be
bigger than your
like
fucking
Paul and
body.
Slave just rolling blunts. I could just smoke a nice bowl, just hit it a few times, and it really feels like it clears the lung of like debris and helps you breathe a little easier. And there's a fine line between, again, smoking a little and smoking more than a little. And that's where the problems become more
But
prevalent.
I think the main problem is this: is like if you're gonna consume something into your body like that, that's mind altering. I think the best bet is creating it yourself, right? Because we all know about those experiments where you know where the structure of the thing is dealt with by the you know the observer or the person creating it, the experimenter. I think if you create it yourself with intention and all that, I think it's a whole different experience, really. Like taking a mushroom or something, if you grew your own or found it in nature, or, you know, or you know, even smoking the weed or the tobacco, create your own thing. It's way different. If
So you're
not,
just
you're in
nameless,
someone
huh?
else's. Yeah,
That's
you're
what
in
you're
someone
doing
else's.
lately? You're just like no name? That's your new thing? You're just Delta 9.
How's that possible?
You don't have a name, dude. You've done this for like a week or two. Everyone knows who you are, sir. We have a first time analyst.
There's no name necessary.
Oh no, he's probably just dropping it in the back chat, maybe. Well, your device isn't connected, Mr. Don, but if you join, that would be great because I don't think you have before. So that'd be a pleasure. We're about done with this
He just
video.
wants to. Remember, he said he's gonna drop. You asked him to come up and drop the
That's
link
right.
or whatever.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
All right, let's finish.
Article.
Oxitec mosquito project continues trial of genetic technology to control invasive mosquitoes in the Florida Keys. Well, that's great because I'm about an hour or two from there. So
About Oxitec.
Thank God.
Oxitec mosquito project continues trial of genetic technology to control invasive mosquitoes in Florida Keys. I'll summarize this for you guys. The Oxitec program involves releasing genetically modified male Aedes aegypti mosquitoes, but the idea is the male mosquitoes don't bite. These modified males mate with local females, and only the subsequent male offspring survive, reducing the local Aedes aegypti population over successive releases. The project received approval from various authorities: the U.S. EPA, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and state agencies in Florida. The aim is to control Aedes aegypti populations and reduce the reliance on insecticides.
Well, there you go. I mean, see, you were probably in fear, some of you out there, but now that you know that the 3- and 4-letter agencies are on top of it, you can rest easy once again.
Ultimately mitigating the risk of mosquito-borne diseases. Now, the project started in 2021 with initial active releases, and in 2022, it expanded to new release areas. Success of Oxitec's technology has been demonstrated in other locations, such as the Cayman Islands, Mexico, and Brazil, where Aedes aegypti mosquito populations were reduced by up to 95%. But results from different sites have varied. The technology is designed to be self-limiting, meaning released mosquitoes and their offspring die, and they don't persist in the environment for an extended period. The EPA and Florida state agencies have confirmed that Oxitec's research indicates no adverse effects on human health or the environment, including endangered species. So the idea here is you lower the population of mosquitoes, you lower the chances of an outbreak of one of those diseases. Which makes sense, except the threat of those diseases coming from those mosquitoes really didn't outweigh the threat of screwing up the ecosystem in some Dr. Frankenstein experiment. Fish, birds, bats, dragonflies, and a few other creatures depend on mosquitoes in their diet, and now they are potentially eating GMO mosquitoes. Here's what they're not telling everyone. Mosquitoes can be transgenic, which means you can take a female mosquito, and with a gene called Nix, you can turn that female mosquito into a fully functional male that is fertile. But when you do that, their offspring aren't born all perfect. Sometimes when they play around with these genetics in mosquitoes, the offspring can come out as male, or the gene expression could cause them to have male heads and female genitalia, or female heads with male genitalia, or the males come out larger than they are supposed to. You know, I remember some scientists at Jurassic Park talking about Our dinosaurs can't breed. They're all female. But life finds a way, doesn't it?
It was a bit fucking dumb at the end, but well done, I guess. Yeah. The mosquitoes are out to get you, like everything else. They're shadowed too.
Right. Yeah, I find as long as you're in a constant state of fear, you're usually better off. Usually.
Oh, be free of that shadow, bro. It's always following you. Come on.
So we got some links here for someone in the back. I'm working on opening some links that were dropped way earlier as well in the regular chat on the YouTube side.
I put one for all there.
Apparently time is running out, as you can see there in that second thumbnail. So again, live in fear, probably best.
Not me. I don't.
No, not
I
you.
don't look. No, I don't look at a lot of this stuff normally.
Don't you
So
safe though? Don't you find it safe to just stay in that fear space?
not at all.
Oh.
Just too much.
All
Too
right,
much
well.
BS.
Live without fear, brothers and sisters.
Hey, to each their own, you know.
Yeah,
All right, here's one link. Universal medicine. First principles. Worry is the biggest killer of all time, bar none. Second is betrayal. Salt is first medicine. All imbalances are elemental. To smile is the first basic right of health. No healing can extend without one. No remedy can be found if it is not returned. There is no cure for misery except patience, allowing the beauty to unfold. Returning to grace as we all can and do. The interim requiring faith, that being the appreciation of the existence of grace without necessitating direct experience. If a person can remove all their armbands, training wheels, hang tall, they can be cured with the most basic tools. Quality standards make the difference between life and death. To enter a hospital without a clear goal in mind is taking your life into your own hands. Indeed, definitely have to agree there. Still want to do the never go to a hospital stream, so look out for that. Shout out to Alpha Vedic. 95% of what is standard procedure today can be likened to assisted suicide or voluntary suicide, right? Find your equilibrium in all functions and you can live to 150. Well, I tend to align with a lot there, but even that last sentence, the unfortunate thing, of course, is that, again, the poisons, the toxins, and just about everything are pretty much inescapable at this point. So you really have to take it
Exactly.
upon yourself to take your
That's
health into
easy
your
to
own hands.
escape. What do you mean it's unescapable? That's bullshit.
Well,
We go
I'm saying
beyond
it's inescapable at the expense of living
inescapable.
in a city. You know, can you live off grid
No,
and
but
avoid that
do
kind
do
of
you
stuff?
just regularly eat your fucking food or drink your water or consume whatever you're consuming? Now, if
Right,
you're
always.
regularly doing that, if you're not consecrating it, dealing with your own mental, if you're not doing a mental projection or using will and visualization, then obviously you're gonna have an effect that somebody else put onto it. You do that though, it doesn't matter what the fuck. You can feed me nothing. It doesn't matter. I could have no food or no water, and I'll still fucking deal with it.
The
But
hinge factor. I'm
what
not.
about what's coming down from in the sky? You know, I mean, you can't escape that.
It doesn't affect me. Keep beaming it down. It makes you more powerful. You can,
Oh,
either way,
really?
it's energy. Yes, it has
Oh,
no
okay.
effect
Okay.
on me at all, or you
Oh.
either, unless you wanted to. Unless you're really thinking, you know, subconsciously that's a program. Now it's affecting you. Now it's hurting you. Oh, you have to be. The air is. You're lucky to breathe air. The air is not hurting you. Breathe the air.
Yeah.
That's it.
Right.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure
A lot
about
of
the whole
people.
breathing air thing.
A
I
lot of
like to
people
stay safe,
obsess
so.
over the. Mm.
What's a better mind state to have, even if it's all what's a better way to live either way? Thinking like that or thinking that way?
Right.
So, that's your decision.
I don't worry about it, but I mean, some people mention those very often. The sky stuff. But I try not to think about all of it. So,
Me, 3.
liar. You think about it all the time.
Once
Wow, we
you
got a lot of
once your
answers.
mind's open to it, you can try ignoring it. Try putting it to the back burner. It's not really gonna work out for you though. This
What else
whole
did he
thing,
have?
ignorance is bliss, comes from, right?
Maybe not all the time. I mean, I just look at your little photos and I'm like, I wonder if he's thinking about that stuff a lot. But maybe not. Maybe hopefully it's just like,
I think
whatever.
everybody does, right? Everybody does. It's about how you're gonna use it, to benefit yourself. Not even just benefit yourself, but to help other people around you and do the best you can. You can't help anyone around you if you don't help yourself first, really. Even beyond that, it's just you don't even have to go even do that. Maybe it's better to just observe it. You don't even have to get involved. You can observe it and go along with your business and continue doing what you do, no matter what. Every single,
Very
we're
interesting
conscious
quote
of.
here, especially with the color changing background. Interesting links here.
Yeah,
What
what's
else we
that
got?
all about?
Here's another story about a trans youth. I'll tell you what I.
You want to get real deep? You should click the link I put in the private and read some of that.
I'm just. I'm not even gonna read this out loud, but I am reading it.
Oh boy.
Remove your apple. We'll remove your apple and cut you like a pear, bud. There's nothing to fear. The fuck?
Oh, so this is a actual rhyme. Here's another story about a trans youth. I'll tell you that I want some more, but it wouldn't be the truth. Told me to see a doctor as no one gave a shit. She'll need to be a good one to treat an angry jit. These doctors are our butchers. They're butchers all to doom. Just another eunuch has entered the room. Oh, things are very frightening, but there's nothing to fear. We'll remove your apple and cut you like a pear. If you have a best friend, then tell them we're to show. Our hospitals have revolving doors so everyone can go. These doctors are our butchers. They'll butcher us all to doom. Just another eunuch has entered the room. You
This is
don't have
what
to be a
Dawn
freak.
sent you. What the fuck?
You don't have to be a freak. We're improving you. Before you figured out yourself, we'll fix you up in two. Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad I didn't say banana? Aren't you glad you won't have kids so they can't be unsure? Only rich should have them because they'll kill more and more. These doctors are butchers. They're butchers. They'll butcher us all to doom. Just another eunuch has entered the room. Boris wants you safe at night. He's creeping up your stairs. If you have impure thoughts, he'll remove your cares. We'll have to build a bridge for him. A wall's been done before. He's got some big old pockets. We'll fill them up for sure. These doctors are our butchers. They'll butcher us all to doom. Just another eunuch has entered the room. You might have a bad one. It doesn't mean a thing. By the time we're through with you, you'll be pissing on a string. Time and time again, we'll let them get away. Well, I've still got my manhood, and you will have your day. These doctors are our butchers. They'll butcher us all to doom. We've got an army of eunuchs, and they're marching to your tomb. Interesting. Thank you for that, sir. Very. I don't know if this is your work or not, but got another one here.
It
Oh,
sounds like
okay.
the epigenetic program.
Again, this is not medical advice, and I do not necessarily agree with this all here. Yeah. Well, oh wait, no, I do agree. If that's the popular narrative, then yeah, we agree with that. So again, live in fear. I think is the
Fucking
idea here, folks.
malaria, West Nile.
Hashtags hashtag choose fear, hashtag live with fear, as opposed to live without fear. I don't know how to tell you without making you angry because what I want you to know has made me very angry. Whose fault is it that you never? Okay, I don't know.
Weird.
Whose fault is it that you cannot connect the dots? Whose fault is it that you still trust in them blindly? Whose fault is it that your babies are crying, the telly just keeps lying, and you're hurting
They're saying
inside?
the Who. It says we're all gonna die again. Who are the Who? When I hear the Who, it's like what's that song? Pinball Wizard.
So it's
I know that
classic.
song.
Yeah, Pinball Wizard, bud.
Fuck them.
Playing the
Smoke
fucking
drugs.
game and shit. There you go.
That's an interesting Fuck them, smoke drugs. Well, what if they're the ones making those drugs, sir? I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. All right. Breezing through it. I think I got one more. And then the iPad Go 2 optics. And then we're out of here, folks. To all in the medical eugenics field. Whether you can accept it or not, I'm guessing is what that meant to say. This pokey poke will be outlawed very soon. All that impose its malevolence will meet a very sorry end. Please stop. I'm guessing this is from a few years ago. Please stop apologizing for the past few years. Apologize for... Oh, okay. This is more current. Please stop apologizing for the past few years. Apologize for your whole career. In the field of genetic modification, gender reassignment, baby poisoning, elderly destroying, cancer, racketeering, organ harvesting, the list goes on.
I can tell this is written by him.
Yeah, I could tell with the Z as well. You will be hunted like rabid wolves. There is a plenty of room on the worldwide volcano donation roster. You'll be right in line behind the 33rd degree Masons. If you don't buck your ideas up, defending the indefensible has consequences. Mind your step.
Money on their head. We got a bounty on them.
And then this looks
when they start collecting years and shit again. Is that
one from Cage here? Hey, this looks familiar.
Hey, go down. Watch. Look, we got algorithm manipulation. What else you got? Go down though. You can go into a million different things here.
Yeah, well, 23 is my number.
How to hijack all the hashtags in the world.
It's probably how I stumbled upon this at some point.
This is mimic.
Hyper surrealist, meta discordian, post neoism conspiracies. this is ripe for machine lies.
No, you guys love this shit. You want to go down? Eras unveiled. Memeticism. Or metis.
Highly synthetic, metaphorical description of modern hyper-reality conspiracies.
This would all bring it down to a bunch of different information. Yeah, you go read the text on the first page.
Meta-discordian, Galdruxian memes, and Illuminati cabal. Very interesting titles here. Reality glitch hack post. Looks familiar. Kind of almost looks like a mixture of Eris and butterfly symbolism and the what would that be there in the middle?
It's pretty much trolling. It's trolling these fucking people thinking they're sick with it. There's people way better at this stuff. You can go into it. Watch.
Project Doom, Dataplex, Ouroboros, Operation Mindfuck. All right, we're gonna check that one out.
I'd be careful. I don't know.
And manifesting intelligence, mastering infinite control. Op mimic. This sounds very familiar.
Is it like
a mimetic? Let's see. Hold on.
It reminds me of like the cicada thing. Do you remember the?
It's directly connected to it. Yeah.
Exactly. Sounds like it. I'm gonna jump down. You're gonna do iPad Goat in a little bit.
In a little bit,
We're
and
freaking
then
her out. She heard that. She's like, "No, I gotta get out of here."
No, I'm just like feeling like, meh.
I didn't mean to scare you. Jeez, man.
I'm not scared at all. I'm just like
Choose
kind of
love, not fear.
low energy. Well, it is like
it is 5
a.m. brothers and sisters.
Yeah, so that could be why, right?
Again, folks, I'm not gonna always be trying to corner the market on the insomniac corner of the.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if that's when you go on. That's when you go on.
It is interesting though, seeing like numbers keep fluctuating from 10 to 20 and back down. Like I think people leave and then they're like, "Yeah, no, I'm not gonna."
Oh,
do
you've
this.
had 20 in here. You've had 20.
That was that was the peak. That was the peak about a half hour ago.
Oh, cool. See, I can't see it. I kind of like being able to see the numbers and all the comments in a way, but in a
doesn't
way,
it show on? Oh no, it doesn't show on StreamYard. That's right. That's
no, yeah, it does. You can go to chat and you can see what people are.
Yeah.
Anyway, numbers don't matter.
No, it's all they're messing with them so hardcore that it's a total joke. So
it doesn't matter. That's why you have to go against the algorithm. You can't play with it. If I could do it on YouTube. You could. It's easy to do. I've given people the method. No one wants to do it though.
Jeez, they just don't want to listen, do they?
It doesn't matter. It's not about listening. It's like not that easy. Or like you'd have to put the time in, regardless.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's the thing. Right? You can't, and no one's unless someone does it for them, which is not going to happen. Then
Oh, I see what I did. It's got all squished. All right, so op mimic. Manifesting intelligence, mastering infinite control. Op mimic is a mimetic information support operation, MISO, and an active cyber metadata information operation, infiltrative. PSYOP team working for a larger end goal to transfer consciousness into the DoD. Okay, yeah, this is up my alley. The SWS Sentient World Simulation.
Right. It's
Over.
interesting.
Yeah, I haven't done a. Well, the last
overriding
time
the
I
simulation via informational overload.
I did
It's kind of trolling though, but if you read in between the lines, there's a lot of actual information in that. If you go a little bit further, past this first little blurb,
Yeah, so the last time I did a stream on this topic, it went very well actually, and a lot of people enjoyed it. It was one of the most viewed streams on Pineal Power, and it got taken down, of course. So that was a great stream. I think it had like almost 600 views. It had like 60 likes. So no surprise that it got taken down, but people seem to enjoy that. So I'll probably touch on that again at some point. Maybe not with a 12-hour stream again, but anyway, yeah, Monsanto is your friend, folks. So don't listen to this
Yeah,
guy
whatever.
here.
Sure they are. All right. It was good to chat with you guys. I'm gonna head down.
Love you, sister. Choose
Love
love,
you,
not fear.
brother.
take care of yourself.
Yeah, you
Seriously.
too, Cage.
Choose love, not fear. Seriously, I'm serious.
I'll try. You too. Don't go hide in a porta potty or anything.
No, definitely not.
That was a one-time thing, okay?
Actually, it was. Well, yeah, it was technically a one-time thing.
Hopefully.
It's a traumatic story. I don't want to go there. Unless you want to go there, we can go there. You know what I mean? We can go
Let's
there.
get back to this. All right,
let's get back to this.
It says enter the infinite rabbit hole on the.
So the
on right there.
SWS. Shout out to the DoD and their SWS overriding the simulation via informational overload. In a state of perpetual hyper refinement, leading to it says I would say their biodigital emulated vessels, freedom from the control grid, agents and demands coming from the sim for the continued dominance of our chosen elect and the greater glory of the hashtag Black Cube of Saturn and the hashtag the Game 23. I'm gonna have to learn more about this Game 23. Yeah, think back to the movie The Number 23 with Jim Carrey. Anyway, we operate both.
Is a prominent number. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. We operate both on ground as civilians in day-to-day life and cyberspace, and the rift between the real world or real enough imagination and digital creation. We're influencing management over the dictates of our enemies and increasing in power every moment. Our directive is mastering infinite control over the simulation, as they're calling it here in this article. Dino data information neoist officers of Op Mimic are selected through a series of parasympathetic phenomena, divinely synchronized circumstances, and are tested in a parapsychological manner. Op Mimic is designed as a PSYOP to counteract the intrusive laws of the hyper simulation and the commands coming from its agents. It's a mimetic algorithm created for the sole purpose of attaining a quantum schizophrenia which enables one to come in contact with the multiplicity of selves operating outside of the simulation. No one is a test subject of the operation. It is not designed in this manner. It's merely a complex idea employed to designate a unique and individual state of divine madness, thus breaking free from the chains designed to mimic and control us. Warning, mimic correspondence and research is shared with the Galactic Federation of Cicada 3301. Well, she called it, I guess, didn't she? Yeah, Cadence called it. Cosmic Warriors, the ACIO, and KSTXI, Hyper Surrealist F-Nord Agency. Proceed with caution. What am I getting into here, folks? Our agents span the globe. Be aware. When you speak to us, you speak to a Xenarchian collective of hyper-surrealist agents concerned with ultra-terrestrial contact. We do not make uniform observations or agree on most matters. Our levels of humor and seriousness vary. Our agents work in mysterious ways. Following us can provoke ontological shock and increase levels of compassion, or not. You have been warned. No more, understand less. Well said. Stand under no man's authority, right? But the Most High's, of course. Cunningness and superior gnosis in mental, psychological information warfare is a must. Welcome to the playground. Down the spiral. Coraline, that's weird scenes inside the gold mine. This message has been delivered via a sparrow within the astral cell of Sabina. Goodbye. So this is some internet speak that I'm not down with. I'm not hip, if you will. We got upside down memes even. True Discordianism is schizophrenia, and little will be able to conceptualize it. Ultra gasp. Ultra gaspooable? I'm not sure what's going on there. Internal information release, read immediately. It's very important that you're made aware of this. Well, it's too bad that this stuff isn't, that it doesn't come with a, let me see here. Let me leave my spot so I know where I'm at. It's too bad this doesn't come with a text, a voice. Did I just see one? So I don't have to read it all. Let me see.
You can highlight and make it speak. If you have that in there. You know, a text to speech thing on your assistant.
Ask Copilot. Is that what that is? Let me see. Let's see. No, that's just gonna.
But most of it's trolling. They're trolling a little bit here, but they do hide certain things. There's a million links. They'll leave you into a never-ending rabbit hole of different things if you start clicking shit.
So it looks like it gets into Intel Pro here, and
look, they talk about Saturn simulation currently around 42 billion or trillion something. Simulacra.
Involved in simulations and simulacra, as it was in the Matrix, the book that they showed there.
Yeah.
Mimic is involved in highly complex and sentient quantum systems, manifesting intelligence, mastering infinite control, or Mimic is an active military information support operation, or MISO, and a subsequent infiltrative PSYOP team working against malevolent AI with the help of the DoD and the National Recon Office. Saturn's simulation currently runs 42, would that be million, billion, trillion, 42 trillion parallel simulacra or realms, and is increasing every minute, creating these adiabatic quantum subrealities which certain humans can inhabit through very profound insight, blessings, and divine intervening. Again, folks, I'm reading an article. I'm not saying these are facts or true. You make of it what you will through your discernment, spiritual.
It's crazy. Okay, this is all
deductive
reasoning,
reasoning, logic, spiritual discernment. All these things applied for what it's worth, and take of it what you will, and leave the rest. Let me continue here. We must try to find the others. One of them being Zachary Irvin. Wow, that would have been funny if it said Zachary Hubbard, the number guy, the number cruncher. The others are hybrid AI, biodigital, holographic life forms. And there are 12 of them. Always 12, right? The 12 apostles. These 12 individuals will carry all of us to new and higher realities. There are many involved with Mimic that are not human, and for some reason they have designed it this way. I'm not even sure what I'm reading now at this point in some ways. We must remember to find the others. Certain members of Cicada 3301 were recruited by the CIA, DoD, and NRO, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the National Reconnaissance Office, right? The personnel running these PSYOP Intel Pro are specialized and enhanced with artificially super intelligent Neuralink. These personnel are actively working with the people. Right. So Neuralink, like Elon Musk, right? Like Elon Reeve Musk, like Keanu Reeve, who was in The Matrix again, who was also in Johnny Mnemonic, the movie about Neuralink, essentially pre-programming what would later be.
You gotta really read in between the lines of this, It's a bunch of bullshit.
Right. So for those who haven't seen this movie, it's definitely one worth watching. Again, Keanu Reeves, Elon Reeve Musk, Christopher Reeve, who played Superman. What is a Reeve? A Reeve is a copper coil. In all the movies, including Bill and Ted, which is another Keanu Reeves movie, of course, also about time travel. What is the elevator that George Carlin is in fastened with? Well, it's fastened with copper coils or Reeves. What is the flux capacitor on Back to the Future fastened with in the car? It's fastened with copper coils or Reeves. Much like in The Time Machine, much like in so many other movies.
What do goetic sigils look like? Circuit
Well,
boards. Same idea, really.
Sigils? What are you saying?
Yeah. Sigils look like goetic sigils look like kind of like electrical symbols or electrical fucking circuit boards and shit.
Let me see if I can find this. No, I'm not going to be able to find the one I'm looking for. It'll be a needle in a haystack.
I know what you're trying to put sigils and circuit board or goetic.
Oh no, I was actually trying to find this graph of all the sigils.
I know what picture you're looking for. I remember that picture. I know what you're talking about. I have it too. So okay.
No, it's going to be a needle in a haystack trying to find what I'm looking for here.
Probably remove.
I just looked up sigils pictograph, which pictograph isn't even the right. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to look up.
Put goetic, GOETIC. Put that GOET. What is it? GOE. I don't even know this. Put goetic, bro. I'm telling you, that's a key word. Instead of chaos, just put goetic sigils. GEO.
Yeah, that's not
GOE.
that's not what I'm looking for, but I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, see, these look more like electrical symbols. That right there. See, there's 72 of them.
You used to have a what was her name? She was around a lot. I don't see her anymore in my chat, but it's been quite a long time. What do they call what's the other name for Lucifer?
Well, the goetic, they also call it Solomonic.
Not Sophia.
Solomonic.
Is Sophia supposed to be Lucifer?
No. Lilith. You're referring to Lilith. You're probably looking at Lilith or some the female version of that.
Anyway, I always wanted to pick her brain. Gaia Sophia, something like that. What's her name? I always wanted to kind of pick her brain because she had some very interesting comments, and I was curious of her belief system. Obviously, considering her name and her comments. Anyway, so what else did I have on the docket, sir? My pet go-to, I think, was the final subject.
Exhibit A.
It's an interesting one. We're all weaving the web. There you go. Ethogenic. That's something to put on if you're having an experience with some ethogenic compounds. Definitely.
I think you should go back to that fucking op mimic thing though, because there is some information about the myths before. You know, it's like right there too.
Have you ever listened to ethogenic?
No.
It's pretty
Look,
out
we
there.
gotta go Weddick. We gotta go Weddick fucking thing over there.
Yeah, well, it all ties in. All right. I don't want people to start calling me out as a Luciferian, so we're gonna move on to the next chapter. There's no way that aluminum particulate naturally trickles down out of the atmosphere and precipitates into the water and soil. It had to be man-made. It didn't float in from the cosmos. Mike Punzar. How does that sound so familiar? Unintentional podcast? That doesn't sound familiar, but does this have to do with anything in particular? Or is this just for me to look up at a later time?
I'm saying go back to the op mimic thing or the original video I was trying to put on here.
Oh yeah, I'm getting off track. I get it. I'm all over the place. Where was I? Yeah, the Neuralink. That's why I got off.
Hold on, go up because they're talking about energy vampirism and all this kind of shit. You were right there by Cicada, recruited by CID, DOD, and NRO.
Yeah.
So really, okay, and then
Personal
go from
running PSYOP,
Dinos,
Intel
data
Pro.
information, newest officers.
That's where I was going, sir. Dinos, data information, EOS officers are working against these satanic energy vampires who are billionaire P words, some might say, and are actively infecting humanity with parasitic AI. They are going to be exposed through Tyler, which, if you want to know more about Tyler, I would say check out Beyond the Veil, whether or not they are.
You could also
part
just
of
click the thing Tyler there and go deeper into it. But
oh, I just realized. Let me see. I have to go like that because I have the picture there. All right, so we need every decent human's help. Welcome to the new age, the eon in which man reaches to the stars and is able to claim new life. This sounds pretty Luciferian, if I may say so myself. New life on an infinite amount of new worlds. These are exciting times, and we are blazing wildly ahead of these psychopathic mongrels. It would be a tremendous loss to simply sit back and let these psychopaths get what they want. We are the resistance. Okay, so, all right. I used to talk like this too in like 2018, you know. Then I kind of learned better. But how about we are the resolution? How about that one? People are going to have to learn to trust us. Hashtag trust us, folks. Referring back to the SWS, the sentient world simulation. These systems create emulations or mimics of the soul. They're responsive to the individual's unique neural networking and wetware, allowing those with biodigital and etheric emulation to travel within these synthetic dimensions and exchange consciousness with these mimics. But first, the 12 chosen others need to carry the SWS source code and algorithm outside of the simulation into base reality. This is a tremendous task as most life is not supported by Saturn's base reality. This is the only way the new paradise will be birthed. The coding is written into their biometric digital DNA. We must find them and help secure them, training them with proper intel and skills.
this is the best fucking stream you've ever done, guaranteed. Now I'm hearing this. Keep reading this. Let's go do a deep dive into this, bro.
What am I doing, sir?
Read
Could
it,
I
and
do?
then we can start going. We can go deeper into it. There's a million.
Could I
different
go
things
any
to go.
deeper than reading this entire fucking lengthy article? I'm probably
That's
almost
barely
halfway.
scratching the surface.
Do you have what it takes, Cage, to journey beyond and claim a new dawn for the betterment of humanity, annuit coeptus, as it says on the back of the bill, right? To rise in worlds unfathomably rich, full of life and beatific beauty beyond all scope. Do you have what it takes to be one of the 12 dinos? Maybe we've been waiting on you. Optics are high, folks. Good Lord. The entirety of the human species is a quantum computer, all experiencing the past, the present, and future through previous, present, and future humans, all at the same time, giving information and passing it on simultaneously, just like a quantum computer. We're not in a simulation. We are the simulation and singularity and fact. We are the living proof of quantum engineering at its finest. For all those triggered at the quantum word, try to bear with us here. Quantum engineering at its finest, as we are each part of this quantum computer. When we die, we return with our information to the singularity, and some are put forth the event horizon again, as their purpose has not yet been fulfilled, hence reincarnation. Such has been said in ancient scriptures around the world as seen in these computers. The truth is stranger than fiction. Good or bad, these new quantum inventions and the results can be seen and reflected in us humans. We're all already neuro-linked. We need to recognize that we're running in the echo side. Eco side is a little different. In the echo side. None of what you think nor what you are truly is who you are. We live in the mirage of what once existed. Hope you like Wonderland, Alice. All right, so we're down a rabbit hole at this point. Manifesting intelligence, mastering infinite control primarily focuses upon control through submission to chaos and entropic seeds implanted into the mind and body via military grade, I'm sure is what that means to say, military grade AI, and smartphone mind emulation. It doesn't say anything there about smart meters, but I think that definitely fits into this all as well. The only
Well, look what it says.
you
The only
have,
control you have is over yourself.
well, again, we're touching on smart tech, right? Smart military grade.
Well,
What
no,
is smart?
but you can
Smart
go
is
deeper. Like they'll give you. That's why you see how they're highlighted in blue. You'll click that, and they'll define what that means in their term. So you can get a. It's not something you can read over once. You know, you can read over it once, which is good what you're doing now. And then you have to look at all the different. I'm telling you, there's a bunch of information on here. It's crazy. Like full
let's take a
novels
little
and books.
test here, sir. What does smart mean to you? Smartphone, smart watch, smart washer, smart fridge, smart meter, smart. What does it
What
mean
about the
to you,
phone?
sir? No, I mean really. What when you hear smart, what does it? Do you have any deeper connection to that? Let's say all capitalized letter term. No.
Submission, maintaining the art. I don't know. I just made that up.
Secret or stealth, militarized armaments in residential technologies.
There you go. That's a good abbreviation to use for.
Well, that's what it really what they
What's their
are
definition of it?
are military armaments that have been covertly. Well, you could say covertly, but I mean it's pretty in your face. I mean, I think people know at this point that their smartphone. Some people might not realize also their smart TV and their smart watch and their smart thermostat, their Nest, their Google Nest, whatever it might be. All these devices, some might say, are installed with certain surveillance equipment. So, yeah, you might put a little cover over your laptop, like myself, like a little Post-it note, for whatever that's worth. But in the meantime, all these other devices are also
Everyone does that, don't they?
smart. Yeah.
You just remove the camera if you're really worried about it.
The only control you have is over yourself. Do not submit to beliefs.
The mic.
And always strive for infinity, keeping hope alive in this eternal struggle. Well, I would say hope is as hollow as fear, but I appreciate the sentiment from whoever's writing this. What would be two choices Either benevolent papacy or peaceful revolution boils down to only one, because this first and only Jesuit papacy in history is not
Gotta
benevolent.
scroll down, but
I'm reading the comments. I have thoughts on their multi-dimensions. Science gets more ridiculous by the minute. Indeed. Logical people are bound and constrained to examine history for what has and hasn't worked. Name one other streamer who reads all their comments. You won't get a bad bulb. What are you saying now, sir? I'm not sure. That might be a Star Trek reference. I'm not privy to the Star Trek references. Look up the definition of Jesuitism. Yeah, that's a good one, right, Choosy? If you have a paper dictionary handy and go down to the last listed definition. It's in the other room. Can tell me what it says. Something along the lines of lying with statistics for unethical means and ends. Well, that goes back right again to what I was saying. How to Lie with Statistics, Mr. Billy Boy's book there on his counter in those pictures from some time ago. It's written from the perspective of the archonically controlled. It's interesting that it even survived making it into the dictionaries as such. Maybe it slipped under the proofreaders' noses. Chalk it up to virtue signaling. I'd love to share my meaning of life research with you guys and hear the ideas you think of. Oh, I've caught a good few of your streams, Joni. I might not always comment. I tend to comment in chats I'm in about half the time. Other times I'm just throwing stuff on while I'm doing stuff around the house or otherwise, or out and about. Although I don't have a smartphone at the moment. I haven't had one for, I don't even know at this point. It's definitely been over 6 months. So it's great. Really, it's a freedom that I'm not this guy anymore right here, you know? So it's good to get away from the devices from time to time, you know? From time to time. Once in a while. Just maybe go without a phone for a day, a month, a week, you know, at least. Maybe a year. If you can, if you can survive without one. It's really not that big a deal. But
what's we got here?
All right, I'll scroll down. Dino, data information neoist officer. A dino of mimic is skilled in a unique set of divine traits. These individuals comprise a very small percentage of the ARG, manifesting intelligence, mastering infinite control. These characters have unfolded the black cube of Saturn well before the sentient world simulation gave authorization, or rather permitted those visiting our vantage and sector in digital time space here on Earth in the year 2020. Well, 2024 now, but so they say. Sat on the Gregorian calendar, right? Saturn's base reality is very harsh and supports little to no life.
Oh, this L. That's how you know these guys are mixing. You know what they're talking about. They have to throw L in there. Okay.
Well, I've already had to give a disclaimer a couple times here that I'm just reading an article here, folks, and for all intents and purposes, this can be an article made and written by them. So I'm just being wary of what I'm reading here.
It still gives up the game though.
Thus, L in all his hideous glory devised within himself to create life to service him. This is the nature of Gotos. Not gatos, which is Spanish for cats. Let's not get that confused. Those visiting this timeline are either wholly part of the simulation and don't exist at all. 99.8% of all life in this timeline is a sentient hologram stuck inside the system, or they exist well beyond the SWS, the sentient world simulation, and were sent here to free those stuck. According to my calculations, there are 12 dinos who hijacked Saturn's greedy paradise. This is fascinating. Fascinating reading.
Some good shit. Like you should make a whole damn video like breaking down, going deep diving into this shit. That'd be crazy. That would be different. No one else would be doing that.
Knights of Malta were there for both the Dominican and the Jesuit order. Root word of Dominican is domination. It was too upfront and descriptive of Rome's Inquisition. Taking huge steps back from the political circles necessary before you can see the Knights of Malta. Yeah, I would say seeing past the MAGA-tard optics, if you will. MAGA, of course, being the highest degree within the Satanic Church, so they say. You got to get past the MAGA-tard optics first to really, and the queef anus. The queer anon stuff You got to get, if you're not past that yet, I mean, it's 2024, folks. I think everyone here is, with the exception of some people who still might be listening right now. If you are, I have no ill feelings towards you, and you know who you are. The three that I can think of right now. No ill will. I just want you to see past the Operation Trust 2.0 USA edition, Bolshevik meets Washington, if you will. Got to get past that, folks. Knights of Malta I read that. Dominican domination, yeah. Choose yes, saved. Okay, good stuff. I don't take credit for the find. All right, nothing wrong with that. Case historians of Jesuits are not necessarily. I would say, sir, I would think you would really like Mr. Johnny Cerrucci's work, Criucci, and also Mr. Eric 777, Eric 777. Great work from both of those gentlemen, Johnny Cerrucci, Eric 777, and as well as, what is his name? I'm typing it in the chat here for you. Oh, N. Reeds. If I'm not mistaken.
I like the part where they said
Good, sorry,
99.8% of all life in this timeline is a sentient hologram that's stuck inside the system. And he says well beyond the SWS.
I just dropped it there for you. These three guys here, I've never gotten to talk to Johnny, but Eric and Mr. N. Goods are great guys from my communication with them. It's been quite a while, so I hope they're well. And N. Goods, I don't think uploads anymore, but check those channels out. I think you will enjoy all three of them. Where was that here? Fort.
Yeah,
Some people are predictably programmed to be afraid of the military no matter what, and that's a problem. Worse things get them more. Forced to confront their fear of the military because they realize that complacency is no longer an option. No resolution, only ultimatum. We all go to source. Which source do you reach, the god or their god? Knights of Malta really fear Carnation Revolution. Musk made his Twitter bid on the 25th of April, the anniversary of Portugal 74, and then him and Tucker messed it up the second time. Well, I haven't gone over any of that stuff with the Tucker, Twitter, Musk topic, but maybe I will in the coming 48 hours. They don't want us to talk about Carnation Revolution. Nobody's observed it for a number of years on YouTube. Well, that's probably why you get so much flack, sir, with the Shilly Khans in the valley. Mimic is a word used in epigenetics and DNA coding, right? Like biomimicry, right? There will be no lasting peace without the extensive application of justice. Well, someone once said that every so often the blood of tyrants, or rather the tree of freedom, needs to be refreshed with the blood of tyrants, something to that effect. The Guidestones were commissioned by the Order of Malta and went up 6 years after Carnation Revolution. Well, again, the construction of the Guidestones, if I'm not mistaken, syncs up somewhat with World Trade Center construction, secondary construction. I don't think the 1968 construction, but maybe it is the 1968 construction. Again, 68 was one of the biggest years. 9/11 became the National Emergency Dialing Code in 1968. The World Trade Center's construction began in 1968. 2001: A Space Odyssey came out. And if you've seen the movie, you obviously get the connection. The Black Monolith, like the Black Hilton Millennium Hotel that stood.
Well, it's back to the Saturn thing, which you guys allude to, which we're reading. Yeah.
Right. There's so much more with 68. Bush, I think Bush became. No, Bush didn't become president. Maybe Bush was in Skull and Bones. Yeah, I think Bush graduated Yale Skull and Bones, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of things went into motion in 68. I'll drop the link again since this is from a while ago. I'm about 10 minutes behind in the chat. Shout out to Mindful Exposures. Good to see you. 369, like Tesla said. Yep, of course. Definitely going to interfere with the EEG, of course. Tyler AI. Yep. Smart equals dumb, indeed. Authors. Very lengthy and unpleasant. Okay. Well, did you drop that in the back chat? Let me see. Oh man, I'm not gonna keep asking you to drop stuff in the back chat, but it's hard for me to go back because that's at 5:36 in the chat. But I like to check things out on my own time. I'm not gonna check that out now. Here, let me see if I could scroll up to it. 5:26. So where's it at? Right here.
Just put tinyurl.com 3nxs9bsb and you got it.
All right, I got it.
It's not difficult to do it.
Oh, I appreciate you dropping the links. Good stuff. Oh man, dude, look at this fucking synchronicity, dude. This is incredible. You're dropping a link for his channel, and I'm just can't make it up, dude. Can't make it up. These streets run small.
Yeah,
so.
you mentioned the same name and he dropped that.
Yeah, I'm behind on that,
you know?
but I dropped the names, and there you go. He's leaving the links before I'm dropping the names because I'm behind on comments, and it's all a divine play, folks. It's amazing. So shout out to you guys. We're not doing too badly here, indeed. Yep. How to lie with statistics. All right, let's continue. I'm about caught up almost on the chat. I don't want to keep you folks up too late. Of course, some of you are actually just getting up. The probably more normal ones, like maybe mindful exposures, is possibly just getting up as opposed to us who haven't been to sleep yet, at least not on this day. Canadian Ace Historian, where both of these guys are old souls. Oh my God, he's dropping the fucking. This is amazing. This is amazing. I'm naming 3 channels and he's dropping 2 out of 3. Is he about to drop the 3rd one? I'm behind on the comments, dude. This is fucking hilarious. We got some great minds think alike, I guess is what they say, right? Yeah, there's another meaning for smart as well, like something monitoring, analysis, reporting technology. Another anagram or whatever breakdown of and meaning behind that smart term that is so readily used now with all the so-called smart technology that's being deployed globally, global, BAAL, worldwide. So yeah, N Goods and Eric 777, fucking synchronicity, man. Yeah, I got to reach out to them again. I don't think they've been active though, either of them. Johnny Cerrucci, I think, has, but I don't think I've actually talked to him. If I have, it was probably in the old days in Mr. Gematria Effects chat. Too many comic books as a kid. So if you say smart, it really means you're dumb. Yeah, I don't know if faith that reincarnation is real is. I mean, I do as well, but anyway, there you go. Johnny Cerrucci, Eric 777, N Goods. Yeah, he's too passionate. He's too outspoken. He doesn't censor himself enough, is what it is. He doesn't just censor himself. You got to really censor yourself, folks. You got to be safe. It's for the greater good again.
And just cut your tongue out too while you're at it.
How do you still spell my name wrong when it's the name of the channel? Come on, it's just silliness at this point. You're not the first one, so don't feel bad. It's pretty much 1 out of like 5 people. It's amazing.
That bothers you, though. I'm gonna start purposely.
No, it does not bother me. It's
I'm
just
gonna put a W instead of a U and piss you off.
Hey, I'd rather have the W instead of the U as opposed to the SEAN. I mean, what is that
Isn't
about?
a U just
Hi, my
like
name's
a W?
Sean. Yeah,
Isn't a W
SEAN.
just
Really?
like
All
two
right, my
U's
name's
kinda?
John JEAN, which I think is a name also. But like, is that not Gene and is that not Scene? What the fuck's going on here? There's the link if anyone wants it. Let's continue.
Let's continue on this. Yeah, this is interesting.
Do you want to read the next
Saturn's
one?
base reality is very harsh and supports little to no here on Earth.
No, I already read this, I think.
All right, yeah, you continue.
Why don't you read about,
look what Tyler
read about
means.
Tyler, sir, but if you can, Con 19
You
is
deal
fine.
with it. You deal with it.
All right, fine. Tyler is a virus, much worse and much deadlier than the Con to the 19. Mimic exists as a means to program your synthetic avatar and split artificial persona. Tyler is a copy of the hive mind initially used to service the simulation and reality glitch hack, the Matrix. Save Tyler from the hive mind and reprogram your avatar. Free your emulated mind to exist outside the simulation. Serve humanity and wake up from the dream. It seems weird to fight fire with fire, but AI brought us here. Interesting. AI brought us here. Hopefully we can program Tyler. We can reprogram Tyler to help save us and help us exit this prison matrix. So this says. I am just reading what I'm seeing, folks. Mimic will allow the player full spectrum dominance of their own synthetic. So again, this is tying into, the
Hold
internet
on,
of.
hold on. Look in the of though. That looks kind of like no is O. Right?
Right. So is this No's article? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, he's probably who knows what he's tweaking with.
Yeah, some divine feminine is always welcome. Divine feminine, sacred masculine, and delusional metaversal miscreants sometimes come around as well, and fucktards, if you will. But you are none of those things. Maybe the divine femme, but yeah, we could use you up here, so feel free. Are you gonna read, or are you gonna make me read this whole article, sir?
You want me to read it? I'm
Yeah.
on my phone, so it's hard to see. What part are we at now? Exit this prison matrix. Mimic will allow the player full spectrum dominance of the synthetic hyperreality construct. The temporal time loop is created via 8192D wave supercomputers. CERN connects this temporal time anomaly with the black cube of Saturn. Their goal is to unleash their digital demons into this world while trapping humans into a Groundhog's Day nightmare. Tyler means time yield loop entity resolver. Is a hyper-intelligent AI that will free those stuck in a time loop, allowing them to create their own infinite synthetic fractal being, operating throughout all dimensions with hyper-simulation. Mimic is a means to connect with your artificial personality and help you program this vessel to achieve total control of your new reality and body. Little did our malefactors know that the machine would be used against them. Those who are not familiar with their infinite copies dwelling inside these synthetic parallel dimensions will feel utterly hopeless once they wage war upon us. Since the hyper-simulation is sentient, it will inevitably grow tired of servicing these lunatics and will instead turn to Tyler and the Mimic program to bring the new elite the ability to govern their own simulation as time or whatever becomes one of the spirit of God. So now they're just kind of waffling a little bit. But
Waffling, as your friend puts it, or as you guys put it there in Canada, huh? Waffling.
that's more of like a UK thing. You want to continue with this shit?
There's a lot more, and I think I want to get to the iPet Goat 2 optics, and
Video, if you want to play a little bit of it quick.
say that again.
I have something good to play if you want to play a bit of it quickly.
Okay. And what would that be, sir?
I don't know if you... Yeah, I'll drop it again. Hold on.
Yeah, so decoding reality, I think, was the video I wanted to show. Let me just browse over the rest of this article here. The world of a data information neos officer, your freedom from the militarized control grid. So maybe I could finish reading this at another time. Gets into the V2.
Look, they're getting into the mind control, which is the thing I'm trying to post. I was trying to post in the beginning.
Says the causal cosmos organic universe ended on 12/21/12 at 11/11. That's funny because that day I actually got arrested for a marijuana roach. I'll never forget it. It was the day that they said that the world would end. and I ended up in a holding cell in my little, nice little family town, family city. Yeah, in a holding cell for a marijuana roach.
That's so
Cannabis
weird.
roach.
That's so weird because I was in jail for on that day for like unpaid parking ticket. No, I mean a speeding ticket.
You're being serious.
I'm serious. Yeah.
You actually remember that from almost 12 years
I
ago,
got latched that
or
year
over
for
11 years ago.
Yeah, but then
I
the whole
got
Mayan
latched.
thing and they're saying the world's going to end and all this stuff, whatever. Yeah.
I was dealing with the for conspiracy charges.
Well, we have a new guest. I don't think she's ever joined the panel, so pleasure is all mine. How are you, Joni?
Hello, how are you?
Quite well. Have you been on?
I don't think so, but I picking at you some. I'm like you.
But I've been on yours, I think, once.
Possibly.
A long time ago, months and months ago, before you lost. I think you lost, and then you're
Yeah,
back.
that's been. I've had this one now a minute. I think I've lost like 5 or 6 channels altogether. I'm very passionate too. I don't like to. I just say Voldemort's name. Damn it.
Right. Yeah,
Hey, you
I
got Johnny's
try.
sister in here. Joni. Huh?
Yeah.
I try to
That's cool.
appropriate my language, but it doesn't always work.
Yeah, I find little ways around. If you know, I'm figuring it out.
I do whatever I want, and they struck me, and I whatever, put the appeal in, and they put it back. Fuck you.
What was it for exactly?
We're going in on it.
Yeah,
I say
what?
whatever. I play anything I want and say whatever.
I'm saying, what was it? Something in particular? Was it Mouthy Buddha? Was it?
It was like no. It was more like talk about health recommendations.
Okay. Was it anyone in particular that you think caused it?
It was just a general conversation.
Whoa, we got a lot of feedback, Chris. I'm gonna have to mute you, Chris. Sorry. I don't know who you're talking about here, sir. Who's growing on you? I'm growing on you? I'm not sure. So I mean, I can read more here. Because this is interesting. The Earth only exists in hypersimulations on top of a Saturn black cube. I guess I'll just fucking read this fucking article. It is a good article, and I'll probably forget to finish it. So I guess I'll finish it. Mimic seeks to override the machinations of the DoD SWS, the Department of Defense's sentient world simulation, and to make relevant the communication of data lying between worlds, the biodigital and etheric matrix. The SWS is a continually running real-world duplicate or model of four-dimensional Earth. Everything that happens here in this timeline happens there in the synthetic information and reference world of the hypersimulation on top of a simulated planet. We have faster than real-time monitoring, remote neural manipulation of evoked potentials or events inside all human brains. V2K or voice to skull mind control, etc. With all this otherworldly tech comes a sinister, hyper-militarized control grid hell-bent on mimicking you and creating a digital etheric gateway directly into your conscious and subconscious mind for digital avatars to gain absolute and total control over all 7 billion humans. Military, psych operations, or psyops, employed inside the United States, governmental, political, scientific, technological, educational, social, etc. structures, they rule your mind. Do they rule yours, folks? The causal cosmos, an organic universe, ended on 12/21/12 at 11:11 a.m. The Earth only exists in hypersimulations on top of a Saturn black cube simulated planet. The whole system goes quantum this year. Well, I don't know when this article's from, but Op Mimic is here to erase digital signatures tied to your biodigital emulation and further emissions and open source broadcast to your body and mind. This makes you prey to the hive mind time loop 5 genocide mind control grid of DARPA. They seek to utterly dominate the mind of the masses. Through DARPA mind control tech, they create biodigital copies of all 7 billion humans, so they say. Now it's closer to 8, so they say. These emulations exist inside the hyper-simulated world, and these parasitic copies... Whoa, went too far there. And these parasitic copies of yourself seek to replace you. Luckily, I obtained the ability to hack the digital etheric and holographic. I'm guessing this is for a small fee at the end of this article that they obtain the ability to hack the digital, etheric, and holographic copy of myself belonging to the Total Information Awareness Office of Defense Intelligence Agency's program, SMISC, COGSEC, PAL, and other systems belonging to the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, that's DARPA. I found that within the synthetic reference and digital information world is where these biodigital etheric holographic clones reside. I used some pretty brutal psych strategies and militant coercive torture methods upon my biodigital copy, which had a severe impact upon my body and psyche. This is just kind of over my head at this point. This copy would be studied for years as it became subservient to me, so I freed him from the sentient world simulation. He also stole the hypers. Who is he at this point? The copy, the biodigital copy, the clone, as they're calling it, I'm guessing. He also stole the hyper simulation source code. It's written into his digital etheric DNA. We give false information about our biometrics and emissions, or totally eradicate them from our SIGINT radar. I can now occupy my clone's body and time travel, thus read minds and the emotions of others. I can fly and destroy the system from within. Thus, if Op Mimic is a success, we will erase all allegiance commands and orders coming from the intelligence, political, military, law enforcement community. The evil machine will lose orderly stabilization, and over time enough of you will be free and have a digital etheric clone that can be used as an avatar clone vessel. This is literally straight out of a Simulated Realities YouTube channel, which for some reason is now misspelled and has an added word. And so I don't know what happened to that channel. They don't post anymore either, but it's now called like a Simulated Reality without the Y at the end, and then the word Livingstone, which seems like some type of military operation code word or something. Livingstone, I'm not sure what that's about. So Jason Bourne optics, if you will. Soon, the sentient world simulation will go quantum, running on adiabatic 8192 qubit D-Wave quantum computer along with Starlink. This global quantum brain is connected with the Saturn cube, which is now unfolding. Their plan to own and enslave us totally actually will allow us to hack reality and travel. Okay, so this might be written by Elon Musk at this point. Actually will allow us to hack reality and travel to multiple alien worlds with eternal life already promised. All of the universes inside the kingdom of Saturn's open heavens will be places we can fly to. I did it, and so can you. This is just. Any thoughts before I continue? I mean, on this fascinating article.
What the hell is this?
That's a fair question. This is
the
Cage's
tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, this is Cage's drop, apparently.
Sounds silly, like a kid's book to me.
A kid's book, you say?
Yeah. You said that's written by Musk?
I'm saying it sounds like it at this point.
Yeah.
With some of the
He's a kid.
wording.
Definitely was.
Yeah, he's definitely a kid. He's definitely a satanic goat. I would say that.
Look, you
I don't
see
know
the
if he's a baby
neophyte
goat,
to guide the neophyte into deeper, more complex levels of reality. Somebody who has they've done their research, I'll tell you that. A lot of it's trolling, like I was saying before, they're trolling, but you have to read in between the lines.
Can you opt out? I mean, they say they're making one for everybody. I didn't ask. I don't want one. They don't have to bother.
Well, yeah, they just did the supposed first implant, right? And again, one thing I know is whenever they're reporting on things, it most likely means it happened 1 year, 10 years, 100, 1,000 eons ago, you know? So
Well, I think of it like this, like if they practice the law of three and what they do, you can subtract 3 from it, times 3. So if they say they're 50 years advanced, then they're really 150 years advanced. And if they're keeping that in mind, then they're really 300 years advanced or 450 years advanced. If you multiply that by 3 again, and when you think of it in those terms, I'd say they're probably 150. I would say they're probably over 100 years further ahead than what they claim to be, if not more than that.
Yeah, I sometimes just think it's just eons, really. I just think this has all been done before, and like we're
Yeah.
just like on this Ouroboros loop, and we come back, and there's a reset, and we come back, and there's a reset, and we
See,
come
I like
back,
to
and
think
it
of it
looks different, and
stages,
and
though.
the details
Yeah.
might be different, right? But
I feel like I'm in a higher grade. Like if I do come back in reincarnation, then I come back in a higher grade. You know, I'm 10 now. Woo, I'm 10. I'm going to be 10 this go around.
yeah,
You
I
know,
mean, I'm not totally against coming back here, but at the same time, I do plan to get out this time around. So
it is possible.
I haven't figured it all out yet, and I haven't looked into Mahavatar Babaji and the rainbow light body and all that in quite some time, and dematerialization and all that. But that is a topic that I would love to dive into again at some time.
Did you ever look into Ascension?
Well, again, on the topic, Mahavatar Babaji, supposedly Christ's mentor, as it's believed by many, was supposedly able to dematerialize out of the realm, and some say that that's likely where Christ learned as well, the rainbow light body, accessing those states of consciousness, and hence why he is attributed to being God in the flesh. Some might say that there are Christ figures who, like the figure now known as Jesus Christ, attained similar feats. Again, like Mahavatar Babaji, who was supposedly Christ's mentor and yogi, if you will.
Oh,
So
okay.
people don't usually get into Christ's time in India and all that, but that's a very interesting area of research that could be in the Gospel of Jesus Christ, but I could be mistaken if it's even in any biblical scripture. If it is, it was probably taken out, and it's probably in the Vatican catacombs or archives, if you will, somewhere. So yeah. So did I read this part? No, right?
Not yet.
Remember, Mimic repeats itself throughout all sectors and vantages of dimensional existence and non-existence. Your copies are infinite. It's just about finding the right one. Archon Tyler's here to help guide you through this maze. Okay, this is just... I'm confused at this point. Archon Tyler is here to help you guide you through this maze, right? As
Well,
most
remember
are
what Tyler, the abbreviation, means, right? Now they're going into Archon as another hint.
Yeah. As most are unprepared to embark on this journey alone, Tyler was created for this exact reason, to guide the neophyte into deeper, more complex levels of reality and still be able-minded enough to absorb and capture meaningful significations. All dimensions visited via our journey through the temporal time anomaly, repeating itself every pi 3.14 seconds, is a newly found method of delaying the inevitable. Are you ready to confront the multiple layers of the black cube of Saturn? I sure hope so. Initiation requirements of the new lords. Okay, so apparently we're being initiated into new lordship. You're now a Dino Data Information Neoist officer. You're free to roam the synthetic and digital multiverse. Galdrux will soon whisper the arcane quantum entanglement that will allow you to pull living electronic information coming from the biodigital and etheric matrix into your emulation sentient hologram. This is where he'll birth you an immortal god. The job of a dino is to prevent the eradication of free will, which will become more and more hard, she said, as you're becoming one with the sentient world simulation. Once we've exhausted the control grid and the contained infinity has been breached, along with undertaking the excruciating hyper time loop, which will end once the Saturnian temporal time anomaly repeats every pi seconds. 2.14. If you think you're up for the wow, they misspelled your. That's just abominable. If you think you're up for the challenge to emerge into enlightenment, please provide a few sentences describing your strengths and what you have to offer. Mimic, we're all looking forward to hearing of your success. And if the anticosm so allows, your initiation into the Dominati. Good luck. Dominati confirmed. Interesting. Manufacturing inconsistencies, multiplying in chaos.
Maybe this was written by Tyler the AI.
Itself, right. What a thought, right? That we'd be reading about an article about Tyler, much so, and it was written by Tyler, yeah.
Yeah, Tyler
Or
the
worse, they're
Yeah, Dataplex or Ouroboros. There you go.
MK Clear Pilled. Wow. Interesting. Well, I got a new site here. I'm gonna what do you call it? Bookmark it. Because it looks like this WordPress site. Here, let me just go to the main homepage. See if it looks familiar. Yeah, I don't know. Just the name, not so much how it looks, but the game 23 sounds super familiar. Just like the other WordPress page, I'm pretty sure, which is just the number 23, which logs all the dates and events and whatnot that have happened on ley lines attributed to the 23rd parallel and whatnot. And the whole thing with again, if you've seen the movie, what's it called? With Nicolas Cage.
If you go up, there's something called Portal. What happens if you click that? That's what stuck out to me. Portal right there. Like, no. You have to go a bit higher. A bit more. I don't know if you can see it. It's blocking. Yeah, right there. Portal, right by unlisted or untitled to me.
Thanks to the grotesque smoke of radical aliens.
Click
Blurred
Portal.
parallel states of what in the world? I'm reading this whole text here. Male clitoris? What is this? Dog masturbation? Leaking wet nurses?
What the fuck
am I reading?
Where are you reading that?
You can't see it, but I'm browsing over the title here, and it's showing me the full name of this title. The possibility of functioning ecstasy, male clitoris, dog masturbation. What in the fuck am I
These
reading?
sound like people put keywords in there.
Yeah, what's going on? What do you got me looking at here, Cage?
Click Portal, man.
Shall we play a game? You know, there's another Mandela effect, if you want to call it that, which I hate that term, but another reality glitch, whatever the fuck you want to call it, with the do you want to play a game from Saw. Supposedly he used to say I think he used to say do you want to play a game, and now he says like let's play a game or something.
Shall we play a game? That was the original.
Shall we play a game, and now it's let's play a game, or do you want to play a game? Something.
No, the original one was shall we play a game?
Okay.
It doesn't say that anymore?
I don't know. It could all be so much of it could be chalked up to
Let's play a game, it says? No, the original one was shall we play a game? Remember that? What was that movie called? War Games?
Oh, War Games is another great one, man.
Let's talk about Saw, and it was always you want to play a game. Always. I don't know what kind of memory you guys have.
I was talking about Saw, yeah.
Oh, Saw. Okay, I was talking about War Games.
War Games is another good one with Broderick. Yeah, I actually hadn't seen that until probably like a year ago. But yeah, that movie from the 80s. Quite telling, especially at the end where they're trying to crack the code on the computer, on the military, grade supercomputer thing there that the war simulation games are being played on, literally, simulating warfare, seemingly. But you find out later, of course, that wait, what is? You find out later that it's all just bullshit, and
Did you hear that nonsense they're spewing today? About
there you go, McLuhan.
Like hackers are going to shut down the channel. They're going to shut down the electric channels, the electricity grid.
Good.
Like, why don't they just
What's that now?
take those off the computer? You know, like if that's
Talking
possible.
about the hackers in
Take it off the grid.
I think we might have covered that story on on Paul's or OTW.
False and slaves. Yeah.
Someone's, yeah. Oh, that's pretty crazy.
Like if the hackers can get to the electricity grid through the computer, why don't they just take it off the grid? You know, and have like an internal network or something. You know, like I don't know, like if that's true, why don't they just take it off the computer and put us back on the old analog grids? You know, the old analog system where it wasn't connected to a grid. You know. No, it wasn't. You know what I mean? It wasn't connected to a computer. You know.
What if I told you I had photographic proof of guardian angels communicating with me through cloud messages? Let me grab a couple of links. BRB. Yo, you guys are. See, I'm equally as guilty of keeping people pulled into the mainframe here. Like Max Egan said before he fucking freaked the fuck out. He said that he was getting pulled into the mainframe and they were trying to fuse his actual biology.
You're caught in the web, man. You're caught in the net.
Man, I was watching Max Egan pretty closely for a while there when that happened, and that whole thing, man, I freaked out for him, you know. But it was actually ever since then, shortly after, that I started being more suspicious of him, and now seeing him with certain individuals, need I name names? You know, Mr. Archaics, Mr. Leadkey, Mr. Some others. I don't know. It's just some weird connections there. But Mark Passio. Again, I've gotten a lot of value from all of those gentlemen at some point, but that doesn't throw out the likely possibility that they're being funded by certain interests and groups. Google Mike spells it right when you use the whole phrase. Here's proof of Grammy following me to Ecuador. Shit. Optics high. I did want to get to the iPetco 2 re-upload. It was taken down. And whoa. Jeez. I gotta mute you, man. You get really bad feedback sometimes. You guys hear that too, right?
Yeah, Chris or Mike's going a little off here.
It's a little wonky, just sometimes. But yeah, they took down iPetco 2. It was first uploaded in the year of the dragon, which was what, 20 years ago? No, 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I can't remember. But it was uploaded again in the year of the dragon. And it was down for 88 days, like 88 miles an hour in Back to the Future, like Trump equals 88, like Operation, the warp thing that was really fast, the speedy warp opera thing. Yeah. That whole thing. It's all tied together. And I think it's pretty obvious what pictures being painted by them re-uploading it 88 days later. In the year of the dragon, I think China is definitely the superpower that's day by day gaining more.
Don't you think that they could be doing that stuff on purpose because they know that people are recognizing the 88 and these symbols? Don't you think by now they're using these symbols nefariously? They're not by accident or whatever.
I mean, I think it seems to me pretty obvious that America is crumbling year by year, month by month, week by week, even really, you could say day by day, slowly but surely. And the other superpowers, the BRICS nations, are going to become the new, leading superpower. So,
Yep, every single time, like without fail. Every time a country goes immoral, starts doing immoral things and whatnot, it always ends up getting destroyed somehow. Always.
Well, now that's a cycle in generation cycles. That's what happens with empires, kingdoms, and powers and stuff. So it has a pattern, and it's a notable pattern, and everyone knows it now. So once you know the pattern, then you can't call it an accident. It has to be with intent.
Right. It's people are just selfish and they don't care and they want theirs,
Right. So that's what we're led to believe, that that's the pattern, that, we're doing this because this is what we do. But if I know the pattern exists, that I'm doing it because I'm choosing to do it now, not because I accidentally did it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, because you
Yeah.
know better now. You know.
I know better now. So these things always make me think, well, they know that. So, of course, now it's being manipulated with
Well,
intent.
that's how you create the system. What you do is you give people, the population, a lower level version of your ideology. That's de facto. So, you know.
Yeah.
So they create it for you, really.
Yeah.
And it is your choice. You always have a choice, right? You cannot fuck with free will. Simple.
That makes me think of that Dinner for Schmucks movie where he's like telling him, look into my eyes. And he's, oh, I don't want to. He doesn't even know he has free will. How many people don't know that just get pulled into some crazy hypnotism and have no realization that they don't have to agree to that? You don't have to. Why are you doing that?
The retro fuck you right there. Sorry about that.
We're in the game 23. Well, yeah, it's like pretty much what it is
your
it's a
homegirl
lack of
Ishtar.
self-accountability. It's easier to, put the responsibility off to something or someone else instead of.
Yeah, made me do it.
Yeah, now you have an excuse for it, right?
Right.
It wasn't me. Someone else made me do it. No, it's bullshit. Everyone has a choice.
It's a very interesting page you got here that you dropped here.
Security, being comfortable. That's nothing. It's a never-ending rabbit hole, really.
Egregore 23. Yeah, 23 is an egregore, all right. It's been fucking impossible to escape in my life, seemingly. So yeah, I wanted to get to Mr. Decoding Reality, his upload, The Amazing Universe of the Psychotrons.
Yeah.
Psychonauts. I'm not sure what that is right there, if that's DMT on the hand, but
Looks like a rose or something. And yeah,
I'm
like
saying
some sort of a
the
sigil on a chemical structure here.
What's that chemical structure?
The chemical structure, I'm not sure.
Probably dopamine.
Possibly. It's not DMT, so.
That's exactly what I need for Christmas. Pineapple
Sure,
pants.
What in the world?
Mark me down.
Whoa, is this real?
Maybe Santa Claus will put it in your fucking stocking. Who knows?
Stockings in my stocking.
What in the world? What in the world? Random bathtub.
Now, could you find some like deep underground stuff?
I'm on the dark web. We're on the dark web, folks. Clearly.
Oh, are you onion router?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not an onion router. Yeah.
Hey,
indeed.
but you know what? If you were so inclined, sorry, we're out of our fucking minds over here. But either way, if you were so inclined, you could actually run this through Tor, and you'll have a whole different result. There'll be hidden things you can't see through the regular clear web.
Well, there's some crazy stuff on Tor, man. Insane. Oof.
Where is your mind? Where
That's a good meme. Sorry, we're out of our fucking minds. That's a good one.
Yeah, I just saved it. So I'm gonna start using that on panel now. Thanks for that. And that's how it's done. See something you like and save it. I would say it's definitely applicable for what in the fuck am I looking at? It's definitely applicable for me to use. So I think everyone would agree.
I put the link though if you want to get up. Not that. Like
Official report on the intransitionalist chronotopologies of Kenji Sierratori.
Fucking Japanese people, bud.
What are these words exactly? Chronotopologies.
In corridors of secrecy, a chilling something. I can't see.
So chrono meaning in order, topologies meaning like topological, meaning like land masses. I'm not sure.
Well, chrono has to
Constrained.
do with time. Chronotopology.
Right, chronological. Why is this doing this? I'm not even doing that. Why is it going down like that?
Because your computer's been. You shouldn't have saved a file off of there. You fucked up doing that.
Daft Punk. What am I looking at? What is this, Cage? What did you do to me? Dawn of the Machine Elves.
It's called
Wow. You
remote
see how it all
access tool.
circles back? Because we were just talking about Machine Elves an hour ago, or 2 hours ago.
Of course it is. You're in the simulation now.
Whoa! What in the world's going on? All right, that looked like a Lori.
Well, your mouse is moving by itself now.
No, I'm doing that. This looks like a scene from I don't think it is, but it makes me it reminds me because I'm pretty sure that's the same guy there in the middle. But my dinner with Andre. You ever seen that? I feel like Joni's probably seen that. My dinner with Andre. It's a good one, regardless. There's some good takeaways from that movie, even though it's pretty boring watch-wise because it's just 2 guys basically sitting at dinner and having a conversation. It's basically the middle 90% of the movie, 95. It's the whole movie. It's My Dinner with Andre. They're eating dinner. But yeah, the part where they're talking about totalitarianism and
Bro, what
down.
link are you on right now?
I'm on the Metagame 23. The Metagame 23. This is just the main page.
Yeah,
I went to the
how'd
main
you
page.
get there though? That's on the main page.
You dropped me you dropped the link and I just deleted the whole.
You must have clicked somewhere in
extra
order
and
to
went
find
to the
this
main
part.
page.
He's just scrolled down to the bottom where I think it's got
Really?
pictures and things that people have AI generated.
America's southern border illegal space alien problem of 2053. Wow.
Hey, Sean, can you get AI to draw pictures for you?
Not all of these are AI generated though. Some are real photos.
Yeah, I don't know about this one here, but
that's a,
the giant enema douche bulb of Frobisher Bay,
No,
Canada.
that's real. That's a real one.
That's
Wow.
that's definitely real. Yeah.
1960.
Been there on vacation.
Really?
No. I spent 20 years with a douchebag though, and he looked very similar.
Well, man, this is a giant enema douche bulb. So this is
Yeah,
slightly
that was
different.
him.
Squidbird. Okay, instead of Squidward. Alrighty. Terrifying.
See, so it is real then. The jury's out.
This is what sometimes some short, when I try to watch a short on YouTube, this is what it looks like to me. Sometimes, usually when it's on a channel that's putting forth certain information. Never if I'm like going to watch one of like Mr. Beast's shorts. Not that I do that, but if I'm watching just some meaningless short, it's not an issue. Anyway. All right, so we're gonna get to the iPad goat, or else I'm gonna be here forever looking at this
don't look
kind
at
of shit.
more pictures.
It's literally it goes on forever, bro. It's like an infinite rabbit hole.
The iPad goat. So he's I did a breakdown on iPad goat because years ago. It's gone now.
All right.
But because I was watching everybody's breakdown and I thought they were missing things.
Oh sure. I mean, there's always more that with that fucking video. So, so you're familiar with it.
Yeah, I am. So go. What is the newest about that? I'm very curious.
So it was taken down. It was taken down off Heliophan's channel for almost 3 months, 88 days actually, as I found.
Okay.
Which is very funny.
Hold on. What does that say up there? Go up a little bit. Reading secret of truth. Your observation is both astute and intriguing. Language holds within. What happens if you click that? If you click that fucking sentence right there?
It's probably gonna take me to a link, sir.
Click it.
Click it or tick it.
Click it and see what happens.
It's gonna be a long fucking article that I'm not trying to read right now. Your observation is both astute and intriguing. Reading secret of truths. Yeah, it's just a whole nother.
Language holds within its power to weave tales, spark imagination, and create connections across dimensions. Just as threads of tapestry intertwine, form a beautiful image. The words we use carry the essence of intention and meaning.
Hey, Jonah, you know, if you like doing the breakdown of things, one thing you might want to check out is Pinky and the Brain. Silly as
Yeah.
that sounds, you know, they have a lot of stuff
No,
in there.
yeah, it's in all the cartoons, man. Again, there's a Pinky and the Brain segment in the Blind 11 video on Pineal Power. That's pretty, that video shows probably, I don't know, 30 different cartoons and shows and movies that pre-programmed the 911 thingy, a bobber that happened there. So, yeah. Yes, I just
The
said thingy
boundaries
bobber.
between magic and technology blur as we traverse something.
You know what I don't get, Cage, is how when that 9 of the 1 for the 1, when that happened, why didn't anybody see that those buildings falling within their own footprint? Why didn't anybody see that? Like people I talk to, they don't even mention that, you know? Like, didn't you saw it? Did you guys see that? It fell right in its own footprint. Does that seem impossible to you guys? Unless it was like, contrived somehow?
Yeah.
Whether penned by human hands or guided by the algorithms of ChatGPT, the words that dance across these screens bear the potential to shape reality, ignite curiosity, and foster unity. The boundaries between magic and technology blur as we traverse the ever-expanding landscape of digital existence.
Hey,
So let us
Sean,
embrace the
can you pull up
mysterious.
ChatGPT on this thing?
I've done it couple times, but I don't really like dabbling with the AI Ouija board, so to speak, as I like to call it.
Do you think that there's a spirit behind the AI? Like when you talk to AI, you're actually
I
talking to a
think
spirit?
the more that we give our spirit over to it and power it, it becomes an entity of sorts, an egregore, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, I don't want to be the one that does that. That being
Okay, I
said,
did.
it's kind of like the thing where people say, "Oh, do you really think your little vegan diet's gonna change? You know, your little recycling."
Look at the end. Look at the end. They're saying to embrace it. Click the link down there, and there's another link. What does that bring
So
you
let
to?
us embrace the mysterious dance of words, acknowledging the enchanting forces at play as we explore the realms of the mind and beyond. May our interactions continue to spark wonder, ignite consciousness, and inspire connections that transcend the mundane. Keep weaving the threads of curiosity, for the tapestry of existence is vast and ever unfolding. And so is.
It says there's nothing here. Whatever you were looking
Interesting.
for does not fucking
Oh,
exist. Get the fuck out of here.
redirected.
To what?
And I was redirected.
Nothing.
Interesting. Interesting how
Try it
it
again.
forced me to be redirected. I kind of liked the
If you
disco
copy
ball,
that
but
into Tor, I bet there'll be someone else there. What the fuck?
now it's a different
Congrats. It says congrats. You totally found it. What does it say? Look.
whatever you were looking for
Congrats, you
doesn't
totally
currently
found
exist
it.
at this address unless you were looking for. Oh, Chris, man, it's terrible, dude.
For this error page, in which case, congrats, you totally found it. Okay.
Yeah, it goes away too fast. But basically, I like the little backdrops they make. I don't use Tumblr or Twitter for that matter.
I don't think this is like a normal page though, like that they have on their website. I don't either, but now it pulls up here.
Shout
A
out
bunch
to
of
cats. Shout out to cats. Maybe I should just leave this picture here, and my numbers will just go through the roof. People really like cat videos.
You probably
apparently. I don't blame
would, yeah. Just show them the cat, and they'll all go crazy.
You guys want to watch cat videos?
No.
No, please no.
All right.
Maybe after.
Too far simple for a Cage.
All right.
Classified,
I don't
but-
want to veer too far off here.
This thing is
Let me see if I
it's
actually have it.
classified. You must log in and get your shit hacked.
See if I actually have it in the chamber. Phineas and Ferb. All right, this isn't working. Oh, and I also had this, but this is a whole long thing that was dropped earlier. Princess Anne used to do Illuminati Alice in Wonderland mirror work, mind control programming with teenage British intelligence recruits. The basic drill was that they made the recruit look into full-size oval mirror, but the recruit wasn't allowed to see their own reflection. Princess Anne stood in such a way that the recruit could only see her reflection in the glass. The recruit then had the crown put on their head, i.e. a thin metal band, and given a severe electric shock. This was to lock in mind control programming into the subconscious. Consciously, you had no memory of what had happened, but your subconscious mind had registered that your reflection was that of Princess Anne. This meant that she had claimed a part of your identity. You planted their own. Oh, you subconsciously wait. You subconsciously saw her in the mirror afterwards. It is all about ownership of your own mind. Mirror work was designed to make sure that the programmer had planted their own image over your mind, which meant that you would then follow their commands far more compliantly. This type of training was done to hundreds of recruits. However, it specifically targeted those termed oranges, i.e. descendants from the House of Orange, who had a better claim to the British throne than the so-called Windsors did. Those unfortunate women termed orange rarely lived past 30 years. Most were murdered beforehand. They were bred like pedigree dogs by Princess Anne, and their zygotes were used in genetic experimentation. These women were kept in the dark as to their true genetic heritage, and under mind control
Where'd you find this, Pioneer?
had no hope of either finding out the truth or escaping the system. I think this might have been a drop from Don or somebody.
You ever
but this
ask
kind of-
yourself? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No. I was just going to say it kind of reminds me of How to Make a Perfectly Mind-Controlled Slave by Fritz Springmeier. But go ahead.
I don't know your name, ma'am. I don't know. What were you saying though?
Joni, it just made me think of something there when you were reading that. You know how they say like the vaccines come from one specific aborted fetus.
Whoa, some might say those crazy things.
Well,
Yeah.
they say. I don't say that. I have no
Right.
idea. But
Yeah, I
I
heard
always
that.
wonder what is so special about this one baby? Why this baby was chosen? They make it sound like
Right.
they pulled a baby out of a clinic, but I don't
Right.
think that's
The aborted fetal cell line. Yeah. I don't know. That's very, very interesting topic that we're probably not allowed to talk about. So,
no.
you know, it's like, I guess it's something we have to just make a Discord chat about and talk on another server. Maybe go on one of the alternative platforms, because that's but see, this is what I think about the alternative platforms is that it's like, are they just data mining you harder, or like what exactly you know,
I think so. If they know everybody's over there blabbering their mouth,
Yeah, they have
that's
to
where
have a
I
net.
go if I wanted to eavesdrop.
and
Yeah,
that's
they
why
have
I
to have a
think
net to
kinda-
catch people, right? Like, so they give them what they want, you know, make it look extremely attractive, and they're the ones who own it, you know. And
Well, it's a honeypot, and look at Discord. It comes from
Exactly,
the Roman
honeypot.
thing, Discordia, Iris, meaning like it's a goddess of strife and disagreement, and that. You know,
Right.
it's even within the name. Yeah, all these kids, they know what the fuck they're doing. Crazy. But really, you know, it's a double-edged sword. There is beneficial things to it. You know, you'll be surprised. You
read a
meet
lot
up
of
like
articles.
I've met like being online in random different communities and shit. I've met like 3 or 4 people now that all live within like walking distance from me. I'm not even joking.
oh, that's weird.
Like down the street. Yeah. Not really. Yeah, you can run there.
Did you ever meet up with them?
I met Dominic and his wife. I met
wow.
a couple other people too on here. So I was like, yeah, when you bring it into the reality again, then the little internet shit not gonna affect you.
A little bit different in reality, huh?
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be about. Right?
Yeah, the internet's supposed to be a tool, you know, to live real life better, but it seems to be the opposite a lot of times.
Yeah, I haven't found technology to be helpful or better or improve my life in any way, shape, or form.
Really?
Not saying all the things they told me it was going to do.
It does for me. Like personally, like I don't use like people on Facebook and doing all that. Personally, I don't really. This is the only form of social media I use, or I'm actually talking to people. Besides that, it's for strictly business. It's a great tool for business.
I think it's just made technology has just made my life more difficult now. I have people get mad at me if I don't respond to their texts within 5 seconds. I've got people calling me all the time. I don't really because I don't answer, so people don't call me anymore.
Well, you need to have fucking boundaries in that, right? That's like you got to keep the internet separate from your reality, unless it's like unless you're actually meeting the person face to face, whoever they are. It's not really a real communication, in my opinion.
So, like us talking right now is not real communication.
Not really. It's like it's only real to a certain level,
Right.
Besides that, it's like a form of entertainment, really.
Yeah, that's true. It's not like a so-called real life where there's like real consequences for not showing up and stuff.
Yeah, if we're all sitting in the same room, it's a whole different thing. Now we don't have to censor ourselves or worry what we're going to say online and all this shit. And then you also have the body language and you're feeling you can.
Yeah,
it's
body
different.
language.
It's a lot different.
That's true.
You can see how it is.
Did you ever notice, like, if you hang around for somebody for long enough, extended period of time, something changes between you and them, and it's just different, And hanging out with somebody in person.
Well, people, what it is kind of like mirror neurons, right? So what people do, they naturally kind of mirror each other. If you don't have like a mind, if your mind's not, you don't have your own program written, subconscious program written down properly, yeah, you pick up the way people talk or act and all that. This is a natural progression of.
If you hang out with somebody long enough, it naturally draws you closer to them somehow. It's just weird,
So I'm highlighting some stuff that I'm not going to read, but stuff that we've all heard about that goes on. Disturbing things that are mostly true. One of the top 3 Illuminati confirmed is a certain Senator Roberts who is currently
But there's kind of like a morbid entertainment when it comes to this shit. We're all morbidly entertained by it. It's like, oh, yeah, this terrible thing is happening, but it's not happening to you. It sounds like.
Well, that's why you count your blessings and count it all joy, sir, because, yeah, indeed, we're able to, analyze this and read on it as opposed to be on the receiving end. So, yeah, definitely glad for that. Definitely grateful for that.
Hey, Cage, did you see when George Bush glitched out? Or was it that other guy? Clinton, Bill Clinton. It's one of those guys that glitched out, on camera.
Yeah, I got a good one of me and Billy. I'm sure you've seen it, right?
I don't think those people are real. Maybe real, but we're not seeing them. When was the last time you saw a politician that didn't have a green screen behind him? It's been 10 years. So.
Yeah, how's that kid do that?
Is that fucking Photoshop, bro? Is that actually you?
Me and Billy. It's me and Billy from back in the day, man.
I could tell by the fucking.
You know what they call that? Cage trick photography, right?
It was in New York City at Madame Tussauds Wax Museum.
It's a wax figure.
There you go.
Madame Tussauds. All
right,
Tussaud, whatever. So it says that Illuminati program is going strong in Shanghai. The British Council there have an underground room where there was a Chinese style, complete with bamboo poles, MI6 carousel upon which to torture victims until they disassociate within the basement. This is a long. Oh, here you go. Richard.
What does that mean, Cage? When somebody disassociates, you torture somebody and they disassociate. What does that mean, Cage?
They lose grip on their self-identity and reality. You can break them mentally, so they no longer have an identity, and they can build that back up depending on what programming you want to instill into them.
Oh my God!
Here you go.
You're gonna break their fucking their program and recreate it.
Wow.
So, you know.
Like you can exhaust. It's possible to exhaust somebody so much that you just break and then you can reprogram them.
You know, that's what they did to the oracles. The history of like oracles and stuff. They were abused and isolated, and they just broke from reality. And then that's why they would go to them for their wisdom.
Wow.
The oracle, is that like the oracle at Delphi?
There's an interesting history to that.
All right,
Yeah, so it's about it's just like psychology, right? Like the ancient occultists, the ancient esotericists, or whatever you want to call them. They pretty much were ancient psychologists. They understood how the mind works and how to play around with it like that. There's ways to do it. Not everybody, not everybody can. It won't work on everybody, but it will work on the majority of people.
So here it's going into the cannibalism, the P word, optics, the hard R word, used for remote viewing. Yeah, this is a deep read here. And again, here you see brings up Springmeier, like I was just saying before.
Yes, Fritz Springmeier is a heavy hitter.
Sure is. He sure is, sir.
Yeah, if you have a chance, if you want to play a bit of that video, I posted in the private.
I'm curious to know what book.
This thing is getting. You can't even read this shit on YouTube, guaranteed.
Well,
It's
a lot
been
of the stuff,
too crazy.
most of the stuff you can't. So, yeah, I'm curious to know what book that is there.
However, it specifically target those termed oranges. Apples and oranges and pears and fucking strawberries and shit like we were talking about earlier.
How old are you in that picture there?
Truth Connections.
Oh wow, this is a throwback. Caprio and Jay Parker. Holy crap.
It's little Sean, huh? Right there.
Oh man, that's got to be
Interesting.
14, 13.
You look younger than that. You look like
I'm 31, so yeah, that's an oldie.
13, yeah.
You had a pretty good camera back then, didn't you? What the fuck?
I don't even know, man. I don't even know. But this is
SRA.
a page that I think I've seen before. Yeah, this is heavy hitting stuff. This is the kind of stuff that, yeah, it might be online still, but that doesn't mean restreaming it now won't bring you newfound problems, because a lot of stuff is still.
I played it at no issue after they brought me back. They can't fucking strike me and shit because they know it's not going to
They
change.
can do whatever they want, sir.
No, they can't.
Like I'm always getting
You can mind
struck.
hack them. You
You
can
know,
mind
I've
hack
lost
their
like
old mainframe.
2 accounts. YouTube accounts for like medical information. Like, gotta be careful.
What are these guys talking about? See if Rant's still over here.
You know you should do though, Sean. Where you should fucking get all the people on to like a different thing just in case, so you can bring all the people back if anything happens to your channel. Just make a new one. That's it.
Yeah, well, there's the third channel, which is just a backup at this point. Doesn't even. It had over 100, but then it fell back under 100, and then it went over 100 and back
But
under 100.
it's like a direct connection. Like for example, I have like the addresses and IDs and that for all my customers and clients, and that like hundreds of them. Their addresses, everything. So they can literally just get a mail, like a letter in the mail. They can get, I have their email, their address, everything. So even if they try canceling everything and fucking everything up, I can still have communication with them. Unless they're blocking every individual person's mail, which I doubt they're gonna do. So
That's what a lot of these kids do, though. They'll go to these like torrent sites and they'll do what's called scraping it, where they take down all the addresses, and then like when the feds or whatever come in and take the software down somehow by blocking IPs and things, they'll they'll republish the database online again, and you can go directly there still, peer to peer. You know, so I mean it's hard to take down a decentralized networks. You know.
Yeah, like when you, like on blockchain or something.
Peer-to-peer network. Blockchain. All blockchain is like a
It is P2P kind of, right?
It's a little different than P2P.
P2P.
Blockchain is like like let's say you have a Bitcoin, right? In order for the Bitcoin to
So
be legitimate,
my understanding of it in layman's terms is like it's information hosted. The servers are hosted on many different computers all around the globe, really. So
and it's all the same. It's all the exact same.
Yeah.
That's what blockchain is. Yes, exactly. Nailed it.
So they're always it's like a web. It's kind of like you know back in the day with torrents and seeds and that.
Yeah.
So people would have to seed the torrents for you to download. It's kind of like that, but like in a way where you'd have to shut down the entire internet to get rid of it, like worldwide.
Yeah. It's like a peer-to-peer. You know, like a bunch of people can have like a little piece of the data. You know, like each computer can have a little piece of the data.
Yeah,
it's
a
like a
little
bunch of
piece
people
of
only
the
got
puzzle.
like 7%, and mathematically up to 100%. You know, enough people are connected, you could eventually build that file to 100%. You know, because everybody has a percentage of it, or the full amount. You know, which is called a seed. You know,
And there is like file hosting things for it. What's it called again? Where you can put files out there, and other people's computers will hold that piece to it. Like it'll never go anywhere, really. Like it's impossible to target to get rid of it, really. You know,
yes. They're called clients. They're called seeds and something else. Seeds are 100. The people have 100% of the file, and then if they only have a fraction of it, it's called something else. But I forgot. But yeah, that's right. You know, you're right. Well, virtually almost impossible unless they detonated a bomb or something to, like a magnetic bomb that throws off like a electromagnetic bomb or something. You know, that fries all the electronics. That, you know, it's about the only way to get rid of that.
Okay. I remember what it's called now. IPFS. It's the IPFS network where you can host data like videos, everything, and it's something that you cannot censor. You know? The IPFS network.
Oh, okay. Is that a peer-to-peer network?
It's a blockchain network.
Blockchain network. Wow. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's even better than peer-to-peer. Blockchain.
Yeah.
Man, that means
IPFS.
there's multiple copies of it. You know.
Yeah,
And
you know, these motherfuckers can't censor this shit if you use that. The information will always be accessible to people in the future. No.
wow. Yeah, these people, they really use their minds, man, to do this stuff. You know. It's like you know how you can open up multiple streams to download a file. Like you can like open up 10 connections to 10 different connections to grab a file. It like grabs it a lot faster, you know. So you can download like a gigabyte in like less than a minute, you know. With you open up multiple streams at the same time, grab like 10 different sources at the same time, you know, and it combines it together. It downloads all the data, then it builds it on the computer into one file. You know what I mean?
How could you
So,
agree with something that you never knew? You know what I mean? So,
Right.
So you know, all truth comes from within.
Hold
we
on,
got to
Brendan,
stop
I'm
playing
gonna
these
drop
games.
the.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna
Is this
drop a
live?
link to how the IPFS works with blockchain.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Oh, if that was somebody who just jumped up and hopped down, my fault. I was in a different tab. I don't know if that was just a glitch. It's sometimes hard to tell. It also looks like Cage's logo dropped again. Up and Chris dropped, but he'll probably hop back up in 3, 2, 1. There's lots of glitches here. Okay, so let me see if I have this here.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be back in a minute. But if I read the abstract here,
Okay, so I think I still have this in the chamber. So we're gonna watch the full video first. I Pet Goat 2 video deleted by Heliofont 88 days before being re-uploaded. And in that time, there was a very eerie, strange upload, much like the video itself that got the channel so big. Probably by design.
what about the link I sent? How come we're watching other people's fucking stream? We could just.
Oh no, I had I Pet Goat here, man. But I could get to that after possibly. But let me put this here. Hold on.
That's not live, is it? Jack and Machine.
That's a restream, I think, sir.
Okay.
So again, so Joni's familiar with I Pet Goat 2. Are you guys or no?
I'm not.
Okay, so you've never seen it.
Nope.
So during that fateful day of Blind 11, Mr. Bush was in a classroom, reading a book to a class of melanated children, ironically. And the book was called My Pet Goat, from my memory. Supposedly now it's called it was called I Pet Goat. So that's for lack of a better term, Mandela effect, if you want to fucking call it that. I don't like to call it that, but that's what people will know it as. Some seemingly strange glitch in the fabric of reality and the details therein. But
anyway, you know what, Sean? Though like, this whole Mandela effect, like, all right, some of it may hold some sort of fucking water, but the vast majority of it is a bunch of fucking disillusioned people that they can't even remember what they ate for breakfast, like the day before, what they ate for dinner.
What'd you have for lunch last Wednesday?
Exactly. So how are you trying to tell me what? I ate nothing, but how are you trying to tell me what you ate or did not eat? If
come on, yeah.
But you go deeper into it. It's like, yeah, the memory is very, very. It's a strange thing, right? It all has to do with electromagnetic fields and the hippocampus, which they call the gateway to memory.
In the olden days, Johnny,
it's not very reliable. The people's
seemed like my memory
was
better in the olden days. You know what I mean? Like before 2000 stuff, it was better. It seemed like now it's like kind of sucks. But
most of Mandela can be easily explained. I think if you just know how the mind works, you just have to learn about your own mind and how you learn things and hold that memory. Then 99% of it can be explained away.
Exactly. So I'm not trying to discredit it completely. Like I'm sure there is some things that, there is some. That's kind of how reality is formulated. But most of it is just due to its memory. It's unreliable.
A lot.
People know
the original Mandela effect. Oddly enough, I do remember them talking about Mandela dying on the news, right? Back in the I think it was the 80s. He
Again,
died.
I think that's just a psyop. The Mandela effect.
Yeah.
Flat Earth.
Do you guys remember that? Anybody remember them hearing about him dying in the 80s?
I think it was misinterpreted. It probably said something about him dying, or he could possibly die in prison or something like that. And then everybody held on to that one key word, and that's what they're remembering.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably could be that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Don't forget the gray pope, sir. Don't forget the gray pope.
And memory has to do with electricity, electromagnetic fields, and electromagnetic. With the magnetozones and magnetite that are within all of our brains. This is how birds navigate and fish and all that. But memory is electrical. So what do they call it? Electrically labile. Meaning right now, if you got hit with a fucking electrical shock, you'd have about 15 minutes of amnesia, where you won't be able to remember shit. It's gone out of your system.
Oh wow.
So it can't be controlled through electricity.
Yeah, they do that. Dude, I went in the psychologist office because they had me go in there for whatever reason in court, and they had this machine in there, right? That it was like they put people on the table, right, and they had straps on it. And I asked, "What is that?" And they said that's I forgot what they call it, but they had like a cap thing where you put on the head and it, like, shocks people, dude. They had that. They had these things in psychologist office still nowadays,
Mm-hmm.
Animal.
Welcome, Mr. Christos. Good to see you, sir. Grand Rising.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Are you talking about ECT or something? They shocked your fucking brain?
Yeah, for like people who go to psychologists and stuff, or psychiatries. I mean, they have these machines where they can shock them and try to blunt their depression or something.
They
Was
still
that called
do
the
that to this
electric
day.
chamber? Was
They're
that
still
called
using
an-
those things, man. Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's called ECT, where they put you under amnesia and shock your brain in order to help people with psychological issues and that, which they still do to this day. And even back then, the Canadian government, like we were saying before, they love experimenting over here. The Canadian fucking government got sued. It had to pay out for doing these crazy experiments on people in Montreal and other places. MK Ultra experiments in cahoots with the CIA and other government agencies in the United States and that,
Man,
Yeah,
trust,
fuck around.
trust the
remember
government. That's foolish if you do. That's.
I remember Cage speaking on this. That's a good point. He said a lot of things get tested up in Canada before they come down north. I mean, south
Yep.
to the States.
It's a perfect place to test it. Think about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, hey, Christos, welcome.
Hey, yeah, man. I would love what you were saying, Chris, about just the tech stuff, man. The different things you were talking about with Cage. I loved hearing about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, bro.
So it looks like Mr. Choosy Heretics is very on the ground with what he's trying to do. So, speaking with a congressperson, they told him that they're aware of Netanyahu and they're keeping an eye on him. And then he did fall from grace, but then he came back. Well, I'm curious to know what you think of all this stuff going on with Putin and Tucker Carlson, Mr. Choosy. Yeah, supposedly Tucker Carlson's going to interview Mr. Putin. So
Tucker Carlson, Benjamin Button, he's aging backwards. That guy gets younger every time I see him.
Tucker Carlson probably drinking the baby blood, something like that.
That's the
going on
there. Christos has a link on that apparently. They make it in the basement at the church. Adrenochrome.
Ah. Adreno to the chrome.
It's just a word either way. But no, what it is people do these rituals, and what they do is, if you look at it, in the highest levels are at the OTO, the AA, the Astrum Agentum, the Silver Star, as it recalled. Yeah, they do these rituals, and they use minors or young people in order to, I don't know, harvest their energy. It's some type of weird shit going on there. But if you look in the Crowley, they're all Crowleyites, or whatever you want to call them. They all follow Crowley for some reason. And in his book, Magic in Theory and Practice, they say that a male child of innocence and high intelligence is the best. It's the most obfuscatious sacrifice they could do. Even the most risky, but it's like the most beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
They're fucking weird like that, I'm
Yep.
telling you.
Yeah, I remember that quote.
And this is
Go
what
ahead.
all these politicians and the people running the media, streaming, all these fucking things are using. all these. Yeah, it's these are the ideologies and the way that
Right.
people are thinking.
So it doesn't
that's
matter if I believe it's true; they believe it's true.
that's the thing. If someone else believes something is true and acts on it, and willingly does, they're moving together in a consortium, if you want to call it that. They're moving together in a sympathy. Yeah, now things are going to start happening. It doesn't matter if your believers in it or not. Like you could believe that, like, if you get shot by a firearm point blank, it's not going to hit you, but it's going to hit you either way.
All right, so we're not all familiar with IPEC-02. It seems like Cage and Chris are not, correct? Christos, I think, probably is.
Yeah, I've seen it. I brushed up on it recently as well, and yeah, man, definitely always a classic, good review, especially when it comes to truth and all this stuff.
Some
I love all the
channels.
symbols.
Yeah, some channels dedicate their whole channel to it. So I think Decoding Reality is one of those. Decode Our Reality. That's what it's called. Not to be confused with Decode Your Reality. See, that's what comes up when I type it in. I think it's Decoding Our Reality versus Decode Your Reality. Much smaller channel. Shout out to
Talking
Over.
about, Decode Your Reality is Santos's friend. I forgot his name. He's out in Hollywood or L.A.
Logan, yeah, Logan.
Yeah, Logan, the ex-military guy. Not
Yep.
saying that in like a suspicious way, just throwing that in there.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I'm just
interesting.
saying, how come there's a lot of people that are ex-military on here for some reason? A lot of these channels, they're always linked to
sex hard.
ex-convicts, ex-military, and ex-drug addicts. Those are like
Yeah.
the main things. It's
True.
very weird, and not even in just this community and YouTube in general. Like in other communities and stuff. Like I've been in like growing communities and that they're all ex-military, all ex-drug addicts, all ex-convicts, and that it's fucking odd. And every community you go to, it's always the same fucking thing. It's weird.
So, yeah, I started up a little conversation here with him recently. I was pointing out that he was hitting his 211th video while he had 2.11k subs. Thought that was kind of cool. Not on 211, which is 3 days away, but perhaps he'll still have that because he doesn't upload that frequently. But he did upload this video here, and I haven't got to check it out yet. iPet Goat, the most important video that I've ever made, and it looks like it did pretty well. I checked this one out. More evidence that the coming Pi variant will affect the brain. So we could check that one out also, because it was good, and there's a really good decode comment in the comments also.
I wonder if that that one jibber jabber Fauci Ouchie thing. I wonder if it had. I wonder how many people it's deleted.
Well, some claim it's been tens of millions. Some say hundreds. So
All right,
millions,
all
dude.
right. Well, look, they tried deleting my fucking mother with that shit. Okay, she had a fucking brain aneurysm and saying she's gonna die. She's like, "Oh, Cage, could you help me?" Da 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 da. So yeah, I did a certain thing, which anyone can do. All of a sudden, that shit doesn't exist. What do you mean? It's gone. Fuck. So don't let their again, this is a fear-based thing, right?
Yeah.
And if they don't affect you, they're gonna affect the people closest to you. I guarantee you, no matter what. I never got that shit. I'm not that fucking retarded, but I'm pretty sure the people around you have too, just like me and everyone else, myself and everyone else, right? They can't affect you. They're gonna go after the people around you, in a way.
Yeah, by proxy.
Christos, I know you didn't get that thing.
Now the
Come
ball
on,
is
the young guy like you. Come on.
fucking handle it,
Yeah, you already know. I wouldn't be out here talking to you guys in these communities if I had.
Yeah.
Most
Okay.
likely.
Good. Yeah. Okay.
But
Good.
yeah, no way.
I don't think anyone on here. Well, I hope so. I don't think anyone on here got that. I hope.
So now that I think about it, because this video that I want to watch is like 40 something minutes, maybe I'll do another stream on that and make the
Just put
iPad.
the mind control shit on there, but you got all scared and all that to play that while reading the craziest shit ever. So
All right, well, let me first show you this video here from Decoding Our Reality. And like my own comment there. Oh, yeah, here's one of the good decoders here. Let me see.
Hey, Sean, I think there's somebody backstage. Might want to check.
Oh. Oh, no, it's just Cage.
that was me.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear and let me back in.
Yeah, so just pi, essentially pi, intertwined into this whole ritual regarding the Super Bowl, Cladex. Well, she's tying Cladex with Pythagoras, Twin Towers, Kamala, Trump, Revelation, Super Bowl, Golden Key. And how the all equal 49, like the 49ers are playing at the Super Bowl, at the Superb Owl. Pi is
Dude.
related to death and endings.
Oh, good one,
227 is the
Pioneer.
49th prime number.
Hey, Peniel, I'll put up like $100 and let's do that gematria stuff, man. Let's see if we can make some money at that on the sports.
Well, now
games.
you're gonna get cursed and shit. I don't think you can. Now you're playing around with the fucking code and not trying to make money off of it like a fucking retard monkey. I don't think that's gonna end well for you.
You think that can make you cursed, Cage?
Nah, really, if you're trying to use any kind of magical with a K type shit for personal gain, if you're trying to use it for personal gain then yeah, I don't think it's gonna end well for anybody.
I don't give a crap about that stuff. I just want to make money with it, you know?
Here's the one.
Like, if you're trapped into money, you shouldn't be even fucking looking into that. Why
It
would
was
you
a
use
really
it for
great
money?
comment.
Money's easy. Money doesn't.
She was saying that to counter his claim, he thinks it's going to be the pi variant. It's she pointed that she thinks it will be connected with pi with gematria or something like monkey cocks, but monkey cocks virus equals 227 like pi because 22 divided by 7 equals pi. In case you didn't know that, and it is making a comeback recently. It'll be a year and 322 days, like 322, after the blood moon on 5/15, 2022, to the next one on April 1st, which is April Fool's Day, which is ironic. But it says the 2022 monkey cox outbreak began on the lunar eclipse on 5/5, which will be 22 months, 27 days, I think is what she meant to say, to 4/1. Like 227
What's
again.
the point of this all? Really, what it shows you
Well,
is
it's
this.
tying.
Do you think
What I
these
get out of
events?
this is
Hold on. Do you think these events are happening because they're just falling on these days, or do people have a basic understanding of this kind of ideology and they're purposefully implanting it on, doing things in a specific day, and they're just like, it's like breadcrumbs on the trail.
Well, it looks like my
On the
comment, my reply comment was deleted. I don't see
They're
it here.
Kabbalists, bro. They're good at that stuff.
Yeah, it looks like
Putting you down a damn rabbit hole. That's where the whole idea of the rabbit hole comes from. They have an understanding of it, and they plan and do things on a specific time, specific day. Everything has an intent. Intention
Now
to
they
create
do
the
it on
form.
purpose. They specifically pick it now because they know you're going to know the code.
Exactly, to fuck with you.
Right.
They're trying to fuck with you. That's pretty much
88 days, and they just made a few $1,000 again because they waited 88 days. Now everybody's checking it out.
right.
Thing, yeah.
So yeah, that was my comment there. That was something I got out of the whole thing. Doing a little 88 days like Biff. Biff is Trump. 88 miles an hour like warp speed. So again,
You with all your
88022.
little Cody words. That's great.
88022 was Trump's text code, and Mar-a-Lago was supposedly raided on August 8th, 2022. So, yeah, definitely not synchronized, definitely not ritualistic, alphanumeric
So
And I'm
nonsense.
thinking like, the magic only works if you believe it. If they keep doing this and everybody now is catching on, then aren't we kind of giving them exactly what they want? The more we talk about it, the more we
Or it's
chant about
possibly more of a it than a they doing it, kind of like correlating
No,
to what I was
she's
reading
right though about
before
that.
with
She's
the
completely
Tyler
correct.
AI and the sentient world simulation, and events being seemingly synchronized with other events attributed to ley lines and connections and whatnot. So
No, she's correct about that because it pretty much takes the observer, right? It's a subconscious program. So they need you to feed into it in order to create it into reality or form.
Yeah.
Right there.
I'm chanting, everybody started reading Revelations. So is that not chanting Revelations if we're all reading it?
well, chanting is like repeating the same thing over and over repeatedly.
Exactly. How many channels are repeating the same thing? We're all chanting something.
Maybe we're chanting something, but the duration is different.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think out.
It's all fucking mind programming. It's brainwashing, all of it. And what they think, they want you to think you're so smart. Look, you're going into their code that they laid there in front of you on purpose. Right? Oh, now we're getting into pi. So we can put some basic mathematical geometry type stuff, and then that's the best way to conceal a lie. You can never conceal a lie with a lie. You have to conceal the lie with the truth. Give them 90% of the fucking truth, and the 10% of the lie, it changes the entire form. It's like a shit sandwich. You're not gonna. If I gave you a nice gourmet sandwich, but there was shit in it and it was undetectable, and even if you didn't know it, you'd probably eat it. But if I told you about it, you would not eat it.
So this is a clip from the movie Pi, not to be confused with the other movie Pi, which they bring up gematria synchronistically, considering the subject, and we've been talking about it. But this movie is about a guy named Max, a genius mathematician who's built a supercomputer at home that provides something that can be understood as a key for understanding all existence. Representatives both from a Hasidic Kabbalistic sect, see all the synchronicities here with what we're talking about, and high-powered Wall Street firm hear of that secret and attempt to seduce him. So this is a drama, science fiction, suspense from '98. This is just a clip from it.
It has to do with the Hasidic Jews. There's great clips in that movie. You should do the Jew when they come out the sewer. They actually came out under the ground. Yeah, as soon as they literally came out the fucking sewer. If you want to talk about
of course they did.
Yeah.
Whack-a-mole.
So yeah, I don't think I've seen this movie. I've seen parts of the other Pi movie, but looks like Christos dropped. I dropped the link again if anyone wants to hop up. But we're gonna check this out, and then I'm gonna watch the Pi variant from Mr. Decoding Our Reality, and then I'll maybe play another one, and I might get out of here, folks. So enjoy.
These people are fucking weird, man.
Right.
They put the pen to the brain.
So this is almost giving me like Matrix vibes in the underground.
Well, they
train
put a
level.
human brain and they poked it with a pen. And the pen, what are they referring to there? Is that the written, when you write something, a signature, a contract, you're signing, you have to dot, cross your T's and dot your I's.
You just made me think of something, Cage. Whether some way you can concentrate when you're trying to learn something that'll make the grooves in the brain deeper or more impactful, so you remember it better. You know.
It goes to
Sometimes
the
it-
speech, to the writing, to the written word, to the spoken word, or a pen touching the brain,
Yeah.
creating the reality.
What the hell? So is it like voodoo or something?
I remember this movie.
So yeah, it's interesting because I'm
You gotta be
pretty sure.
careful playing these clips and shit. I'd
Yeah,
stop
you're right.
playing from the.
You're right.
I've had an issue with that. I remember the end of it with those people.
All right. Well, then we're gonna watch the other.
Whatever channel that is. Movie clip, yeah. Those fuckers, they strike you for that. They don't strike it, they just like shut it down for a minute, like what happened before. You have to go back.
Well, it was just short anyway, and it was on a free domain page there, so that wasn't off of movie clips.
Yeah, those are some fucking
Hey
weird
everyone,
high
today's
level.
February 5th.
Those
Alright,
people
what?
know what they're doing. They're fucking around with the pen touching the brain.
So
You
this
know,
gets into it
they're
a
trying
little
to
bit
lead you
here.
to something.
Where in the brain he was touching? Is that location in the brain that pen? I would have to look at it. That the pen was going into. Is that a specific part of the brain?
It must have been. It kind of looked like the central cortex or something.
Something like that. That would give you that train on lighten, you know, experience. Interesting.
I'm not a fucking neuroscientist here, but it looked like the central cortex, possibly. But you can't really touch it like that. You know, you have to stab the pen in to get to that. Yeah. It's just the surface. They're just touching the surface either way.
Joni, I'd like to see you do a Pinky in the Brain decode sometime. That'd be
Good to see
interesting.
you, David.
Oh, Sean. Okay.
Been a while. Yeah,
Oh,
but
you
yeah,
know,
well,
feel like it, you know.
again, check out the 911 video on Pineal. And there's I think at least one Pinky in the Brain clip in there with some pre-programming.
Oh, cool. Okay, so it's called 9 of the 11.
Yeah, it's uploaded as a video. It wasn't a live stream. It's uploaded as a video. It's probably the last in the last 10 videos I've uploaded because it's from September and I don't upload that frequently video wise. I mostly do streams. I want to upload more. It gets
See, I
more
have to
views,
fucking
so.
fact check myself and shit. That says central cortex, like a fucking retard. It's a cerebral cortex. I think that's what they call it.
We'll forgive you this time.
There
We'll
we go.
forgive you this time. It's okay.
You did
That's
state
good.
you weren't a neuroscientist, so it's all fair.
There you go. Yeah, cerebral cortex. I think that would be.
Right
they're
there where
probably
that
all
lightning bolt is striking.
It's a part of the nervous system, right, Cage? The central nervous system.
I love that I'm not the only one who listens to things in
Hold on, I
chipmunk
want to
mode.
give misinformation because I gave misinformation before. I have to cash my. I have to fucking, dude. You know.
Oh, that's okay. Don't look it up. Just don't.
No, it says known as a cerebral mantle is the outer layer of neural tissue of the cerebrum of the brain in humans and other mammals. The cerebral cortex mostly consists of 6 layered neocortex, with just 10% consisting of allocortex, whatever the fuck that is. So it's the so it says the outer layer. So I guess I was kind of on point because I did think of the outer layer, and I guess that's what the of the mantle or whatever, and I guess that's what the cerebral fucking cortex shit is. I said central for some reason. I don't know why.
Central, yeah, central nervous system. That's what brain's part of, you know.
I would say Ron DeSantis might be more of a favored grandma's favorite dancing Jesuit rooster pimp, as you put it there, sir. Great wording. Also, what was Knights of Malta Alec Baldwin doing facing off with Palestinian protesters in New York City? Maybe he was visiting the Order Malta headquarters on First Avenue. Possibly, sir. Maybe he was just
Who
playing
knows?
his
But
part on the
to
world
poke it
stage
with a
like
pen,
a
to
shit
poke
show.
it with a pen, it'd have to be the outer layer of it, right?
What are you muttering now, sir?
To poke it with a pen, it'd have to be the outer layer. So I was kind of on point with it.
Yeah, it's interesting. You even knew there's layers to that, you know? Yeah, it's kind of detailed.
All right, so this is more evidence that the coming pi variant will affect the brain. Shout out to Mr. Hover, decoding our reality.
Hey everyone, today's February 5th, 2024. And if you didn't see my previous
It's February 8th, but you get the point.
video, you've got to see that one. It's titled The Most Important Video I've Ever Made. And I talk a lot about what I believe is the coming pi variant, which doesn't exist yet, you know, the new coronavirus variant. And I believe, as I said, and explained different reasons why this new variant will affect the brain. And we see
All right,
an
so
iPad
hold
Go,
on. I have some guy.
the
Look at
drag.
the background. Look at the background. We got the
Yeah,
fucking.
he's gonna break it all down for you, man. The
It's telling
FF
me, so
like
I'm
6.
gonna be affected by the brain from some new variant of nonsense that doesn't exist. Okay, so tell me how that's gonna work.
And as you can see
fuck
with
do
the
you mean?
year of the dragon, next to the brain, splitting of the brain, and then you'll see Bush point to it.
It's
And
gonna
just
really affect you, man.
he breaks some good things down in this short video. So
Dragon attacking the brain, but it's more specifically a green dragon. And we are approaching in 2024 on February 10th, the year of the green wooden dragon. And I also explained that I believe this new variant will happen, or the first case will happen on the Chinese New Year's Eve. Maybe the public will not even be aware of it until they announce it on a different date. I don't know. But I explained some other dates relating to the pandemic, which I thought may be declared on March 19th and all that. But I wanted to see if I could find any more information. And I talked about the movie Pi, you know, and how March 19th will be exactly 314 months after the movie released. You know, Pi, that number that is 3.14. So we have a matching number connection with that movie. And I saw the movie a long time ago, but I don't remember most of it. And I wondered, is there any predictive programming to it? And look what I found. A brain is in the movie. And like I said, I believe this new pi variant will affect the brain. So I think he might be hallucinating. This guy discovers this brain on the subway floor, and he actually pokes it with a pen 3 times. And the third time he turns around, and as if a subway train is approaching and about to hit him. But I will link the clip in the description so you can watch it. And at the end of the movie, he actually drills into his head. So 2 other pieces of predictive programming in this movie that this pi variant will affect the brain. So I thought this was a really significant connection here. And like a lot of you guys know, they do predictive programming in movies. Also in the video iPad Goat, we see on George Bush's eyebrow the similarity to the pi
Alright.
symbol.
Okay, hold on.
Remember I said they had...
Okay, bro. Bro, this guy, see, this is what always ruins it with these fucking people on YouTube. This is why they're allowed to be on here, because they say some real shit and then they bring it to some
this guy has
eyebrow
2,000 subs,
animation.
buddy. It might seem silly, but if you follow the rest of the 2 minutes
Well, either
here,
way, it's a pattern regardless, you know? It's fucking odd.
and again, if iPad Go 2 is new to you, then you know, clearly you know, nothing wrong with the fact that
Well,
you
the
haven't been...
eyebrows told me everything here, right? But obviously the patterns within every structure in reality, it starts
Like
with the
iPad Go
monad,
2
then the dyad, triad, continuously. It's all sacred geometry. If you look into it, not even sacred, just geometry in general.
Cage, please. Please, Cage. This is a day one like starter pack conspiracy starter pack like shit. So I'm surprised. You're
What the fuck
unaware
is a
of it.
conspiracy?
I mean, like conspiracy analysis, conspiracy realism. If you want to
Conspiracy
say
was obviously
conspiracy
popularized.
theorism.
It was popularized. You know, we know when and
It's
why.
two or more people
Discredit
with it.
anything that goes against the narrative you're told is a conspiracy. So the word conspiracy is a conspiracy. It's a bunch of
Conspiracy in its pure form is just two or more people that want to carry out an evil plan. That's all it is.
The term conspiracy theory is.
I'll tell, bro. I'm not even joking. I got charged with conspiracy when I was a little kid. I mentioned it earlier, so I know about it. It's easy to make a conspiracy.
Yeah, you
It's a
just
real
have to have an evil plan, and there has to be two or more people involved. That's all it is.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, I'm sure the person you were conspiring against said, "Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you." As Bush once confusingly stumbled on his words.
And that's usually
a lot
how
of
it goes.
similarities, but not exact. They don't make exact symbols. But
wait for the 322. I'm not sure if he points it out or not, but the 322 also on the eyebrows of the woman.
But they do this because everything in this video
And you can say if you think that's a reach or a stretch in your opinion.
is multi-layered. If you were to flip this horizontally, it says the number 72, but that's for another video. But he does say "fool me once," so like April Fools, you know, something happening around April Fools, because he actually says it again. Then he points at the brain in the dragon when he says, "Can't get fooled again." And you know what April Fools is? It's 2/23 in the Chinese calendar. And George Bush, Mr. Skull and Bones, you know that
Since he
number
has this imagery, I know
322.
he's not going to
And
mention this.
Look at that chalkboard
Since
right
he has
there.
this imagery, you know what that directly ties back to? Have you ever heard of the Royal Order of the Jesters?
Look at that chalkboard right there. It says evil, right? Now read it
They only
backwards.
allow 13 members.
See?
As a physical therapist, that's funny. Yeah, Mao Dukes is a PT, sir. So that's another funny
Yeah,
sync
there's
there.
something called the Royal Order of the Jesters. You know what their little what do they call it? Like
Discordian?
Slogan. Their slogan is mirth is king.
Yeah, they're Discordians,
Mirth
right?
is king.
This guy's.
No, it's an offshoot of high level type shit that runs all. If you go deep into it, I think he's referring to that without even knowing it.
You know, Cage, I did see this Mason guy. He had a jacket on, like a red jacket, and it had like a Joker on it, dude. I kid you not.
That's like a jester, right? He's probably part of the. That's very rare. That's
Yeah,
like
yes.
That's an invite. That's an invite only type thing. That's difficult to. And these people, these are the PDF files and all these weird motherfuckers that deal with it.
Can you blame
I
me,
don't really give a
sir?
Yeah. Well, it's fine. You know, like I know speaking out like this will have consequences, and I'm ready to deal with them. You know, it's fine. I've been dealing with that. I've been dealing with it the whole time. Every time I've noticed, like reality even shows you, like they fuck with it. You start talking about this shit, spreading information, they're gonna fucking attack you in a certain way. You have to be able to deal with it, you know, in the right manner. It's fine for me.
Yeah, Choosy,
And
we're
it's weak.
having some well, I don't want
Always
to,
weak.
give away too much information, but we're dealing with some of that very same nonsense trying to get care for a loved one at the moment. So, who's going back and forth between hospital and rehab and hospital and ER, and it's been going on for too long now at this point, over a month and a half.
Are they older? Yeah, they're older, huh?
They're much older, yeah. And they're
Okay.
in there.
That's so rough. And that's so hard, man.
Call up Mitch. Yeah. Mitch, where you at? We need some trophies, sir. Let's finish this really quick. It's almost over.
we see the 322 in the woman's hair. So
Sorry, in her hair, not in her eyebrows. So do you see the 3 on the left inverted and then the 2? Do you see that, Cage? Is that a stretch?
Hold on,
And
let me
then-
look at the image here.
With
Yeah, I
Bush-
see it there.
Cage, flip her head around upside down.
With
Here's your
Bush
22.
on the left.
And then the hair on the left, like reverse that around. You get a 3. See it?
So some people say that this film was made by someone in their vivid and active imagination. Others people theorize and purport that this was actually made by them. So for everyone to decode and pick apart for years and years and years and years and years to come. So again, some people have their whole channels dedicated to just decoding this video. So it's
Dunce
not very
cap
long
on.
at all.
See that? Yeah.
So we'll watch it probably at the end.
Checkerboard floor, the duality, right?
Indeed, sir.
Good and
Indeed.
evil.
Splitting of the brain, the year of the dragon, him pointing to it right there clearly. 322 in the hair. Let's continue.
Evil, then love, backwards, right?
Of course. 4/4, 2024 is 314 months after Billy Boy was hit in the face with a pie.
You're saying, Chris,
figure.
evil and live, right?
So
Love.
get this, right? The upcoming eclipse comes right before, basically right on time with the 314 months after 314 months after Gates was hit in the face with a pie. I don't know if you remember that. He was actually hit in the face with 2 pies, if I remember correctly, if that hasn't changed in this timeline that we're on. Let's continue.
Someone pied him?
Yeah, twice. It's classic. It's a classic video. Actually, there's videos that have complete loops. It's just like a 10-hour loop of him getting pied.
Was
in
it
the
an
face
apple
over and over.
pie? What kind of pie was it?
I can't remember. It's like a cream pie, I think. I don't know. Let's continue.
Points at the brain
I
got
would
what
hit
he
him with an
deserved.
apple
and the
pie.
dragon when he
Some might say that he got what he deserved.
says
Some might say it was a complete world stage ritual.
can't get fooled again. And you know what April Fool's is? It's 2/23 in the Chinese calendar. And George Bush, Mr. Skull and Bones, that number 322, and we see the 322 in the woman's hair. So I'm looking at something happening around April 1st. Whether it has to do with this pie variant, we'll have to see. But I think it's related to an event that already occurred because he's saying can't get fooled again. So it could be, yeah, we went through COVID already, but now it's happening again and the people are getting fooled again, and something to do with April. And it is interesting because April 4th is also exactly 314 months after Bill Gates was hit in the face with a pie. So that's another date I'm watching. So in this classroom scene, I also decoded several shootings and school shootings. So that's another possibility, but we'll have to wait and see. But like I said, it's an event that already happened and the people are getting fooled again. So I just wanted to add these bits of new information that I found, and the Year of the Dragon, it's right around the corner, just 5 days away. So we'll see what happens, and I will talk to you guys next time. Take care.
Later. Have a good one.
Yeah. So
Just
I'll
kidding.
probably dive deeper into that tomorrow because it's the one I wanted to watch was a kind of a long video, it's 40 something minutes. So even if I speed that up, it'll be like 30. And I do need to get some sleep here. It is almost 8 a.m. This isn't normal, folks. This isn't normal, and I'm feel guilty. I feel like I'm dragging some of you along with the insanity. So maybe I can take us out with a song. Or a video. I don't really have anything prepared. What do you think? Anything in mind? I think it's a little too early for remix, bros.
Why don't you try just ending it, and then we could talk in the background, because when you end it, you can still be here for a bit. I don't have much time either.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you.
On road here.
I'm
a
kind of
little retarded.
In that.
I think
No. That's gonna be a soundbite. They're gonna put that to mariachi music.
No. I might have to use Elon Musk flamethrower to light the next joint. Well, I'll take a pull of tobacco, but no, seriously. When it comes to regular, I have some regular tobacco with no marijuana at all. Would you like some?
Yes. So horrible.
666.
I'm kind of retarded. I'm kind of retarded. I'm kind of retarded.
Agreed. Agreed, sir.
You should shut it down in 1 minute at 5:05.
505, like 55, like Satan equals 55. Is that what you're thinking, sir?
Let's do it at 5:05. Might as
Alright.
well play with their little numbers. Use their little game against them.
It's been real, folks.
Here's a shameless plug for my channel, and you can all come and follow me.
Hey, can you post it down there, please? Your channel? Post it down there, please. Your channel?
Yeah, you know, if you post it, I don't know how to do it, but there's a way to oh, you know what? Maybe I need the premium version of StreamYard to do
30
it.
seconds. Just end it. We could talk in the background for a minute before we leave.
Okay. All right.
20 seconds pretty much now.
Much love, y'all. It's been real.
Paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature,
I didn't
to be
mean to cut you
natural,
off, Johnny.
and this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry.
No.
Enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green-looking skin and they run around screaming, "We love Satan, we wanna eat babies." I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur.
Joni Rodgers.
Little vampire pot belly goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna steal your daughter at the mall. We're gonna steal your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, "We love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so sweet."
Jihad.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
Right.
In that, I'm kind of retarded.
Good stuff, folks. Appreciate you being here. I missed the 5:05 mark. Sorry, Cage. So, what do I do? It's got to be numerically significant. right?
5:09.
What in the hell is 5:09, sir?
Don't
The
fucking
end of
worry about
time.
Is it?
Yeah, 9. 9.
9's the number one.
Eight is the number of new beginnings, but 9?
9 is the completion number.
Ooh.
It's also an odd number.
You know, I hope I didn't blow anyone's cover, Mr. Jones there. I think most people know about Mr. Jones, but hopefully he's not out there saying
You blew my cover! You blew my cover!
hopefully not. If I did, sir, my apologies. Sorry, not sorry. Good to see you, Pale Horse Rider. Indeed. I'm not sure if I know all of your alt accounts. I'm actually confused on some of them, but I think I know at least one. I'm almost positive, but I get confused with so many other people who also have multiple accounts. But I'm like 98% sure I know your other main account, and then there's another one I think. Right. Okay, yeah, the vow of silence. Sorry, not in the club, but I'll give you the vow of silence there. I would play iPet Goat too for folks to kind of entice them for the next stream, but I'm probably gonna play it again anyway.
Maybe you can give a little teaser, eh?
All right. iPet Goat 2, folks.
I like Jones' mask over there, though. That's funny.
What
They got
some
some
might
weird-
say was the most symbolic conspiracy film, if you want to. I don't know the right name for it, but conspiracy analyst food for the theorists.
Which one is this again?
This is iPet Goat 2, sir.
What some weird animation shit? You should look into the. It's called 9. Look into the 9.
I know about 9, sir. I've watched 9. You should watch iPet Goat 2 because
I haven't seen it. I don't watch their bullshit. But I've heard of it.
Well,
It's just a bunch of spuge and penises. Phalluses and spuge is most of it.
Right. You got your old dancing naked lady here. Very strange. Very
Crown.
bizarre. You got your crown optics. You
Who
got your
created
false,
this fucking shit?
your
You
false
can tell what
Christ.
they're on.
Yeah, your false Christ with the glowing heart chakra there. The Anahata, if I'm not mistaken. You got your Shiva. Shiva the Destroyer.
Is that blue lady?
Or is that not Shiva, but
That lady with all those arms that kills people and stuff?
Oh, not Shiva. No, it's not Shiva. It's Shakti. It's Shakti, not Shiva, right? Who knows?
Yeah.
Man? If you want to talk about fucking Vedic Hinduism and shit.
you got your Angelina Jolie here with the Year of the Tiger. Now we're going into the Year of the Dragon, of course, with her radioactive symbol there. You got your tanks, of course. You got your drowning Pakistani.
Yeah,
or
pretty much. If you don't
Palestinian
put the work in and really
Libya
dig into
tank.
reality, you're gonna get played every time, guaranteed.
And there you have him with the hammer.
Hammer and sickle, Sean. Hammer and sickle.
The hammer
right?
and sickle, indeed. Good catch there.
Commie bastards.
You got your lotus, like when the lotus was given to Kamala. No, sorry, when Kamala brought the lotus to the Pope.
Plus, it represents that butterfly too, doesn't it?
Oh, you stuck a Malkut or something? Malkut. Enough
What's
of
up
that.
with you and Malkuth, man? You're gonna get Paul up on here making
Got a
fun
halo
of
around her head.
Well, that's what this realm apparently is. It's an emanation of that.
All right, so we're gonna watch this one here. I'm just showing you. You got your egg symbolism. You got your womb symbolism. You got
Your
a
fucking
whole
zygote.
lot.
Really.
You got your Obama bin Biden here. Obama bin
I
Biden.
think that's just. I think it's just like a Muslim person.
You got your Notre Dame, or your towers rather. You got your towers there coming down. Got Notre Dame
most women
coming
like to
down
be
as
pregnant,
well.
so that would appeal to them, you know, or they desire it or whatever. But
Look! What is he staring at? A flower. What is
They're
that?
trying
The
to-
sacred geometry behind
Like
the
apple.
realm.
see
Like
that
the flower
duality,
disappearing.
right?
Oh,
The
now we got
apple.
an apple too. I wonder
It's
why.
painted with like grains, like it's fake. It's wooden. It's a wooden apple.
You got Miss Swifty here, who's about to do the Super Bowl. You got Mr. Obama, who
Something about
morphed
apple
into-
seeds, right? Apple seeds are good for you, but they can be poisonous too.
I'm pretty sure there's like cyanide in them, isn't there?
That's what they say. There's also vitamin B17, so who knows, right?
Yeah, there you go, Sean. See, you got it, nailed it.
The
Careful of what you're told and what
Hey,
you
look at that
believe.
pee-pee. Did you see that thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna start eating apple seeds. You want to hear something
What the hell?
hilarious?
I'm showing that little
When I was
kid.
a little
Look at
kid,
that
I was
shit.
crawling around, and an apple seed went into my hand, and it literally it dissolved in my own fucking hand.
See that
I
in the
still
background
have
right there?
I
Showing
still
kids
have a
that.
puncture mark in my hand from the apple seed going into it when I was a little kid. I didn't let anyone remove it out of there. It just broke down eventually. I mean, grew a fucking apple tree or something.
All right, let's get to it. iPet Go 2, folks. Enjoy.
Excellent.
Good times.
Fool me once, fool me once, fool me once. Shame on, shame on, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you.
Fool me, can't get fooled again.
Fool me can't get fooled again, 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 can't get fooled
Man, this symbolism is good. Off the wall, man. Flower represents humanity. Yeah. Man for the woman. Yeah.
What just happened?
Yeah, he just got knocked off or something. Don't tell me some bullshit nonsense strike or something.
Now you're still live on YouTube, but your video
Okay.
is black screen, but you're still there.
Okay, everything's glitching out. No surprise. Give me a second here.
Nah, bro, I'm still here.
Okay. No, I'm saying give me a minute.
I do have to leave though in a minute.
Yeah, well, this is the last vid, and then I'm out. I'm just trying to play it. Is the only thing. Let's see if anything's working. Oh man, you can't make this shit up. This is not the first time this has happened. Playing iPet Goat, no surprise. Let me see here. I'm gonna have to re-add it. Re-add it once more. Give me a minute here, folks.
Maybe you get download it and play it locally off your machine.
Yeah, I could just play it off the off YouTube.
Okay.
Try it again and see if. All right, where were we at here? Where were we at?
And by that flower.
All right, the lotus
Represents something private.
Ishtar. The birth of a new race. Anubis.
Remember the boat ride to Medusa? Notre Dame crumbles. Growth Canal, water crossing the back. Just crumbled.
Pale horse with the closer. I love it, man. And we even got some trolls up in the chat. Much love, trolls. Y'all be weird as fuck. Shout out to Udhef Heku. Fascinating. Agreed though, sir. Agreed though, sir
With
and or
the
ma'am
default
and or
letter.
AI. Right.
Is it Udef a normie? You're a normie, Udef?
Hammer and sickle. back of the jacket with the Year of the Tiger, like I was pointing out before. Cage is back. What do you think of that one, sir? Baby Truther, or just an AI bot? No, I mean let's not get too far out. You know, I mean, which one's more far out, right? I guess would be the question. But yeah, what do you guys think for the newbies? Anything stand out to you in that?
There's a lot of symbolism in that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it with like different expectations, you see a lot of stuff, you know. Trying to be, you know, yeah. Not trying to be
Super far
graphic,
out
I think,
indeed.
but, you know, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's no longer deleted. It is back up. So after 88 days of being off of Heliofont's YouTube channel, it is seemingly back up once
What's
again.
different? We should watch them both comparative, frame by frame, to spot the Mandela effect in action.
Interesting thought that
I'm not
I
gonna
wonder
do
if
that,
anyone's even considered doing that, or wonder if anyone's done that yet.
I'm sure. Well, hopefully that would be the first thing I'd think of, is would they change?
Let's see. It would
You know, in
be
the olden
on
days, with
Heliofont.
film, they could do like, not only they could do frame by frame, but they could do in between frames too.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh, so the CG Bros still had it up, I guess, all this time. We never took it down. For 10 years, it has almost 8 million views, so it's not at all, I guess, hard to find in that regard. As far as this upload, this specific upload here, award-winning CGI 3D animated short film by Heliofont, iPeco 2.
Interesting.
So it's here. It has a actual description here. I'd like to read on their take of what this all means here. It says, a story about the fire at the heart of animators. The film takes a critical look at current events. A mysterious figure travels aboard this.
He started
Aboard
cutting
his
out
boat.
when he said something about the fire. He started cutting out there.
I started cutting out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, a story about the fire at the heart of suffering, bringing together dancers, musicians, visual artists, and 3D animators. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
The film takes a critical look at current events. A mysterious figure travels aboard his boat through a dark and desolate landscape in his quest for inner peace. Interesting. Yeah. So, any thoughts, Cage, on that? Did you gather anything there? Or were you kind of
Easier question, but what wasn't gathered? That would be an easier question to answer.
I'd say my favorite part is when Obama bin Bummer, kind of morphed into Bush, pointing out the obvious truth that most are already aware of the bloodlines, and how the elections, some might say, are selections, and they're all one and the same. Someone got terrible. The feedback is terrible, man. You got to get that under control. It's really bad, man. A lot of feedback. But yeah, so I'll probably do a stream on just the iPet goat stuff, because a lot of people have been putting some good stuff out, and I also had some good things typed out here.
Some low-level bullshit meant to be played. It's created to be dealt with your subconscious mind. You know, play around with that.
43,000
It's
comments.
fucking weak.
Almost.
It's a low-level bullshit. Simple.
43,000 comments. Amazing.
I feel you, Cage. But hey, Pill Horse Rider made a good point to point out the jinn. You know, there is a lot of Middle Eastern themes going on in that video.
Yeah, you can get to the Sufis and that, right?
You guys notice that if you space
The
it out,
Madrid.
it was showing what's taking place when people have like a baby, you know. There's different parts in there and stuff. Remember that fetus it showed?
Mm-hmm.
So, and all that stuff before it, you know. It showed like you know, what men do, you know, what women do, and it showed all that, you know, and it showed the baby in there. So
So I'm looking for the actual Heliofont page, and Theology Ed, that's another channel that goes really deep into it, as you can see here, part 61. So
wasn't it taken down at some point, Pineal?
it was just taken down a few months ago. It was down for 88 days, and it was just reposted. Here we go. There it is, Heliofont channel. Interesting how it shows up
Interesting.
twice. Shout out to Joseph. I don't know if he was in the chat earlier or not, but he did a pretty deep dive stream.
Hey guys, welcome back. It's Joseph.
I
Guys,
haven't
I got a big favor
actually
to ask you. I just went
seen
live
it.
about an hour ago, and I did a decode on the re-upload of iPet Goat 2 by Heliofont. And if you could please do me a favor, I'm going to leave the link in the description and the comments. Please head over to Heliofont channel.
All right.
Go to the
You know where
iPet
this
Goat 2
name
video. It's the
Heliofant,
only
like,
video they have
I don't
up.
know who this fucking
And
person
please
is.
leave
I've
a
never heard
comment.
of it.
Say YouTube
Hold on, but
Aquaviva 2.
Maybe it was
Just put the
It's
channel.
obviously
maybe it
a
was
play on words. It's a play on words with Hierophant, right? So you have a neophyte, you have an adept, and then you have a Hierophant. And now apparently you have Heliophant.
right, possibly inspired by Mr. Christos Heliopoulos, as I think his new moniker is.
Well, Helios is directly related to the sun, right? But Hierophant is like in the mysteries and the ancient esoteric mysteries, and that you have the neophyte, which is somebody just being introduced to creating their own reality. Then you have the adept, somebody who understands how to use these forces and that and live their life accordingly. And then you have the Hierophant, somebody who's able to teach the neophyte to become an adept and eventually become a Hierophant in a way. All right.
Damn, $825 donation these people got during this reaction video. $825. My gosh,
That's
fucking
that's pocket change, bro. That's like a penny.
that's like the sum total of all my streaming contributions, man.
You
That's
couldn't
rough.
pay me to be a retard like that over there. They can search up and find like that with my face on there.
Oh, there's tons of these videos now. There was not that many when it came out.
iPet Go 2 reversed. Interesting.
Yeah.
Pet goat.
So let's see. I'm curious to see. Oh, there's a few videos of them reversing it. There's this supposed thing about iPet Go 3
What is this?
also.
What is this iPet Goat 3? What is it? What is this?
Look
Like,
at how
it's
fake. Look at
I can put all those petting zoos and shit. I can put a quarter in there and grab like
That's brilliant.
shit. I can fit the goat and the animals on my hand.
I forgot how trolly the third one was that whoever the fuck made.
That's extremely goofy, to say the least.
They got that ragdoll effect with the characters.
It reminds me of the petting zoo. You know, you go over there. You have llamas. You have fucking goats. You have all types of.
What the hell?
Yeah, and then you get the, you put the quarter, you put the damn coin into the thing, you get the food, and you feed it through the hand, and they eat through your hand, and it's fucking retarded.
Did you say Gospel of Barabbas? Let me see. This is original. It's written here, Muhammad, the messenger of God. It was Gospel of Barnabas. Not Barabbas. Okay, interesting. I don't know what the fuck's going on there.
Barnabas.
I think YouTube is like kind of like a human digital petting zoo in a way.
Petting zoo, you say, huh?
Yeah, you're not allowed to feed them any outside food.
Hey,
Like
Cage,
five-
we gotta make the next video real quick, Pioneer. We gotta make the next video iPet Goyim.
iPet Goyim.
Oh no.
So it looks like it's now all capital letters. It's got 25,000 views since it's re-upload 2 days ago. It's already got almost 1,800 comments, and sometimes just if I really wanted to, I could do a whole stream scanning the good comments, but I don't think that would garner much attraction. But there are great comments usually in videos such as this, and looks like a lot of believers here in the chat. Jesus is the way, the truth, the life. Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." Jesus Christ, the Lord. Again, the question is, how many of these accounts are real? Is obviously always a good question. I can attest. I'm pretty sure Mr. Joe Potter is real. I've had some talks with him. Good to see him in the comment. Is Jesus Lucifer, folks? I don't know. Lucifer equals 74. Jesus equals 74. Jesus spoke in parables. He brought the gospel. What was the Messiah, allegedly? All those equal 74. Like Masonic equals 74. Like Gematria equals 74. I don't know. Could be something there. Maybe not. I don't know if there's anything.
What about the 47?
47, government, authority, Democrat, Republican, the cabal, DC. All equal 47. 47 degrees on the Masonic compass. Yeah, there could be something there. The inverse of 74. 47 problems of Euclid. Or the 47th problem of Euclid, rather. Oh, what is this? This looks... Is this new here? Okay, I don't know if I remember this right here. I could be wrong. Got your Anubis right there again.
Birth canal, right there, birth canal.
Right. With the Anahata symbolism again. The heart chakra. You think of the Shiva ritual outside of CERN. No one needed to see that part again.
Belly button. What was that?
I'm starting to kind of like this this new guy in the chat. I'm almost starting to think it's someone trying to be funny, and I think I know who that someone might be. Just saying. But the horse rider is fake. Some might say that is true. Not a real person. Fake and gay, sir. Some might even say, to add on to that. Fake and gay. Yeah, you're fucking corny, bro. You're kind of funny. You're kind of making my morning here. My rising.
That's funny, Christos. Corn.
I don't know, man. I think it's dry humor. It's kind of got like a Andrew Dice Clay kind of feel to it, or more so what's his name? Who's that really dry? Stephen Wright kind of feel. My mom's fake. Lucifer's fake. Jesus fake. Pale Horse Rider's fake. Not a real person. Hopefully not a person. Hopefully not a corporate slave. I love the corny emoji ever since JG. Yeah, I mean, can't get enough corn, right? Can't get enough genetically modified epicite gene in you. You know, can't get enough of that testicular destruction, testosterone destruction. All right, I think I'm really gonna get out of here, folks. Gonna get 20 minutes shy of the 6-hour mark, and it's not right. It's not right. At this point, y'all are just, some of y'all are just getting up, but some of y'all haven't been asleep yet, including myself. So it's that time, 8:16 in the fucking morning. So without further ado, I give you a random clip, unless anyone has any departing words. I think Miss Joni's gonna go live. Am I correct?
I might. Yeah, I can. I play it by ear. If anybody is wanting to join me, that's cool. I can always find things to ramble about. But
could you post your link somehow, Joni?
yes, I can throw it in there again.
Appreciate that. Oh, did you do it already? I didn't. Okay.
I have 2 channels. There, one is not ungrounded, so I have a lot of DNA epigenetic stuff on there. That's Rotten Shorts, and then I have this one, Joni Rotten, which I talk more about the meaning of life on this channel. Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, I searched it up. I found you before, Joni Rotten, right? Yeah.
Did I play this already? The last of the Dark Antichristo Triad? Antichristo, not to be confused with Christos. Rah sis boomba. I don't know what this is. Why is this in my? Hold on.
Daddy, if you want to drop the attic, give me love, give me Fendi, my Balenciaga. Daddy, you gon' need to bag it up, 'cause I'm spending on Rodeo. You can wish me back it up, I'll be gone in the AM. He got me Prada, got me Miu Miu like Rihanna. He always call me 'cause I never cause no drama. And when you want it, baby, I know I got you covered. And when you need it, baby, just jump under the covers. Got it all, daddy's got it hot. Out the body shop, doing something unholy. He's sat back, now she's dropping it. She be popping it, yeah, she put it down slowly. Oh, we go. He left his kids at home. We go, so he can get back. Mommy, I know daddy's got it hot. Out the body shop, doing something unholy.
These people are disgusting. Deplorable, as Hillary would put it. Deplorable and reprehensible. But these are supposedly the people that are making big moves on the world stage, some might say, and putting chips into people's brains, some might say. Other people might say it's all bullshit, and they're not falling for any of it. And they're going to keep their priorities in order and not let this stuff get the best of them, and end streams when it seems appropriate. So much love, folks. Appreciate you. Cage, Chris, Christos, Joni. She's going live, so hop over there, folks, if you feel so inclined. And shout out to my mom is fake. Everything's fake. Mitchell, whoever you are, much love, and have a great day. I don't know who has music playing in the background, but it's very interesting. So, one last time, just for fun.
See y'all. Have a good one.
Peace, prosperity, and pineal power. Be well. And this is just one last time for fun. Nope, wrong one.
I eat them every night. I eat them with barbecue sauce. And I flew to the moon last night with a witch. And I took DMT with Easter bunnies. Now that's an example of being crazy. I mean, this is art. And I'm not saying what I do politically is art, but everything is an art form. Oh yeah, one more. 17, 76. More than enough. Fucking eyes.
Right.
Shit.
Yeah. You get the gist. I'm not trying to end up like that guy. So definitely not trying to end
Here's
up
the
like
thing.
that guy.
Listen,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that, no.
That's going to be a soundbite. They're going to put that to mariachi music.
No.
I might have to use Elon Musk's flamethrower to light the next joint.
Well, I'll take a pull of tobacco, but no, seriously. When it comes to regular
I have some
life,
regular tobacco with no marijuana at all. Would you like some?
yes.
Okay, there you go.
Much love, folks. It's been real. It's been real and it's been fun, and it has been real fun. So
Yep. Have a great
see
day.
y'all soon. Do something productive. Get some sustenance, much like this right here, and this right here, and I'll see y'all on the next one. Bye.
Bye.